and maybe figuring out what their foibles are and things like that. Well, I had a dream for what I wanted my garage floor to look like, and I wanted to pay the right price, and I wanted it done to my specifications. And I get it. Sometimes in today's day and age, working with a contractor, it's tricky. You say you want one thing, they don't deliver. Well, Cromer and Cross did. They went above and beyond, honestly. They were done in one day. I had a bunch of stuff in my garage. They took it all out for me. And right now, they will do the same for you. I promise you they will. With 50% off installation, too. Half off the original installation price. So call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Or go to COMERcross.com. It's Comer and Cross.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Tom Brady might have a more hands-on approach to the Raiders than we thought. The future Hall of Famer and minority owner of the Silver and Black attended the first day of the Raiders offseason program yesterday. It also happened to be the day that projected first overall pick Fernando Mendoza had his scheduled visit with the team. This is the best news for the Raiders. If Brady is going to be involved, he needs to take Mendoza under his wing if the Raiders are going to be successful. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
America, look around. Everywhere you go, prices are still high, rates have been whipsawing markets, and the debt and spending don't exactly scream stability. Experts say diversifying with intention is the #1 secret account that all American smart money uses to hedge against instability. Monetary Gold has been around since 2000, witnessing multiple economic setbacks. If you call now, Monetary Gold will cover up to a lifetime of your IRA fees on qualified accounts. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm of LGKG. When our fellow Western Pennsylvanians suffer terrible injuries, tragic losses, and immense financial hardships through no fault of their own, who fights for them, Joe?
We do, Larry. That's where LGKG comes in, holding the negligent accountable for the pain and suffering they cause.
History, trust, and results.
And success. More than 200 million recovered and over 10,000 clients served. That's the LGKG story.
At LGKG, we stop at nothing for justice. At LGKG, we try cases, and insurance companies know it.
As we emerge from a tough winter, it'll certainly mean a ton of home repairs this spring. But there's good news. Great home equity loan rates at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union have already blossomed. It's Dan Zangrilli. I've been a member for a few years, and right now you can get a home equity loan for as low as 5.25% APR. Visit AllegiantFCU.org for full terms and conditions and to see if you qualify. It costs just $5 to become a member at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, an equal housing lender.
No hot water? Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
What's up, gang? It's Pavel Schley with Schley Deck and Fence. Today I have two of my girls with me. I'm super excited to tell you that we have named two of our top fences after my two girls. The Ellie.
That's me. It's a semi-privacy, 6-foot-tall white vinyl fence.
And the Abby.
That's me. It's a 4-foot white vinyl yard fence, almost as tall as me.
Don't wait to get the outdoor space you've been dreaming about and you've been putting it off for years. You know it. Call Schley Deck and Fence, SHLY.company.com.
Hi, this is Jeej from Lewis Anthony Jewelers. The countdown is on, and there's never been a better time to upgrade your watch game. Lewis Anthony Jewelers offers the best selection of fine timepieces from the top Swiss watch brands.
Have we met yet?
Hello, this is Lester Botkin, Chief Investment Officer of Botkin Family Wealth Management.
I've been lucky in my life, and I'm grateful to the clients who've helped make our family-owned business a success. But like most of us, my beginnings were far from glamorous. Julie and I got married after I'd spent 3 years in college and 5 years in the Marine Corps. She worked full-time to support us both while I was finishing my degree. One day, we got caught in a major hailstorm. Hail the size of golf balls nearly destroyed our car. When the insurance check arrived, we used it to pay down Julie's student loans and drove that badly dented car around for 4 years. We didn't have much back then, but we had each other, and remembering those years makes me appreciate the blessings we have today. At Botkin Family Wealth Management, we're interested in hearing your story, because understanding your beginnings is an important part of appreciating what it took to get where you are today. Visit us at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
Pittsburgh is Edgar Snyder and Associates' home. Their offices have been right here in our region for more than 40 years. They know the streets, the people, the stories. Now random law firms are showing up, billboards up and down our streets, names you've never heard of, but they can't compete, not with Edgar Snyder and Associates, their roots, their people, or their legacy. If you need help after you've been injured in an accident, call the law firm that calls Pittsburgh home, 1-800-94-EDGAR, or visit edgarsnyder.com. Remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you.
Ready to upgrade the windows and doors in your home? Now is your chance to win $5,000 towards your purchase at 84 Lumber's brand new Anderson Windows and Doors showroom in Mount Lebanon. Mark your calendar. Visit the showroom at 1675 Washington Road on April 9th from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. to view Anderson's full product line and enter for your chance to win $5,000 towards your windows and doors. For more information, visit 84lumber.com and follow along on Facebook.
You could file your taxes on a basic free service, which is fine. But are you okay with fine? Because when it's your money on the line, do you really want to guess if you missed a credit or hope the math is right? Get the confidence of TurboTax for free right on the Intuit Credit Karma app. Free Fed and free state for simple 1040s only. Around 37% of filers qualify. See details at turbotax.com/free. No schedules except for EITC, CTC, student loan interest, and Schedule 1A.
Aetna was there for me as I was going through a rough medical patch this year. I had peace of mind, which helped with my healing.
Those words from a real Aetna Medicare Advantage member speak to why U.S. News & World Report named us a best Medicare Advantage company. Because we show up on calls with members and doctors' offices when requested. We show up with the latest in online tools for easier access to healthcare. We show up for you. Because that's how healthier happens together. Member feedback has been edited for length and clarity.
South Hills Kia, let's go. Drive the 2027 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive, just $449 a month. Or the 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive, only $249 a month. Inventory is here and ready to roll, and they're making deals every day. 24-month leases, $39.99 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year, plus tax and title. First payment due at signing. Not all qualify. No security deposit required. Offer ends May 4th, 2026. South Hills Kia. Go get it before it's gone. Visit southhillskia.net for more details.
On your job site, downtime isn't just an inconvenience, it's a deal breaker. You need equipment that works as hard as you do and a partner who has your back. Experience the new Case difference at Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Proudly named the 2025 Case Dealer of the Year. Whether you are looking for the latest iron or need expert service to keep your fleet in the dirt, their pros are ready. With thousands of parts in stock, they're here to ensure you're always running at peak efficiency. Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Because with Case Construction, together, we won't back down.
You've spent decades building your savings and planning for the future. Now the focus shifts from accumulation to protection, from growth to sustainable income you can depend on. Secure Money Advisors helps retirees build structured retirement plans designed to help protect what they've worked so hard to build and preserve. Go to righttrackbook.com to claim your complimentary copy today. That's righttrackbook.com, where your retirement journey begins on the right track.
Here at Whalen Exteriors, we've been waiting to get back at it after one of the roughest winters in a long time. We're starting to learn just how bad the last few months were on roofs in the area. So, if this winter wreaked havoc on your roof with all the snow and ice, trust the leading roofing company in the greater Pittsburgh area, Whalen Exteriors. We've extended our spring offer through the end of the month. Learn about it at whalenexteriors.com. Whalen Exteriors. No mess, no stress. See why we're the pros with the 5-star Google reviews. whalenexteriors.com.
Mainly clear tonight, the low 38.
Weather brought to you by Staples.
From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Starting to see a few brake lights back up 28 inbound from the 40th Street Bridge, the Parkway West outbound from 2nd Avenue, and the Parkway East outbound from the Oakland on-ramp. On the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Rensel.
This report brought to you by Stone & Company, servicing southwestern PA and northern West Virginia.
Stone & Company, family owned and operated for nearly 100 years with 11 plants servicing southwestern PA and northern West Virginia, offering the highest quality ready-mix concrete and custom mix designs to fit your needs. DOH certified, 1-800-CONCRETE or stoneconcrete.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Since the day Connor signed, he has not only met every challenge that's been put in front of him from a baseball perspective, skill development perspective, but he's done that in a way that has always been about the team, putting the team first, representing himself, his family, and the organization in the most first-class manner, and he has earned trust through that. And you don't get to this point without earning that level of trust. And it's going to be fun to see him continue that journey now with the group of players we have in this clubhouse, and watch Connor and the teammates in this room continue to challenge each other to be better every day. It's going to be fun to see that. And really this agreement reflects our belief in this team, in this 2026 team, and our full focus on making this team the most important thing in 2026 and beyond.
Pirates lose today. Connor Griffin didn't play. Pirates say it's because it was a scheduled day off. I think it's because he signed officially for $140 million, then had his family and friends in to announce the deal, did a press conference with Ben Cherington, who you heard there, and Bob Nutting. And this was a getaway day game at 12:35, so not a lot of prep time to go from that to playing. Now, he got in the game late, did make an error, also had a sac fly, entered in the 7th inning, and now goes to Chicago with the Pirates after today's loss. So we've been talking about this game. Mitch Keller came out early. I didn't like it. Chris didn't like it. None of our listeners so far have liked it. That's on the table at 412-928-9370. The other question is, now that the dust is cleared on this and we have the deal and we know it's done, in a word, give us the word that best describes how you feel about the Pirates signing Connor Griffin to a long-term deal at 412-928-9370. Our buddy Hoagie, I thought, had a good one. He said about time.
That is a good one, actually. I like that.
Now, the Pirates have done a lot of these deals where they have signed their own players to extension. Look, Reynolds has a $100 million deal. The guy that pitched today has a $70 million deal.
They did one with Polanco. They did one with Tabata that was hilarious.
McCutchen.
How bad it was. They did one with McCutchen, which is also very team-friendly.
Hayes.
This is the first time they have paid like a sum of money that got everyone's attention.
Yes, that's what I think makes it different.
And they still probably got a deal if he ends up being great.
Yep.
But no one had given a guy with this little service time this kind of a deal.
That's also a key distinguishing factor. All of those guys had played a lot of Major League Baseball. This guy's played only a handful of games.
He played 5 games when they got this deal for him.
Now, as far as why it was delayed, here is the reasoning for why things, other than, look, the deal had to be delayed to get this pick at the end of the first round. There was some discussion over how the bonus was going to work. So Connor Griffin's going to make $140 million at the very least. No matter.
Guaranteed. The day he signed on the dotted line today.
He could be the worst player in baseball from this day forward. He's getting $140 million.
That's right.
He got $5 million today.
Correct. He got
$12 million in a signing bonus, but it's spread out. $5 million at the start of this year, $3.5 million next year, $3.5 million the year after that. That's from Noah Hiles. There's also $10 million in escalators, so he can make $150 million on this deal. We don't know yet what those escalators are. Like, my guess is there might be a Rookie of the Year bonus in there.
How about an MVP?
There might be an MVP, like where you finish in the voting. maybe a number of games played.
How about if they, as a team,
make
get to
the
a
playoffs?
playoff series, win a playoff series,
Sure.
win a World Series?
And this hasn't been reported yet, but there also might be some trade language in there in terms of trade clauses, number of teams per year. Maybe by the end, it's a full no trade clause. Like, so all of those things had to get ironed out. But I've had multiple people now tell me that they pretty much last week had the 9-year, $140 million part done in principle. And then they just needed to fill in all these other things, which are still big things. How much money you get up front.
Yeah, but they had
how
the
you
important
earn the
stuff
extra
done.
money. They had the most important part done, yeah.
That tells me, it takes two to tango, and the player clearly. The thing that I feel like should excite Pirates fans, maybe even more than the fact that they got it done. How many times have we said in the past that it would take like an internal player who made this a desirable place to be, who said, I want to be in Pittsburgh? Because so many external guys. I know there was like a Burnett success story where he like came to love it here and all that. But it sounds like Connor Griffin wants to be here, man. Like, you don't sign for that extra 9th year that you probably didn't have to sign for unless you are committed to the process here, I would say. Just because that's a show of faith on his part.
I bet the agents who work for him, this is just my hunch. This is not anything anybody's told me. I bet one of the reasons why they were okay with the 9-year and telling him it's good to take the 9-year is because of the total money. And because the total money is the highest. So the agency now gets to brag and say, we negotiated the most amount of money for a prospect really before he played in the major leagues.
That's 100% true. And if he happens to hit some of the escalators, it'll end up like at 150 or something. And then that'll look even better for them. The way Roman Anthony's going, he's not going to hit all the escalators that make it $230 million.
Malsey, he's turned into a Roman candle. He's lighting himself on fire.
When he tries to throw, he's firing in any direction. He doesn't know where it's going, Malsey.
Here is Noah.
It's the fall of the Roman Empire in Boston.
Not Hiles, but our friend in Duquesne. Hello, Noah.
Friends, how we doing?
Hey,
Hello,
man.
Noah.
Hello there. You guys were doing words. I've got two. One is definitely optimistic, and then the other is, I guess, confused. I am very happy with the state of the team right now. I'm 22 years old, so I have never had really the good graciousness of anything other than those Kutch years about 10, 15 years ago.
Were you into it back then? Was like
I've always been into it, thanks
prepubescent
to my
Noah
dad.
a big fan? Okay,
Yeah.
he was. Okay, gotcha.
Yes. Kind of off topic, but this is how I'm trying to work myself through this.
Okay.
I always talk about, some of the worst sports takes I just randomly hear. And I love the guy to death and back. Bob Pompiani last year, just randomly on a random day, was like, you know what? I think the Pittsburgh Pirates should go get Vlad Guerrero.
He did do that, yes.
And I'm like, where is this coming from? What the heck are you thinking? Not in a million years. And I'm just trying to think that, like, today, with this signing, which is great for the city, is it still a terrible – I mean, I think it's still a terrible take. Is it still that terrible of a take? That's kind of how I'm trying to work myself through this.
It's still like a totally unrealistic and unfeasible one because Vlad got $500 million. And you would have had to give up assets to get the player and then apparently pay him $500 million. And $140 million is a long ways from $500 million. So things like that still do seem, even with the excitement of today, do seem to be still very much out of the Pirates' price range unless something structurally changes in baseball, which, by the way, is another discussion now. Like, before all of this good stuff happened, I would have said, I'm all for, like, sacrificing next season in the name of getting baseball somewhat fixed and fair. I don't want to like miss out on next year. I want Skeens and Griffin together next year. Like, isn't the ultimate still like very much back recesses of your mind, way back there? There's no baseball next year. The players negotiate it, so still they get a year of service time from that year. And now you're
behind
in
the
the
eight
Paul
ball with
Skeens
Skeens.
trade zone?
Yeah. No, I would want baseball next year now at this point. Like, they're set up for right now and for next year and the year after that. That's the window.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The Donnie football debrief turns into the Donnie baseball debrief next with more of your calls and what Mitch Keller had to say about getting pulled prematurely in today's game. Quick timeout, long commercial-free segment. It's the PM team.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins in New Jersey tomorrow night. A victory means a playoff berth for the Penguins. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Do you think they spray champagne on themselves? If that happens?
No.
Like, I feel like in baseball, after every little thing, there's a champagne party. But it doesn't happen in football. And I don't ever remember that happening after every round of the playoffs in hockey. Do you?
No. I mean,
after the Stanley Cup, of course,
yeah.
But that's...
Plus, there are still a handful of guys, I mean, obviously the big three that have experienced this.
Yeah.
So often. I mean, the big three experienced it every year for like 2 decades.
How about a cigar? Do you think it calls for that? I think it does.
I think that's like nice and tempered.
Let's talk right now about FanDuel, the official sports book of 93.7 The Fan. Pony presented by FanDuel. Good. All right, so let's talk about tomorrow and how FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, has your back with a special Mulligan Bet Back token this week in golf. So once the tournament starts from Augusta tomorrow, you can turn any losing bet into a bonus bet for another try. So you've got protection to take that sleeper pick or make a bold prediction. Backing someone to win it all? We got you. Like someone for a top 5 finish? You can lock that in with confidence too, because if it doesn't hit, you've got the Mulligan in your back pocket ready to go. FanDuel.com/Andrew to claim your special Mulligan Bet Back token today. So I'm going to say this. We've not had a repeat winner in a long time. I'm starting to get good Rory vibes. He had his champions dinner. He didn't serve disgusting Irish food. I don't know. I just have a feeling he's being kind of slept on a little bit going into this tournament. And if I'm wrong, I get to get my Mulligan. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Refund issued is now double bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This report brought to you by Window Nation. Right now, get 50% off windows. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now.
Ready to go all in? At Rocky Gap Casino Resort, the action starts the moment you walk in. Slots, tables, big wins, big excitement. And when you're ready to cash in the fun, there's more waiting. Hit the golf course, relax at the spa, enjoy great dining, a comfortable hotel stay, and the beauty of the outdoors, all in one destination. Play hard, relax easy, or do it all. Go to cnty.com/Rocky-Gap for more info. Rocky Gap Casino Resort is the all-in experience every way you want to play. Must be 21 to enter the gaming floor. Trouble with gambling? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit mdproblemgambling.com.
Hey, it's Pony back to talk about Xfinity. Imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs change, kids grow up, new memes come out. But what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Well, thanks to the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. You get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices and no one battling for bandwidth. For the next 5 years, all your devices will be working in perfect harmony, and you get our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings. So even though kids will grow up and you still won't understand what the X67 means, your internet will stay sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. Plus, get online in 5 minutes with same-day Wi-Fi, all with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. To get started, call or visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
Here at Wayland Exteriors, we've been waiting to get back at it after one of the roughest winters in a long time. We're starting to learn just how bad the last few months were on roofs in the area. So, if this winter wreaked havoc on your roof with all the snow and ice, trust the leading roofing company in the greater Pittsburgh area, Wayland Exteriors. We've extended our spring offer through the end of the month. Learn about it at waylandexteriors.com. Wayland Exteriors. No mess, no stress. See why we're the pros with the 5-star Google reviews. WaylandExteriors.com.
I'm back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Don't let bad feet stop you from being active and getting healthy. Trade in your bad feet for good feet at the Good Feet store.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose, but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Home team, a new pirate generation, everybody shout, let's go
Line drive left field, coming over, and diving catch made by Laureano, but a sacrifice fly for Connor Griffin on the 1-2 pitch. Gets the Bucks on the board. York scores. Gonzalez holds at second. It's 4-1. Wow.
That was Connor Griffin's one at bat today. It was a productive out. He drove in a run. He came into the game late. He didn't start. That drew the ire of crusty former Pittsburgh sports columnist Bob Smizek. And I get it. Griffin's only 19. They're off tomorrow. Should play him, but I think the real reason why I didn't play is because of all the hoopla this morning, and I do get that. Like, you can...
I think they would have seen hoopla as an excuse that would not have passed muster with the public. I think here's what they would...
I think it's a perfectly acceptable excuse, the hoopla
you're saying
excuse.
that, but they might have not known going in that a person like Andrew Filipponi, a true baseball man, would think that way. I think they probably felt like they would get, like, wait a minute, you just signed him and now you're sitting him? You've got to try to win a series here against a team you might be jockeying for the wild card with. Like, that's how I think they would have approached it. They assume they would get responses.
I respect Smizek's baseball acumen, even though he's ripped the station, because I'll just be honest about my feelings towards his thoughts on the Pirates. He makes, I think, a strong argument when he says the guy looked locked in last night. Let him stay locked in.
To be fair, he got up there, and at least in his first at-bat, he's got 2 on. He's got a chance to really pull them back in the game, and he hits a sinking liner to left that would have fallen in for a double, but for Laureano being really good.
Yeah, Laureano's great in left field. The opposite of what Brian Reynolds is, unfortunately.
Laureano made 2 plays that probably saved multiple runs, and I would say their defense changed the complexion of the game.
This is a Donnie Baseball Minute. Donnie Football's debrief has been put on the back burner because of all the Pirates news today. As far as this game having like personal meaning for Donnie, other than it being the first game played with the ink drying on Connor Griffin's contract, a guy that went to your alma mater got the last out in this game today, which is pretty cool. And now Callis is trying to act like they're best friends. I don't know if you guys saw this.
He's acting like he's
together.
got people.
He's going to the game in the press box to cover the Pirates slash Mason Miller. Then he's going down and chatting him up. And Ben Tenuta was telling me about the interactions between the two. And how I think there was a lot of like Chris Farley, remember when I caught your bullpen in college? That was really cool.
That was cool.
Yeah. A lot of that going on.
I feel like Mason at one point hit Callis with a pitch early in their days there.
No, that would have been before Mason was able to throw 104 miles an hour, to be clear.
Yeah, he could throw hard. He just had no idea where it was going. Kind of like an Anthony Richardson sort of deal.
But still not as hard because he had the diabetes thing. And once he got diabetes figured out.
Yeah, but he could. You could like tell, okay, this dude could throw hard for that level.
Now, I'm curious in this call from Brownie, because we have the final out from radio today, from next door. The Pirates lose. It's still a great day for the Pirates because the Griffin thing happens. And I think if Greg acknowledges in this final call that even though the Pirates lose, it's a guy from Bethel Park who went from being, Donnie, is this fair, a bad Division III pitcher? His stats were not good.
His first 2 years, he was objectively bad.
A
He had an
bad
ERA of
Division
like
III
7.
pitcher to the best, most lights-out reliever in all of Major League Baseball.
Not an exaggeration.
Yeah.
He really is.
I think it's fine if Greg acknowledges that in the final call, like, hey, the Pirates lose, but this guy just got the last out his first time pitching at PNC Park, and this is pretty cool. Do you have it? Or I can play it.
Pittsburgh's Mason Miller delivers, and a little half-swing bouncer to the third baseman, on to first. That play goes 5-3 on Duhar. Throws out Mangum, and that does it for the Pirates. The Padres come to town and take 2 of 3 in this series. The final score, Padres 8, Pirates 2 on the Pirates Radio Network.
I don't know why that song.
He said Pittsburgh's Mason Miller, and that was all you got.
But I don't know why that song in the background made me laugh. Airplanes. Remember that one?
Was that B.O.B. song?
Yeah.
You know, he believes the Earth's flat.
Why did the PNC Park crew decide? Because I guess they're leaving in an airplane?
Yeah.
When it's a getaway day, they go to that joint? You didn't hear a crestfallen Brownie there.
This is kind of level. You kind of no-sold the fact that B.O.B. guy thinks the Earth is flat.
I didn't think that was a serious comment by you.
Oh, no, he does. He very much believes that this is
Why
not
would
a
people
round
ask
ball.
him about his thoughts on the shape of the Earth?
I think he more volunteered them. And anytime somebody says the Earth is flat, I don't know. That's like catnip for me, man.
So you think that like when someone admits that, they lose
credibility
in your mind? Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of pretty incontrovertible evidence that the Earth is a round spheroid object.
Over
celestial
under
body.
49.5 people listening to the show right now who believe the Earth is flat.
I mean, I'm praying under. And I think
I'm going over.
Because people want to get under my skin, they'll
I'm
probably
going
say,
over.
you know,
Donnie,
Malsey, I've been waiting for you guys to talk about this. I've got some literature you should read.
49.5. Yeah.
No, there's not 50 flat earthers.
Yes, there are.
This show. Absolutely.
And I bet
not.
you they've got some strong takes and some good takes, some well-defended, well-thought-out, well-researched takes on it that you don't want to listen to, that you don't even want to think about, that you don't even have the open mind to accept that it could be true.
Come on. Wait, you don't believe they ever landed on the moon?
I'm starting to come around on that one.
Starting to come around.
Here's James in Youngstown. Hello, James.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, man.
Hey, I just want to say that all Pittsburgh should be happy with Connor Griffith signing today. It's a historic day. I think we get spoiled with the Steelers and the Penguins with all the stars that they've had over the years. But, I mean, I was born in 76, and I would say from 1980 on, I can't think of 2 stars as big as Skeens and Griffin for the Pirates. So my word of the day
Barry
is
Bonds
hopeful.
won 2 MVPs. He would be a pretty
That's
big one.
That's one player, though. I'm talking 2 players.
At the same
Skeens
time?
and Connor Griffith, yes, at the same time. correct.
Draybeck won a Cy Young the same year Bonds won an MVP.
But he's not Paul Skeens.
I'm with James on that. I'm with James.
That was an aggressive he's not Paul Skeens
He's
from
not.
James.
I would say Doug Draybeck was a B-plus major league pitcher. Nothing remotely generational about him.
Skeens has, I think, made 58 starts.
And in
He's got
21 of them, he's given up no runs.
He's got the lowest ERA at, I want to say it's 2.08 of any pitcher through that many starts. And by the way, that ERA, I think, would be still under 2 if he hadn't gotten charged with all those runs in that Mets game.
And he shouldn't have been. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track today. Temperatures in the low 20s. Our Jeff Hathorn is going to join us next hour. He caught something on camera at PNC Park in between Griffin's extension or Griffin's contract and the game today that I honestly thought was AI generated. I didn't think it was real. It's all about the Pirates, and it should be after the Griffin deal became official after they lose to the Padres 8-2 today. 412-928-9370. Here to talk about it all is the PM Team. Quick timeout, long commercial-free segment. We'll be right back.
Catastrophic injuries bring emotional strain, physical pain, and financial stress. You don't have to face it alone. Ogg, Murphy, and Perkoski will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call 412-391-FIRM today. Ogg, Murphy, Perkoski, the firm. We're all in.
Here at 93.7 The Fan, we know a thing or two about winning an award, so I've got to congratulate my friends at Precision Pointing for winning the Best of the Best award from the Trib as the top masonry company in the region. I've known this for a while and have been telling you as much, but now everyone knows. So as you get on your spring to-do list with tax rebate season right around the corner, get to the long-delayed masonry projects on your home. The schedule, it's filling up fast. Chimneys, retaining walls, brick pointing, they do it all at Precision Pointing. BrickPointingPittsburgh.net.
Hear that? That's the sound of a car rolling into Valvoline Instant Oil Change. The sound of another savvy driver getting an oil change from trained pros. The sound of not having to leave your car while we quickly change your oil. At Valvoline Instant Oil Change, there's no hassle with appointments or dealer wait times. That's one smart bell.
Hey, it's your pal Adam Crowley. Pittsburgh summers can be hot. Is your AC ready? Right now, my friends at Sullivan Super Service are offering $59 AC checkups to keep your system running fast, cool, and efficient. Their team is experienced, friendly, and professional. They've been serving Pittsburgh homes for over 60 years. Don't wait for your system to break. Stay cool and stay ahead this summer. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Step onto history at Omni Bedford Springs Resort and Spa, home to the legendary Old Course, ranked #1 in Pennsylvania by Golf Week 3 years running. This timeless course blends championship play with breathtaking scenery. This season, don't miss the Generation Cup on July 12th, a family tournament where parents, kids, and grandparents team up for a chance to qualify for the 2027 National Championship. Enjoy themed play days like Donald Ross Days, Tillinghast Twilight, and Spencer Oldham Sundays. And be sure to inquire about special Women's Golf Day events happening this May.
Hey, it's Pony, presented by FanDuel, the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 93.7 The Fan, and FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge has your back with a special Mulligan bet back token this week in golf. Once the tournament starts, you can turn any losing bet into a bonus bet for another try. Now you've got protection to take that sleeper pick or make a bold prediction. Backing someone to win it all, go for it. Like someone for a top 5 finish, lock it in with confidence, because if it doesn't hit, you've got that mulligan in your back pocket ready to go. My pick to win is Rahm at 14-1. Yes, coming off the other tour, but he's won here before, and he is playing some very good golf. So that's FanDuel.com/Andrew to claim your special mulligan bet back token today. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Refund issued is now double bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration. See terms sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I suffered with plantar fasciitis for almost 20 years. I would try drugstore insoles and supports.
If you suffer with plantar fasciitis, we know the search for pain relief can feel like a hopeless ordeal.
I thought foot pain was going to be with me for the rest of my life. I've been through surgeries, foot injections.
At the Good Feet store, we hear stories every day of all kinds of cheap inserts, expensive shoes, and other failed remedies people have tried that just didn't work.
I was trying all different things. Not a single one worked. And then I was driving past the Good Feet store, and I thought, why not? Give it a try. They wanted to make sure that they gave me the right arch support for my feet. Then it was like, okay, this is different. These make a difference.
Don't lose hope. Give the Good Feet store a try.
I'm so glad I met Good Feet. It changed my life.
Now open in the waterfront across from Yankee Candle next to Panera, or visit us in Robinson Town Center in Cranberry Township, or in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
It's Jake from Southside Plumbing and Heating. We've been keeping Pittsburgh comfortable since 1947. From leaky faucets and water heaters to boiler service, HVAC inspections, and hydrojetting. We've seen it all, and we handle it all. Remember, our technicians are certified, not commissioned, so they're trained to do the job right, not sell you something you don't need. Call 412-431-7455 or find us online at southsideplumb.com. Our reputation is built on your recommendation.
Text Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Still looking at some congestion on the Parkway East outbound. That's from Technology Drive as you try to leave the city, with some bumper-to-bumper traffic backing you up as well on the Parkway West outbound from the county jail. On the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Rensel.
This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com.
Mulsey here. Eating less is one thing. Knowing what to eat when the scale hits pause, that's different. If you're on the weight loss meds but feel like you're missing something, add Awaken 180. Free support for life. Awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, the Padres took down the Pirates today 8-2 at PNC Park. Buccos have a day off tomorrow in Chicago. Then they play the Cubs tomorrow, Friday afternoon at Wrigley. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a hump day edition of the PM Team.
Okay, let's go. Come on. Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Foley and Muller, live and local, just like Mike's.
So I normally wouldn't correct Ben in public, but I will
Please
flag that I didn't just pester him to find out when it was going to get started. I pestered him to find out when it was going to get finished. Yeah. And in this case, finishing is more important. And congratulations, Ben. I know how much time, energy, effort, agony you put into bringing this one home. And the plane landed. Congratulations. I really appreciate it. And I know everyone in this room, from the players to the fans, appreciates the work you got done. Thank you. And I hope that comes across also as a commitment from this organization and from me, not only to the team, but to the city of Pittsburgh, to the fans, to reflect how serious I am and we are about building and sustaining a winning team here in Pittsburgh.
All right. Bob Nutting has said that in the past. Pirates fans haven't necessarily believed him. Do you believe him now? 412-928-9370. Commitment to winning in Pittsburgh. Now, we have some evidence that fans do. And Jeff Hathorn is going to join us in 15 minutes. He is known as the Hawk. And the Hawkeye, he scouted this out today at PNC Park from his perch atop the press box. Bob Nutting in the area between the Pirates dugout and the fans, where you see the cameramen and Hannah Mears, and then there's steps that go down into the underbelly of PNC Park, where the clubhouse is and the batting cages and everything else. And he's out there, and there's a line of fans. I would say probably about a dozen deep, maybe more. And Bob Nutting is handing back and forth baseballs, programs, caps. Fans asking for his autograph today.
Do you think Bob in his wildest dreams ever believed there'd be a day where fans were clamoring for his autograph? I think there sometimes have been, to be fair here, a disconnect between how maybe he perceives his efforts as an owner, obviously, with how fans perceive them, and maybe he isn't totally aware of how that fan sentiment sometimes goes. There's no way the man thought, one of these days I'm going to do something here. We're going to do something as a franchise. People are just going to want that Bob Nutting John Hancock on their hat.
Chris, I don't think his approval rating has ever been higher. And they won for 3 straight years. But even then, there was grousing about how much money was spent, how hard they went at it to win in the off seasons, how active they were at the trade deadlines, all of those things. I mean, I don't think he ever fully won the fan base over, anywhere close to it, during those salad days of 13, 14, and 15, even though he brought Huntington here. He hired Clint Hurdle. They did raise the payroll to a level in 2015 that was the highest it had been in, relatively speaking or comparatively speaking to other teams in baseball, was closer to 20th in payroll ranking than it was the bottom of the league, which, when the Pirates try to compete, that's where they are. They're usually 20th or thereabouts. You want to be closer to the half, to the middle than to the bottom as a small market team. And they've done that a couple times. But this one seems to be like a character turn for him, and I'm not saying it's permanent by any means. But I do think, even those that have been his harshest critics are I was going to use a term, but I don't feel comfortable using it right now based on, what's going on in the world. But even they have decided to, stand down on it. In terms of, finding, name-calling the owner and criticizing him. Maybe those people that are not Bob Nutting fans still can't bring themselves to say nice things about him, but they know it's also not an appropriate time or the right time to rip him to shreds either. And that's a change.
Well, he's given
from the
people.
past.
He's said a lot of times that he wants to win, that there's an urgency to win, and that they also the underpinning theory that he wants to push is we're going to behave like a team serious about winning. Would you agree with that? They have tried to push the narrative that no, we're serious, that we have certain parameters, but we're serious about winning. This is the first thing that they've done, truly, more so than Reynolds or anything else, given what the hype is around Griffin, given how young he is, given how they've handled him to this point. I would say it's the first very concrete proof of concept that they have offered to support that point. Not even drafting Skeens, which we, looks in retrospect dummy, of course, who doesn't make that move? It was a contested move. There were even people trying to say Wyatt Langford should have been the pick. They make the right pick there. Okay, that's great. They picked the right guy and they brought him up on a good timeline. And now he's won a Cy Young and a Rookie of the Year. This is a player that was not a slam dunk, was not the number one overall pick, that they saw something in. Darren Mazeroski, Bill Mazeroski's son, saw something in this player. They drafted him. They allowed him to rip up the minors and just keep fast-tracking him if he looked like he could handle it, which they often have not done.
Mm-hmm.
And then with people wondering, okay, myself included, is he going to make the team out of spring? No, probably not unless there's a deal in place. They kept him in the minors for all of a week, brought him up, and had a deal done within a week. That is, and it's a deal that, by the way, looks to the rest of baseball like, holy crap, Roman Anthony had played 40 games or whatever it was for the Red Sox before he got his big deal. The guy's played 5 games. And he's got more guaranteed money up front for a guy with that little service time than anyone has ever had.
Yeah, they didn't bamboozle Griffin or hoodwink him into signing a bad deal. Exactly.
They made a fair deal for both sides. It'll look better for them if he's the player they think he is. They're on the hook for as long as they have this contract on the books, and I do think it'll be the majority of it, close to all of it, for $140 million.
They pretty much outlaid this offseason, including what happened today, so I'm going to count that as the offseason. And it's not all due right now. But they committed $200 million to their team this offseason. Soto, Lau, Ozuna, O'Hearn, and Griffin. Add it up. That's about $200 million.
If you go by yearly salary, they've added how much? So Griffin's going to make the $5 million signing bonus.
And then you've got 15 from O'Hearn, so there's 20. 10.5 from Ozuna, so there's 30.
But won't Griffin make more than that this year though, because the deal kicks in immediately?
Yeah.
So how
I don't think it's $15 million a year.
Off the bat.
I don't think every year's equal is what I'm saying.
Okay,
I don't
so
think it's $15 million this year and then
so it's structured
8 years from now $15 million. Yeah. But
possibly
still,
backloaded.
Let's just do the signing bonus part.
Okay.
So 15 for O'Hearn, 5 for Griffin, that's 20. Another 10 for Ozuna, 30. Another 12 for Lau, that's 42. And then 8 for Soto, that's 50. That's $50 million to this year's team. As far as what our expectations were for the amount of spending they were going to do this offseason, if I told them it was going to be $50 million and part of that was going to be locking up Connor Griffin long term.
Well, people wouldn't have believed that. I wouldn't have believed
But
it.
even by, I'm not just saying, like, would that be considered a success based on the Pirates, like, and their fans' low standards or low expectations? Of course. But even if you were someone that didn't, you held them to a higher standard, let's say, like, I think objectively that's a good offseason. I don't think if you just said, like, judge this through like a Pirates lens or Pirates prism. I think if we're ranking it among like the 30 teams in Major League Baseball, like, yeah, it's still not what the Dodgers did or what the Mets did or what the, I would even say like the Yankees didn't bring anybody in. They just kept guys.
But that's the advantage those teams have. Once they get them, they can keep them. And they can cut bait when they think the guy is no longer worth the money.
But like, think about what those guys represent. A guy that's a late inning reliever. They put up, did you see this stat the other day? All-time slugging percentage by a second baseman, Brandon Lau, was in the top 5.
I believe that.
In a group with like Rogers Hornsby. His name was on there.
Joe Morgan up there?
It was not. It's higher than Joe Morgan's.
Dan Ugla?
Higher than Ugla. Which what a pull that is by you.
Robbie Cano.
Robbie Cano was up there. Ozuna, off to a wretched start, but still.
Theoretically, hold on. I think
back
that
in the baseball
relevant.
card guy that usually hits at least 20 home runs and drives in 80 runs.
That one could backfire on them, and I mean, then we criticize them because when a team makes a bad move, you criticize it. That to me is the move that is almost more than anything else a sign that they were trying to do things differently. And Ozuna has off the field stuff that would have made me stay away. But I mean, if you want to talk about a team behaving ruthlessly, they brought in a player with some obvious baggage and not the good kind, not the it's overcoming that's just there on his resume. In so doing, they had told Andrew McCutchen to pound sand.
Mm-hmm.
No more $5 million, we're all friends here deal for you to be our DH and let's roll the ball out there. They said we have to try to get better than that, knowing they would probably alienate some of their fans. And he's hitting very well in limited duty. I think he only has like 17 plate appearances up there for Texas.
Yeah.
But if Ozuna comes back to his norms and ends up hitting 20 to 25 home runs, gets going on a tear,
yes,
that'll look good.
Now, as you know, Donnie, on a day like this, where even though the Pirates lost and there's reason to complain about that, and you dealt with this with some callers off the air, like there has to be some raining on the parade, right? It's the Pirates. It can't just be all sunshine and rainbows. There's literally a rainbow at PNC Park the other day, by the way. And Jeff Hathorn factors into this, and he's going to join us in 5 minutes. Are you guys aware of what Paul Skeen said in the way that people are taking it today? You aware of this comment that got made?
I'm not aware.
All right. Well, Jeff is going to fill us in on that next. Text us on the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line. Persons you law firm, they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Here's Donnie's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
8-2 loss for the Pirates this afternoon to the San Diego Padres. San Diego takes 2 of 3 at PNC Park. The Pirates head to Wrigley this weekend. An off day tomorrow, then Friday afternoon, 2:20 first pitch against the Cubs. That game can be heard on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA with coverage beginning around 1:30, all brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Black and gold fans at Schley Company, we're intercepting all the high prices. Schley.company.com.
At Spitzer Toyota Monroeville, we know your vehicle's more than engine and wheels. It's where road trips create memories and playlists become anthems. It's also your ticket to rewards when you download the Spitzer VIP app. Every purchase and visit earns you points that you can redeem for discounts on service, parts, or a new Toyota. Plus, you'll drive worry-free thanks to our lifetime warranty. Get the perks your adventures deserve only at Spitzer. Wag more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 20% and get financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Pittsburgh is Edgar Snyder and Associates home. Their offices have been right here in our region for more than 40 years. They know the streets, the people, the stories. Now random law firms are showing up, billboards up and down our streets, names you've never heard of, but they can't compete, not with Edgar Snyder and Associates, their roots, their people, or their legacy. If you need help after you've been injured in an accident, call the law firm that calls Pittsburgh home, 1-800-94-EDGAR, or visit edgarsnyder.com. Remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you.
PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Heavy rush hour delays are backing you up on most of the major roadways, both on the inbound and outbound routes. On the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Rensel.
This report brought to you by Two Men and a JunkTruck.com. Got junk? Book them now.
Does the cold and snow have you stuck inside staring at that junk you've been dying to get rid of? Well, we're not afraid of the weather. What are you waiting for? Book us today. 2 men are here and a JunkTruck.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Judge Donnie's coming up. There's going to be a Paul Skeens discussion there in the courtroom. Now that you have Connor Griffin signed. The Great Race is back. Registration for Pittsburgh's Fall Fitness Classic opened yesterday. So sign up early and score special pricing. $30 for the 10K, $25 for the 5K. Join thousands for one great weekend this September. Don't wait. Register to run or walk today with the Great Race. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service. That's where we find Jeff Hathorn, who looks like he's still at PNC Park on our video feed.
Bathing in an angelic sunshine glow.
For the Hawk Report.
I am in the Zangrilli suite here at PNC Park.
That was Zangrilli less today. He was not there. He missed all the festivities. So, Jeff, I just saw this. There's a video going around. You're in it with your phone up doing your job as a multimedia reporter. And Paul Skeens is in the Pirates dugout, and he gets asked about the Connor Griffin signing. And he makes a comment, and I want you to tell me, you were there looking at it, how you took it. Because he said of Connor Griffin is going to be the face of the Pirates for many years to come. And negative Nancy Pirates fans are reacting to this saying, he didn't say that he, Paul Skeens, is the face of the Pirates for many years to come, which is Paul Skeens admitting on the day Connor Griffin signed that he will not be here for a long time.
No, I didn't, none of us, I think fair to say that none of us thought that. More so that, hey, I'm willing to push the face of the franchise thing off onto somebody else. I don't need to be the face of the franchise. And the fact that this guy's signing for 9 years, could you read into that? Sure. But I think at that moment, his part was, hey, this kid's going to be the future. He's signing a 9-year deal.
Well, do you think, have you heard anything about the possibility of the Pirates getting Paul Skeens to sign a second contract with the team?
No, I've heard nothing about that at this point. I mean, on the day that Connor signs, I don't expect him to talk about it. I think that's something that will come down the road. But yeah, I think Paul might be in a different situation than Connor.
Well, I just also would imagine that they would feel possibly like there's more risk involved there, Jeff, because it's a pitcher and you kind of just never know. And in their minds, it's safer to pay a shortstop who's younger and who's not going to possibly blow his arm out at some point the big money. That's how I would look at that, at least.
Yeah, I mean, and it takes two. I mean, Connor could have bet on himself and said, I'm going to get myself to free agency, and I think the money's going to be monstrous then. So, I mean, he's taken 3 years of free agency out of play. And I mean, I don't know that I don't know definitively that Paul wouldn't do that, but I think they're at different places in their career. Paul's already won a Cy Young, a National League Rookie of the Year at this point, whereas Connor had played less than a handful of games.
What was your reaction, by the way, Jeff, when this deal actually got done and you processed hey, this is the Pirates signing a guy to a deal that's basically unprecedented for his level of inexperience?
Yeah, you know, we got it tipped off to it because of Olney's report, so you thought about it a little bit then, but my first thought was, damn, this is the Pirates spending $140 million on a guy that really hasn't played in the majors and only played 1 year professional ball. Like, they are counting, betting, putting all their chips in on this kid because they can't afford to make mistakes on something like this. That tells you, beyond all the other things, that they have confidence in their scouting, what they've seen, what they've heard. You don't hear anything bad about Connor Griffin, to be fair, but man, these type of contracts are a huge risk. They're needed, but they're a huge risk, and they had a ton of confidence in what they thought Griffin was going to bring.
Did you buy their reasoning that he didn't play today because it was a scheduled day off, or do you think he was off because he had all of these events that were because of the contract being signed, and then the game was so early that there was not ample time for him to get himself prepared to play this afternoon?
I mean, given how many times Donnie will rest guys after night games and that it's his first week and he hasn't had a day off yet, I can buy into it. But I think more to your point, Pony, because you saw him enter in the game halfway through. I think it was let's let him digest all of this. His family is here, all of this stuff right before the game. Like, let's clear his head and we'll put him in the game at some point. They found that point, and he nearly came through with a bigger hit than just a sac fly.
Did you do a double take when you saw Bob Nutting signing autographs?
Pony, I'm sitting up in the press box and I'm looking down and I thought, wait, what is that? So I took the phone, zoomed in. I'm like, and he was there for minutes. And like, people
How many
started
autographs
gathering.
do you think he signed, if you had to just put a number on it, ballpark it?
So what he did at first is he was just taking baseballs and throwing them into the crowd. Then he started signing. So he probably only signed a dozen or so, but there were other conversations. And part of it was he had to go because pregame stuff was about to start. So he had to get out of that area so they could get things going. But it was, for a guy that you don't see much around the ballpark, and with all that's gone on over the last few years, to see people clamoring to come talk to him, get an autograph, get a baseball from him, was something insanely unique.
How's his throwing motion? Does he look pretty natural throwing balls into the stands?
He didn't have to throw far, so he looks like he'd be a good flip from short.
Malsey's asking because he has to do the first pitch in a couple of weeks, Jeff.
Mason Miller threw the last pitch here today, so that's all you have to live up to.
And did you happen to see the interactions between him and Callis? Was there like a mutual acknowledgement that they were friends and knew each other, and Miller was excited to see Callis last night? Or was it like, oh, God, I have to deal with this guy now. He found me.
Hello, Mason.
So I didn't see them together, but Jack Hillgrove and I went over and talked to Mason after the game today. And after we were done, I was talking to him about Callis, and he said, well, he probably owed Callis a picture for all the times he broke his legs with fastballs. So he kind of laughed about it a little bit, but he knows they know each other. It's not like a fake thing. I think there are times you kind of got the sense of, oh yeah, that's Callis, and much like we think.
What's Miller, like 6'6"? Those two are basically Mikey and Big Ball.
Donnie, did you see, like, was Callis like full bloomed as a character in college? Full bloom. Or was it like still in hibernation? the Callis character?
You could see flashes of it. You could see flashes of that greatness, I guess, if you ask Craig the question. But he also was he was a little bit more toned down,
reserved.
A little
Callis?
bit. You would occasionally get goofy Callis.
It sounds like college Callis was more professional than professional Callis today, if that makes sense.
Oh, I think there's a definite chance that that's true. I think he's been, as Donnie said, I think he's been encouraged to Chris Farley it up.
He's turned into Animal House Callis years after college.
Is he the first? Yeah, is he the first person that's actually had less responsibility and been told to act like a jackwagon sometimes outside in the workplace versus college? You're supposed to get it out of your system by the time you're 22.
Jeff, we were not really thrilled with the way
Keller
was handled in this game. Take us through both Donnie's defensive when they pulled him up from the game and just how you felt like Keller received that based on what he said to you guys afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, Donnie's defense is more something that he'll say throughout the year where they're just looking for opportunities to save pitches and that he believed in Lawrence coming into that situation. I think Keller was more, from what he said, was more like a starting pitcher, like, leave me in there. Like, let me pitch. Let me go. Give me an opportunity. I mean, it was a shutout. Like, let me go at least another inning. But, we're in a pitch count world, and Donnie's going to do that a few more times because that's kind of the mindset.
All right, Jeff, put some sunglasses on because it looks like it's a bright one coming through that PNC Park press box suite. My God.
I feel like I'm on Artemis or something right now.
You were a vampire. You would have
Oh, you'd have croaked early in this interview. It's actually brighter behind you than it is coming off of my head right now.
And the whole thing, I thought, well, I'll come here and I'll have the ballpark and the city in the background, but the way it looks is not that at all.
O'Neill Cruz still would be trying to catch fly balls with no sunglasses on. With that light shining through. All right, Jeff, thank you. The Hawk Report, ladies and gentlemen. Brought to you by... Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Where's the Hawk read? We don't have a sponsor on Hawk now? What's going on here? This guy is
maybe
everywhere.
One of those birds of prey in the sales department needs to go hunting.
Insiders and sports media. Man, if I were a business, I would love to have my name attached to Jeff Hathorn. A very smart business got its name attached to Judge Donnie. Coming up, should Paul Skeens sign a 4-year, $140 million contract extension with the Pirates if it's offered? That'll be in the judge's courtroom. But first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Penguins with a chance to clinch a playoff berth tomorrow night. 2 more points will get it done. They take on the Devils in New Jersey. Puck drop set for 7. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. 4 more. Go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, let's talk right now about my guys at FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of 93.7 The Fan. The biggest golf tournament of the year, the most prestigious, starts tomorrow. And FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, has your back with a special Mulligan bet back token this week in golf. Now, the guys who are going to tee it up tomorrow, they can't use Mulligans, but we can on FanDuel. You can turn any losing bet into a bonus bet for another try. Now, you've got protection to take that sleeper pick or make a bold prediction. Backing someone to win it all? Go for it. Like someone for a top 5 finish? Lock it in with confidence, because if it doesn't hit, you've got that mulligan in your back pocket ready to go. So my advice is take a stab on somebody with long odds to win before things start tomorrow. And then if that guy has a ho-hum pedestrian opening round, take the bonus bet and try it on somebody else who, based on the first 18 holes, has a better chance of winning the tournament. FanDuel.com/Andrew to claim your special Mulligan bet back token. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania, opt-in required. Refund issued is now double bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
For all station contest rules, go to 937thefan.com/rules. rules.
When your money's on the line, are you okay with a basic free tax service? Get the confidence of TurboTax with free Fed and state filing on Intuit Credit Karma. Around 37% of filers qualify. Simple 1040s only. See details at turbotax.com/free.
Ready to go all in? At Rocky Gap Casino Resort, the action starts the moment you walk in. Slots, tables, big wins, big excitement. And when you're ready to cash in the fun, there's more waiting. Hit the golf course, relax at the spa, enjoy great dining, a comfortable hotel stay, and the beauty of the outdoors, all in one destination. Play hard, relax easy, or do it all. Go to cnty.com/Rocky-Gap for more info. Rocky Gap Casino Resort is the all-in experience every way you want to play. Must be 21 to enter the gaming floor. Trouble with gambling? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit mdproblemgambling.com.
Guys, it's time to upgrade your watch game, and Lewis Anthony Jewelers is the place to do it. We have precision timepieces, standout style, and a team that knows exactly how to help you make the right pick.
Have we met?
Pittsburgh is Edgar Snyder and Associates' home. Their offices have been right here in our region for more than 40 years. They know the streets, the people, the stories. Now random law firms are showing up, billboards up and down our streets, names you've never heard of, but they can't compete, not with Edgar Snyder and Associates, their roots, their people, or their legacy. If you need help after you've been injured in an accident, call the law firm that calls Pittsburgh home, 1-800-94-EDGAR, or visit edgarsnyder.com. Remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's.
You're on the air.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's. All rise. Judge Donnie has entered the chambers. It's time for Judge Donnie. Brought to you by the Western PA Injury Super Lawyers from LGKG, your home team.
That's right. It is time for Judge Donnie, brought to you by LGKG. We're not real attorneys, but local super lawyers, Larry Kelly and Joe George from LGKG are. And they are phenomenal. I saw one of their billboards around town the other day. They had the whole family on it, the whole crew. Someday there's going to be I don't know why I'm saying this, but there's going to be a billboard somewhere in Pittsburgh. It's going to have Mulsey. It's going to have Alex. It's going to have Lennox. It's going to have Ace. It's going to have the Mulsey to be. There's going to be some great family business where all of them are involved.
I mean, this implies that I'm going to be out of radio.
No, you could do two things. I think you guys are going to open up like your own bakery or something like that. Or bar. It's going to be a bar. It's going to be a craft beer house kind of deal called Meet Me at Mulsey's.
I was thinking if I won like one of those $1 billion Powerballs where I taken home $500 million after taxes, whatever, $600 million. I'm buying Fatheads and keeping it open. And then I'm going to put my literal face on it. It'll be the true fattest head there ever was.
I think Mulsey should then hire us to just be like guys that hang out there.
Yeah, I would.
We don't even have actual jobs.
Pony wouldn't want to do it though. I would pay you $300,000 a year to sit on a bar stool for vibes.
Good vibes guy.
All you'd be doing there is to hang out.
Yeah, but he'd also probably need like a new liver in 10 years. Would you pay for that too? You just at a bar. What's your job, Donnie? I sit at a bar and I drink every day.
I don't necessarily. See, there's no rule there that I actually have to drink. I could just be.
He just comes down for like between 4 and 6 hours a day. Could be an hour here, an hour there. 4 hours a day. Same shift length he has.
So basically Cook's life right now.
I think Cook's there for a lot longer than 4 hours.
It's a hell of a life. And Charlie Borges could be Mulsey's lead bartender.
There's a chance Donnie would have to actually pay for a beer at some point, which would make it unlike Cook's life.
All right, Your Honor.
All right, boys, today's case. After signing Connor Griffin, should Paul Skeens accept a 4-year, $140 million deal if offered?
All right, ready, Mulsey? Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
I feel like Bart Simpson. Good old Rock. And then it never works.
Defer.
All right, Paul Skeens here should accept a 4-year, $140 million deal. We're not asking should the Pirates offer. That is crucially not the question. We're asking whether Paul Skeens should accept it. Paul Skeens, coming into the year, had 2 years of service time. He's eligible to be a free agent in 2030. He's eligible for arbitration after this season. 4 years, $140 million. They didn't teach me a ton of math at North Catholic, mainly because I didn't want to know a ton of math. But that comes out to a tidy, $35 million a year? He's not going to set the Skubal record right off the bat in his first year of arbitration. Not how it works. He's not going to get $35 million this offseason. I would say even if he wins another Cy Young or two, he's not going to get $35 million in his second arbitration year. Paul Skeens would be taking that deal, and that would be buying him out until he's a free agent. That would be price fixing him for the Pirates. Buying out 1 year of free agency, doing the math right, counselor here, judge, making sure here.
Your Honor, you don't have to answer that, a math question. That's not part of your job as a
If he's buying out
member
one,
of the
here's the bottom line. He would be
judicial
buying, I had to,
committee.
Again, math not my strong suit. If this were to be buying out 1 year of free agency for Paul Skeens, which it would be, he'd be making $140 million, where I would imagine he's going to make considerably less than that in the next 3 years before he were to hit free agency and presumably cash into the tune of $500 million or more. Paul Skeens, I think, benefits from this deal because Paul Skeens then makes more money than he would otherwise make before hitting free agency. There's not a ton of benefit to the Pirates other than getting 1 extra year of Paul Skeens, which means instead of maybe looking to trade him in 2 more seasons, they'd look to trade him in 3 more seasons because they'd have 2 left on the back end. I think it's a deal that's mostly beneficial to Skeens, less beneficial to the Pirates. It just props their window open a little bit longer. So yeah, Paul Skeens, $140 million. Of course he should take that deal.
Your Honor, Garrett Cole, a former Pirate, still holds the record for the largest contract ever given out to a starting pitcher. That happened from the New York Yankees before the start of the 2020 season. So that is now 6 years ago. And he was given a 9-year, $324 million deal. That averages out to $36 million per season. The sooner Paul Skeens gets to the free agent finish line, the more money he's going to get, and it will be unprecedented wealth by a starting pitcher. Counselor Muller pointed out previously that the difference between someone like Connor Griffin and, say, a Paul Skeens is that even though Paul Skeens is at a relatively good health to this point in his career, he could easily blow his arm out. And if he blows his arm out at the wrong time, he could cost himself the biggest payday in pitcher history. If I were advising him, I would tell him, you cannot risk that. And this is going to sound crazy, for the short-sighted move of an extra $35 million that you're going to get by giving up a year of free agency. You are going to make that back in spades the first day you get there. I have heard, Judge, you yourself and other courtroom settings mention things like you believe that Paul Skeens will be the first $50 million pitcher and the first pitcher in baseball history to get $500 million. You don't risk losing out on that by giving the Pirates a deal that pays you more money today. You're already halfway down your path or your journey as a pitcher on your rookie deal. You don't risk that by signing a deal with the Pirates that delays getting to that finish line. It's $500 million. Don't go back on that.
Your Honor, Counselor Filippone's argument is predicated really on the idea that Paul Skeens would be getting hurt on that last year where he would otherwise be in free agency and he would be making $35 million from the Pirates. Let me offer you a different scenario. Paul Skeens maybe gets hurt next year, having not signed a contract, having not cashed in big in arbitration. He made $740,000 last season. He'll make more this year, but these are still pittances compared to $140 million guaranteed. Let's just say, for argument's sake, Paul Skeens does sign 4 years, $140 million, sacrificing 1 year of free agency. If he gets hurt next season, 2027, he's still got $140 million in the bank. He also has time to recover. He still would then get the $140 million, and if he proved that he was healthy coming off of injury, cash into a huge degree. Counselor Filippone's argument, while it might seem persuasive on its face, is actually based on a very narrow set of outcomes in 1 year. That's why Paul Skeens absolutely should take the money.
Your Honor, there's a reason why the greatest agent, although he is a jerk and someone that I don't care for personally, advises all his clients not to sign second contracts. The way you maximize your money in Major League Baseball is by getting to free agency as quickly as possible. Counselor Mueller says my scenario only involved Paul Skeens getting hurt in his final year. That's actually not true. If he were to get hurt next year, that would be a year of rehab in a year where he wasn't at full strength as he tried to build his arm back up. That would, although not completely, that would affect his earnings potential because now there would be more risk for the next team that signed him. So he would still get hundreds of millions of dollars, but he would not get $500 million necessarily. I'm telling you, Judge, the way to go here is to wait until free agency if you're Paul Skeens and not take the Pirates offer.
I really thought about it today, boys. I really did. I thought about going with that mistrial. One of these days, it's going to happen.
On what ground?
Yeah,
today?
who screwed up today?
Yeah, you just wanted to have a mistrial for the hell of it.
One of these days, I'm just going to do it. I'm going to pull the trigger on it.
So we're going to spend a combined 6 minutes making very compelling, well thought out arguments, and you're just going to say mistrial, boys.
Go ahead, Your Honor. Sorry.
I do think that Paul Skeens should accept.
Malsey was due.
A 4 for 140.
Malsey was due. Malsey had lost a few in a row. He made good arguments.
I mean, that was kind of a backhanded compliment there. Oh, Malsey was
No, but I mean,
I thought the argument that it was more towards like a 1 year situation where if he gets hurt, it's really not good for him. That's the real bad part of it.
Your Honor, I think the next time you meet Connor Griffin, you should do the Judge Donnie Southern drawl. And just see, I know we made a good impression on him, but just see if maybe even more so. If he feels like there's another fellow
We should have
Southerner.
him guest star.
Can you imagine if vibes were
He's
so
like
good?
me sounding like I'm from Pittsburgh. He doesn't even have to try.
And it was Judge Connie, Konny, Judge Connie, and he just announced it and did the whole script. Can you imagine the pop that would get?
Oh, that would be tremendous. It really
Boys, I'm recusing myself from this case. I have brought in a new judge, a new jurist on the bed, or a jurist on the bed chair.
Yeah, that would be something, man. All right.
Oh, no.
What?
Oh, no. I made a joke about Callis and Mason Miller, and then I got a DM that somebody did hear me make that joke, and now I don't know if I should feel bad or not.
On the air or off air?
I'll tell you off the air.
We got a hodgepodge next. Then Donnie is going to come your way from 6 to 10:35 tonight. He'll have all kinds of thoughts on the Pirates game today and the Connor Griffin 9-year deal. Produced by Charlie Borges, who thinks I'm a dishonest man, even though I didn't suffer a defeat at all when we played the PM Team name game yesterday that was devised by him. Listen to Pomp and Joe on Wednesdays. That's today to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contest runs every Wednesday through Friday at noon. 937thefan.com contesting page. Did you guys happen to see what today's Card of the Week was? Anybody?
Once again, I just failed to check. And
I'm going to guess he threw a Connor Griffin in there of some sort.
Another
He did.
Griffin, yeah.
2025 Bowman Connor Griffin card and a 2019 autographed Braxton Ashcraft rookie card. Like that.
Ashcraft has some pretty filthy stuff, I would say.
Quick timeout, long commercial-free segment. It's the PM Team.
Need water heater experts? Call Mr. Water Heater.
Call Mr. Water Heater.
LGKG, your home team. Western PA injury attorneys, born and raised in business over 90 years. Hi, I'm Dan Zangrilli with Larry Kelly and Joe George. So what exactly is the home team advantage, Larry?
You got to know Western Pennsylvania people. You have to know what makes them tick. I like to believe we have credibility with the judges. I've been doing this 40 years. Joe's been doing this 25, 30 years. And you got to earn your bones. It doesn't happen overnight. We have the benefit of our past reputation, our past credibility with the court staff, and the people of Western Pennsylvania.
Let's be honest. There's a lot of other firms. This is not where they lay their head at night. So how could they be as effective in a place that they otherwise don't know?
When you have that reputation, as we do, in this area, in Western Pennsylvania, that's a competitive advantage. To have that advantage on your side, it's huge. And being from Western PA, knowing the players in Western PA, believe me, it is an advantage to having folks that are right here in Western PA.
Accidents MedMal Workers Comp is at lgkg.com today.
Malsey here, and I keep coming back to a conversation I had with Paige over at Awaken 180. And I had asked her if the new weight loss meds were affecting business, and I figured she'd say it slowed down. Nope. She tells me they've got people coming in while they're on the meds, and I'm like, wait, what? She goes, yeah, either they don't feel good, they want to speed their weight loss up, or their results stalled. And honestly, that tracks. I've got a buddy who was on one, and it took 6 months to lose 25 pounds, which is okay. But when you're doing everything right, weight loss is slow, and you don't feel healthy, it gets frustrating. Here's the point. Even if appetite goes down, you still need a plan. You need the right foods for you, and you need someone who knows what to do when the scale hits pause. That's what Awaken 180 brings, whether you're on meds or not. I lost my 35 pounds in just 6 weeks with Awaken 180, but more importantly, I felt great in the process. I still feel great today, thanks to free support for life. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Old Stonewall Golf Club's award-winning course is now open. Take advantage of off-season rates through the end of April and see why the region's best course is just minutes away. Visit oldstonewall.com to book your tee times now.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. Spring is a great time to open your windows. And wait, your windows won't open? They leak? Are cracked? They need repainting again? Getting top quality custom fit windows from Window Nation is easy and affordable. During the More You Buy, the More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off. Plus, you could get them with 0 interest for 5 years. During uncertain times, one of the best investments you can make is in your home. So visit windownation.com now to book your consultation today.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Imagine fulfilling all your office furniture needs under one roof. At Tri-State, we make it simple. From liquidations and office moves to design services, architectural walls, installation, and everything in between. No project is too big and no project is too small. And with our family of companies, Tri-State Office Furniture, Tri-State Office Interiors, and Tri-State Office Express, you get every solution in one place. Why go anywhere else? Call 412-771-0760. Experience the Tri-State difference.
The Dollar Bank loan sale is extended through April 11th. When you're dreaming big, talking with a loan expert is a smart way to start. Whether your project is a bathroom renovation, a simplified budget, or a dream wedding, the Dollar Bank loan sale is the perfect time to turn your big dream into a real plan with our affordable and customized borrowing solutions. All loans, all terms, all on sale. Get started at dollar.bank/loan sale. Dollar Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Ready to upgrade the windows and doors in your home? Now is your chance to win $5,000 towards your purchase at 84 Lumber's brand new Anderson Windows and Doors showroom in Mount Lebanon. Mark your calendar. Visit the showroom at 1675 Washington Road on April 9th from 10 a.m. until 2 p.m. to view Anderson's full product line and enter for your chance to win $5,000 towards your windows and doors. For more information, visit 84lumber.com and follow along on Facebook.
This winter might not have been the worst one on record, but it's up there. Aside from being hard on people, it's even tougher on our homes. Hey, it's Chris Muller for my friends here at MHI Roofing. If the freeze-thaw cycles this winter created even the slightest crack in the shingles or sealant on your roof, you're going to have water in your home this spring when the rains hit. That's why you need to call MHI today and schedule a free 21-point roof inspection before the rainy season. They'll go over every inch of your roof and review their findings with you, and if they do find a problem, it can usually be fixed with an inexpensive repair. But if it is time for a new roof, you couldn't hire a better company than MHI. Over-the-top customer service, highly skilled crews that install a perfect roof every time, and best of all, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. So give them a call for your free roof inspection today, 412-998-8864, or online at mhiroof.com.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
I was just saying on my show last night, it felt like we needed a really good old-fashioned brawl in baseball. I thought it might be coming with Wilson Contreras in the Sox-Brewers series. Instead, it was Jorge Soler charging the mound and Reynaldo Lopez and Halos Braves. And how about Lopez using the baseball in his hand as a stone to punch Soler with? My goodness, talk about a new weapon unlock. Fireworks popping off in the second week of the season. I'm here for it. I'm Pat Boyle.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Hodgepodge time.
This is a hodgepodge of nothingness.
Brought to you by Two Men in a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomeninajunktruck.com.
This is a hodgepodge of nothingness.
Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track today.
This is a hodgepodge of nothingness.
Let's look at the weather for Augusta, Georgia tomorrow.
It's going to be great all weekend. Warm, dry. No rain in the forecast, Chaluch.
71 is the high tomorrow. Mostly cloudy. 75 Friday, 82 Saturday, 82 Sunday.
I think literally no rain. It's going to be firm and fast. A real test at the Masters.
All right. I had a weird thing enter my head here that I'm going to bring up in the hodgepodge.
This is a hodgepodge of nothingness.
So old baseball fans know this name. Davey Lopes passed away. He played for the Dodgers in the 70s, early 80s. Coached there. Managed the Brewers briefly, too. And we've got MLB Network on. They're showing the Braves-Angels game right now. And they have the ticker at the bottom of the screen with all the scores in baseball. And then they have some space carved out that says Davey Lopes, 1945 to 2026. And the thing I thought about was this. Somebody has a job over at MLB Network where they have to decide, was this player good enough or important enough when he passes away to put them up on the ticker like this? Because I don't think, in all the years I've spent watching MLB Network, I don't think every time a Major League Baseball player passes away, they necessarily put their name and face down there. You know, so like what? Davey Lopes isn't a Hall of Famer, but he's a
good
recognizable player.
Objectively good career. That's a good question.
You know?
Here's another one for you. Now, he's a World Series champ in 81 with the Dodgers. Majority of his career, a little more than half of it. Half of his career basically spent with the Dodgers, and then about 8 years spent elsewhere. If he doesn't play for the Dodgers, a famous team at all times, does he get this same treatment? For example, instead of playing 10 years for the Dodgers before going to Oakland, the Cubs, and Houston, if he plays for
I don't know.
If he plays, give me a nondescript team of the 70s that didn't do a lot. So
the Twins.
Okay, like not the Orioles, not the Pirates, not the Big Red Machine. He plays for the Twins, and he has the exact same career. How do people feel about him?
Yeah, he's in Minnesota. He gets remembered, but he doesn't resonate.
I don't think he's on MLB Network. Is my point.
But that's somebody's job to decide when this player dies, were they a big enough deal to make sure that all day we have a graphic up that remembers their life?
This is morbid, and this guy's probably going to live 30 more years or 25 more years or whatever it is. I don't even want to think about it because it kind of makes me think about
But you're
going to
say it anyways.
Well, no, I don't want to think about how short or long of a time left this guy has. What's going to happen when Barry Bonds eventually passes away if something resembling MLB Network still exists?
Oh, my God. They're going to go crazy and remember his life. I feel like the steroid stuff are in the rearview mirror for everybody except the Baseball Hall of Fame.
All right. I'm curious. I was legitimately curious.
I mean, he was on Netflix's coverage
of nothingness
of opening night. Like, Alex Rodriguez is on every broadcast. David Ortiz is front and center. A lot of these steroid or suspected steroid users.
What did they do for Willie Mays when he passed 2 years ago?
Oh, my God. They probably dedicated whole shows to him, I would think.
And they should have, by the way.
This is a hodgepodge of nothingness.
Melzi, are you going to eat a pimento cheese sandwich tomorrow to get yourself excited for the Masters?
I won't, but I'm pumped for it. I mean, I've come to appreciate.
Well, yes, you're pumped. It's the biggest golf tournament of the year, and you love golf.
You're pumped. It's number 3 on my personal list, as you know. I'm a big fan of Open championships of any kind.
I love British Open.
No. Even the U.S. Open, too. Anything where anybody theoretically, if you're good enough as a handicap player to qualify, then you could theoretically go on a miracle run. This is an invitational tournament, the Masters. You get an invite from them. I'm sure that's an awesome feeling. I'm not going to eat that. Lennox didn't eat a Pop-Tart this morning, which I thought was bizarre. He's never had one. He refused to try one. I said, buddy, it's good. It's like sugar. Didn't want to eat one.
What kind?
Strawberry frosted. The best kind.
I still think the cinnamon one is...
It's another good one. I mean...
Tremendous.
Neither is that a bad answer, but Donnie, he acted like I was asking him to eat like broccoli. It was real weird. And he rejected it. Anyway, I wanted a quick Masters pick from each of you.
Cameron Young.
This is a hodgepodge of nothingness.
I think that he won the Players' Championship, and Rory won the Players and then won the Masters last year. So,
and Cam Young apparently has turned. His caddy is a very good college player, so like not just some bum.
Why does that? Really?
Well, I'll tell you why in a second. He was always a weak-ish putter. His putting has gotten way better. His apparent solution. My caddy reads every putt. I don't read the putts. He tells me where to aim and where to hit it. Like, if I had a really good player on my bag, Donnie, who's better than me, he's just taking what his caddy reads and essentially saying, I'm putting it in your hands.
He used to be sponsored by Major League Baseball, where he would have the Major League Baseball logo and other team logos.
Dude, he was also the subject
on his stuff.
He was the subject of... So was Ben Curtis, who won the Open Championship.
By football, by the NFL.
He wore like a Cleveland Browns polo in tournaments. I'm not kidding. It was awesome.
And there's also a certain analyst who's not allowed to be at the grounds anymore, correct?
Gary McCord.
Yeah. Because he said the greens were so fast, they were bikini waxed. I think Cam Young can win it. Pony, who do you got?
Vijay Singh.
No,
I know who he's going with, I think.
I'm going to go with Xander Schauffele. I'm going to go with the X-Man.
I thought you were Rombo.
And I'm not talking about Carl Krauser or Xander Bogaerts. I'm going with Xander Schauffele.
I'm actually going with the single most boring answer you could go with.
Scheffler.
Which is Scheffler, because I think he's 3 straight non-top 3 straight non-top 10s. He hasn't had one of those streaks with 3 straight non-top 10 finishes in 4 years. Here's one name to watch. You like villains in sports, Pony? You like it when a villain is around and is good?
Not really.
Donnie, you think villains make sports better?
Yes.
Patrick Reed can absolutely win the Masters. And by the way, I'm going to release my exclusive list later tonight on the Going Low Instagram channel, Donnie, of my 10 players who can win the Masters. The winner, I will be stunned if it doesn't come from the 10 names that I list. How's that for a social media tease?
Now, this is a hodgepodge of nothingness.
What makes Pat Reed such a villain?
He draws. Well, he cheats. He's had multiple, is he cheating on the golf course scandals?
Nobody likes him. His family doesn't like him.
Family's weird. His wife is really weird. He's kind of estranged from his family.
Is weird.
Well, no, his family doesn't like him, I think, because of his wife.
Rough spot for her, huh?
He went to LIV, which I think most people who went to LIV sort of became villains, but he's coming back. He just pieced out of there.
Yeah, a few guys have.
And he's going to be back on the tour full-time later this year. The rest of the guys on tour don't particularly care for him, but he always plays well at Augusta.
You know what annoys me? When people pronounce tour. You know people that do that?
Tour? The PGA Tour?
Tour.
That just seems like a lot of effort.
Tour. Oh, yeah, you're saying it right. People say tour.
Pony, Seth Calloway on the YouTube comments, which were briefly down the YouTube feed today, but it's back up. Great point on why Cam Young is probably sponsored by MLB, or was. He's a member at Sleepy Hollow. Rob Manfred is, too.
This is a hodgepodge of nothing.
How do golf people know that stuff?
They also, by the way, they had a Cam Young story, Donnie. Sorry, I'm taking your time here for a second.
Donnie is 4.5 hours.
I know. Where they tried to act like he was growing up like in the Bronx, basically learning golf. Like, look at this guy in the concrete jungle, and
like he's Levance Fields.
He had to very sheepishly be like, "Yeah, my dad was the head professional at Sleepy Hollow, which is like a club that probably costs, just guessing here, $150,000 up front just to even be in there."
Oh yeah, Donnie and I will be joining that course someday together.
But it was just funny. Like the player himself was like, "Yeah, you guys keep trying to act like I grew up like some like tough guy in a tough neighborhood. I grew up basically near one of the nicest golf courses on the East Coast."
This is a hodgepodge.
We're not going to be allowed to play the Masters music anymore.
Oh, that's probably a big no.
Oh, with how vigilant they are about things?
Well, everyone
They're
uses...
going to kick Gary McCord off the grounds. Imagine what they're going to do to us.
Yeah.
And find out we're playing
He's doing
that
it
music.
from home this year, not because of the COVID restrictions. He's no longer allowed at the grounds here.
More on this later.
I actually did have one.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Because I was going to use it for the debrief if we ever did do it, but obviously afternoon Pirates game pushed that out. Dane Brugler, he published the Beast today. That is a 600-plus page document on every prospect into the NFL draft. Just an absurd amount of work, and he releases it around 2 weeks
He's got to have help.
to the draft every year. I mean, you would think.
So here's my question about that, and here's why I think it's so impressive. There's obviously parts of it that are just a template, like fill in the numbers, you know what I mean? Like every guy has a hand measurement, a broad jump. He does all that, right? He legitimately does write, though, like significant, unique blurbs about each player.
Yes.
Yep.
It is got to be 50 to 60,000 words of just unique player blurbs.
So
that hurts my head to even think about.
And that being said, I took a look at the individual quarterback rankings, and I thought, it would be interesting to bring up what he said about Ty Simpson, who he does have listed as the second quarterback, but there is a large, large gulf between Fernando Mendoza and everybody else. It almost felt like from the write-up that there was a larger gap between Mendoza and Simpson than there was between Simpson and the number 3 QB, which was actually Garrett Nussmeier. His bullet points on Ty Simpson: Daniel Jones with fewer physical traits. Here's the one that I would really like to highlight. Mid-level starter at best. Backup at worst.
Yeah, I'm passing.
How in the world? I mean, I know it's just one guy's opinion there.
Now, does Orlovsky have to fight him
But
to
it's
the
a pretty
death?
scary one.
I'm trying to find, the whole time you've been mentioning, I've been listening, but I always have a hard time getting into my athletic account for some reason. I'm trying to figure out where he had Pickett ranked in 2022.
Oh, man.
Because I think he did have him as a top 30 prospect. I do think he looked at him as a legitimate first-round pick.
Does he keep all the copies of the Beast available to find? Where are they? Where does he?
I don't know how to get it though, because right now my computer's not or the Athletics website's not cooperating with me.
But is it supposed to be like something that you can go and find easily every year?
You got to put like the code in, but yeah. The 2022 draft, Daniel Jeremiah. Where do you think he had Kenny?
Top 25.
Yeah, I thought he had him somewhat high.
24. He called him a more athletic Matt Hasselbeck. It's a guy that took a team to the Super Bowl. All right. Donnie's next. Chaz is next. We're back tomorrow at 2. Penguins, Devils. Pirates off day. Steelers 2 weeks out from the draft being here in Pittsburgh.
Hello, friends. And the Masters.
PM team signing off.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Pony. Imagine a world where you can leave the house and take your home Wi-Fi speeds with you. Thanks to Xfinity Mobile, it's not just a fantasy. Just picture it. You're at your kid's soccer practice, streaming the other game in 4K, just like that. In the airport, download a cozy family comedy in a snap with Wi-Fi Power Boost. What if the places you had to be felt more like everywhere you wanted to be? That's the magic of Xfinity Mobile. Reliable Wi-Fi and 5G when you need it. Xfinity, imagine that. To get started, call or visit Xfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today. Cut your mobile bill in half with 2 lines of unlimited. Visit XfinityMobile.com to learn more. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings based on promotional rate for 2 lines of Xfinity Mobile Unlimited versus regular rates for 2 lines of T-Mobile Experience. More, Verizon Unlimited Plus and AT&T Starter. As of 2/10/26. Taxes, fees extra. After promotion, regular rates apply.
Running a small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Christine, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, was a healthy 34-year-old, and 3 months later, he was gone. Thankfully, he had life insurance. Ethos made it so easy. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. 100% online, no medical exam. Life insurance didn't take away the loss, but it did give us the space to just grieve.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. Ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite awards show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
There's a new kind of energy at Starbucks. When your day needs a reset, try the all-new energy refreshers. Strawberry acai, mango dragon fruit, or the all-new mango strawberry. The refreshers you love, now with extra caffeine. New energy refreshers only at Starbucks.
Wish your life came with a warning app?
That dog does not want to be petted.
Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle. Based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. A robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at Amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case? Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease. Control is everything to me. Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZY.
Springfest is happening now at Lowe's. Keep the spotlight on your yard with Stay Green Premium 2 cubic foot mulch, 5 bags for $10. Plus, when you want more help indoors, get up to 40% off select major appliances that help you supercharge your chores. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid to 4/22 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details. Mulch offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I opened a restaurant and needed everything. Menus, signage, catering brochures.
Everything and then some.
I went to Staples. They printed it all and even suggested takeout menus.
One money pit with a side of fries.
But now at Staples, you get up to $125 off custom print orders.
$125 off. Now you're cooking. Brand your business in a big way at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app by 4/18 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Having insurance isn't the same as having State Farm. It's like needing a lawyer, but getting some guy who just watches courtroom dramas.
How does the defendant plead?
Guilty. Wait, what? Also, objection.
You object to what?
Erroneous.
Counsel, approach the bench.
Hey, can I get a whack at the gavel?
You wouldn't settle for just any lawyer, so don't settle for just any insurance. Get the real deal with State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
I'm Mark Solinger, producer and one of the hosts of the Moth podcast. For nearly 2 decades, The Moth has brought live storytelling to stages around the world and to millions of listeners. These are real people telling true stories from their lives. Stories about a lost family recipe, about working to free a wrongfully convicted man, about realizing you need to leave your May-December romance. Stories that will move you, surprise you, make you laugh. Stories you can't forget. Join us. Follow and listen to The Moth wherever you get your podcasts.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
It's looking very congested on those major roadways, especially on the Parkway West inbound, starting from Carnegie as you make your way towards the city. On the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Renzel. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com.
Mulsey here. Eating less is one thing. Knowing what to eat when the scale hits pause, that's different. If you're on the weight loss meds, but feel like you're missing something, add Awaken 180. Free support for life. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Losing 2 out of 3 games in that series. It would have helped if I pushed the right button back here. My first time back here, Donnie, if you even never knew that. The Pirates are off tomorrow. They are back at it on Friday when they play the Chicago Cubs. First pitch scheduled for 2:20. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
What's going on in here?
More of the Fan Evening Show. Yeah! On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
There's a line drive toward right center field. Hit well toward the wall and gone. Jake Cronenworth on a 2-2 pitch from Justin Lawrence gives the Padres a 4-0 lead in the 7th, trailing by 5. The pitch runner goes from first. Bart's swing throw to second is late, and Tatis will scamper home with the 8th run of the game on the double steal. You don't see that very often these days.
No.
Pittsburgh's Mason Miller delivers. And a little half-swing bouncer to the third baseman, on to first. That play goes 5-3 on Duhar. Throws out Mangum, and that does it for the Pirates. The Padres come to town and take 2 of 3 in this series. The final score, Padres 8, Pirates 2 on the Pirates Radio Network.
You heard it right there from Greg Brown, an 8-2 final score this afternoon at PNC Park. The San Diego Padres take 2 out of 3 against your Pittsburgh Pirates. It was still a 6-game homestand and the first homestand of 2026 for the Buccos. That will be remembered quite fondly. Not only were they 4-2 in the 6 games, but they promoted and extended, hopefully, their next great player, Connor Griffin. We will get into a ton of that tonight. We will continue to react to the game itself. What was a 6-run loss at PNC Park this afternoon. A Pittsburgh native, as you heard there on the Pirates Radio Network, Mason Miller getting the final out. Mitch Keller started the game for Pittsburgh, and he had another good outing, another quality start, back-to-back-to-back to open up his 2026. But it was the Friars who got the best of the Buccos this afternoon before Pittsburgh heads to Chicago. Pirates and Cubs Friday afternoon, a 2:20 first pitch at Wrigley Field. It's Donnie Football with you tonight on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, taking you up to 10:35 when we give way to the nightly sports call. Gorgeous Charlie Borges is behind the glass. Our guy Ryan is shadowing him like he was last Wednesday. And Charlie, you had me a little bit worried. I switched seats, and I will explain why in a moment. You had me a little bit worried when you started that headline as if my headphones didn't work. But since you're very early on the job, you didn't have your microphone turned on.
My idiot self pushed the wrong button.
That's all right, Charlie.
It
happens. It happens. It happens back there. All of our video streams are back up. We have been working on those tirelessly, not me, but our engineers here over the last week or so. You may notice it looks a little bit different. The angles on the cameras are a little bit different. The lighting in the studio is more powerful, and one of the reasons why I moved over here to the host chair. I normally like sitting in the co-host one, and I've sat there for a while. The angle of that camera, something needs to be fixed up with that, because whoever sits there, like in the afternoons when it's Chris, often looks very, very, very short in the chair. Over here, I look like a relatively normal-sized human being. So I want to take your calls on everything that has happened around the Pirates in the last 24 hours, really the last 12 hours. It was this morning when we found out that Connor Griffin had signed his extension, and it in fact was for 9 years, $140 million, which locks him up until 2034, because this season will count on that deal. The incentives built in will allow him to possibly make more money than just the $140 million bucks. And Buster Olney, the veteran reporter, baseball man at ESPN, he can take a little victory lap on this, because about 5 days ago, he put that out there last Thursday after Griffin had got promoted, and nobody else went in on him with that story. Nobody else wanted to corroborate the story, and in fact, there were others that were calling out the inaccuracies to the story. But Buster Olney is able to rear back and find his fastball just one more time, because it was the exact length and dollar amount that Olney had reported 5 days ago. Again, there are some escalators in the deal. There is a signing bonus involved, and Griffin can potentially make more than the $140 million that is going to be posted everywhere. How does that make you feel? How did that make you feel at 412-928-9370 that the Pirates actually did the thing? They actually signed their top prospect after watching him play very little baseball. They didn't let this guy play for a couple of seasons before they inked a deal. We have seen them do that with players like Ke'Bryan Hayes, Brian Reynolds, Mitch Keller, who started today, signed a new deal a couple of years back. So we have seen them pay guys in the textbook definition of the word, but they haven't done something like this. A trend that started a couple of seasons ago in Major League Baseball, where we have seen teams sign their top prospects without seeing them play any Major League Baseball or very little Major League Baseball. They did it with Connor Griffin. They showed this kid that they believe in his abilities, and hopefully he makes that contract look like a very cheap one for the Pirates as his career plays out. It buys him a little bit of security if things don't go his way, if injuries take place. So there was reason on both sides for the deal to take place. That is really the overarching thing of everything that took place today around Pirates baseball. I do want to react to a little bit of what happened in the game, and if you want to do that, 412-928-9370 is the number. But the Connor Griffin signing is the big story, and he spoke to the media earlier today. We will listen to that in a little bit over an hour. Colin Beasley from the Post-Gazette joins us just after 7 o'clock. Nick Farabaugh at 8:05, you know him. He covers the Steelers for PennLive.com. And then Jesse Marshall, who covers the Penguins and the National Hockey League at large for The Athletic. He will join us at 9:05 because the Penguins are just 2 points away from clinching a playoff berth, the first one in a couple of seasons, and they can do so against Charlie's New Jersey Devils. We have a Borges Hockey Roundup later tonight, too. We're only 15 days away from the NFL Draft. That is hard to believe because of everything else going on in Pittsburgh sports. It's the first time in a few seasons that the Penguins are going to make the playoffs, and the Pirates are off to a nice start, even despite a loss today. And again, it all goes back to how they have treated this offseason and how they have handled their top prospect, Connor Griffin, who inked a 9-year, $140 million contract earlier today. It's encouraging. It's hard for it not to be at least encouraging that they handled it this way, because we have seen time and time again the Pirates show examples of why they shouldn't be taken all that seriously in the grand scheme of Major League Baseball. But they do this with Connor Griffin, and they sort of buck their own trend. We saw Bob Nutting signing autographs at PNC Park today. His approval rating might be higher than it has ever been. A guy that has had a couple of playoff teams, 3 in a row, in fact. You go back to 2013, 14, and 15. But even then, there were discussions of, did this guy do enough? Did he put a real effort into making a true winner? Or was it more about the players really going over their individual expectations to make the teams great? This feels different. A year ago, people were flying planes around PNC Park with a message on the back telling the guy to sell the team. And now he is signing autographs for people at PNC Park and taking his time doing so before he had to get off the field for the pregame festivities. That's wild to me. It really is. That's somebody whose approval rating has always been so low, down in the dumps, and now here it is, rising from the ashes like The Undertaker in a big match. Bob Nutting has fans in this town. Has he changed your tune on himself and how he does business? I can't say he's done everything to turn it back, because there has been such a long losing history. I'm not going to just wipe the slate clean because of how he's doing things now, nor will I do it for Ben Cherington in that same vein, who has been here for over a half decade. It's not as if I'm saying, you know what, everything is, it's a new day, it's a new sheet for these guys. We're starting clean, and now these guys are going to be remembered fondly. It would be unfair to do that too. There are still a lot of negatives in their past, but at least right here and right now, it is feeling very positive around Pirates baseball. 412-928-9370. Rob is in West Mifflin. What's going on, Rob?
Donnie, what's up, man? How you doing? Congratulations to you, too. I don't think I told you that yet, man.
Good. Thank you. What's going on?
This is yeah. I mean, the arrow's pointing up, man. But you know, that's good that they signed Conor Griffin, because it seems like that's the trend in Major League Baseball now with these prospects. You know, they're both taking a chance, the franchise and the player. But because we all see what happened to Ronald Acuna, you know, when he tore his knee up, but he had already signed, so the money was guaranteed. But I'm with you, man. Like, some dudes ain't off the hook. This thing got to keep going. I'm not saying that they got to keep signing, you know, $100 million contracts to everybody, but we can't be doing no more Tommy Pham. All these one-year deals got to be out the window now. I mean, every year, like, you know, Ozuna's starting off slow, but give him an example. He's a one-year deal. They got to start finding guys to come in here every year now, 2-3-year deals, and build off of this, because Conor's going to be here. And I'm just like you, hoping that, you know, he does live up to all the hype and we can build around him. But some dudes, they're far off the hook. Like, signing autographs, whoever was trying to get his autograph is crazy.
Yeah, Rob, I mean, I agree with a lot of what you said there, because I do think you are somebody, Pittsburgh through and through. You have lived through a lot of this, even more so than me, a lot more so than me. I'm not putting these guys or taking these guys off the hook. It is fair to say that, hey, it was a lot of losing in the past. I'm happy to see that they look like they're changing their ways. Maybe they feel that sense of urgency of Paul Skeens being here for just a controlled amount of time. Maybe it is a looming lockout that we could have in 2027. They have to try and get something done now. They have to try to catch lightning in a bottle now. And if that means locking up a cornerstone player who's not even 20 years old yet for almost the next decade, then I will applaud them for that. And I do think even before they got all of this done with Conor Griffin, calling him up, signing him, they had their best offseason in years. Now, what does that mean? Well, given what they have done or haven't done in years past, really since that playoff streak came to an end in 2015, they have had such lazy off seasons that the bar wasn't set very high. But they did go out and they traded for a legitimate home run hitter in Brandon Lau, who hit 3 home runs in the very first series of the season. They signed their first multi-year free agent in nearly a decade in Ryan O'Hearn, who has been very good for them early on. Those two guys have been 2 of their best hitters. O'Neal Cruz got a lot of work in with Kevin Kiermaier in the offseason. He is hitting left-handed pitchers better than he's hitting right-handed pitchers right now. Already 3 home runs off lefties in not even a dozen games played, or I think they are at the dozen games mark after today. They went out and got a little bit aggressive. Not to a level that we see the Yankees do or the Dodgers do. You can't compare them to those teams. The Dodgers are purely unfair. A lot of what they're able to accomplish, not really fair in comparison to a team like the Pirates. But I think this is about them trying to catch lightning in a bottle, strike when the iron is hot, that sort of deal. Saying a World Series is in the future, I don't know if I can get on board with that. I just want to start with the playoffs more than anything. And I still think, even after a loss today, that this is a pretty good ball club a dozen games in. A team that should be playing meaningful baseball in the final weeks of September. We should be giving even amount of discussion to the Steelers and the Pirates in the first couple of weeks of the football season. I would love that. 412-928-9370. Bill is in the North Hills. What's going on, Bill?
Hi, Donnie. Thanks for taking my call. First off, my wife and I want to congratulate you on your marriage. And Also let you know that we really enjoy listening to you. You're one of our favorite guys on the Fan.
Thanks, Bill.
You're welcome. But, you know, I'm at the age to let you know I'm getting up there in years. I mean, came home from first grade and seen Maz hit his home run on TV. So that gives you an idea of my age. So my memory's not all that great nowadays, but didn't a few months ago there was a small little blurb in the media that the commissioner of baseball made a statement about, you know, nothing better start respecting the fans in Pittsburgh and maybe put some better players on the team, or am I mistaken?
There were some talks about that, and thanks for the call, Bill, that called out some of the smaller market teams, some of the teams that you see consistently at the end of the payroll scale. So there was belief, okay, maybe there is pressure from Major League Baseball. There could be a little bit of that. I'm not going to rule that out. I know that the theories that have been thrown out there, it is kind of what I got into about they have Paul Skeens for now. They have now locked up Connor Griffin. They took a more aggressive approach to free agency than they have in 10 years because a lockout is looming in 2027. There is the theory that Bill just brought up about Rob Manfred, the MLB offices kind of pushing those teams that don't spend money to spend a little bit, especially if they have a star like Griffin. And then another one we got into on Friday before the first pitch this season at PNC Park was about the fans. Did the fans have any impact? 1%, 5%? Did they have any impact in how the Pirates treated this past offseason? Maybe 1%. I don't think it's a ton. That might surprise you. But maybe, just maybe, there was something there. 412-928-9370. I want to keep taking your calls in reaction to Connor Griffin signing his 9-year, $140 million extension with the Pittsburgh Pirates. The Buccos also losing today 8-2 at PNC Park before they moved to Chicago for a 3-game series against the Cubs Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, all day games at Wrigley Field. We will also hear what was said from Don Kelly and Mitch Keller coming up before we get to Colin Beasley at the top of the hour. But I want your input. I want your calls at 412-928-9370. You can also hit us up on the Fan text line at that same number. That's brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. With you until 10:35. Donnie Football with you on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Donnie, what I believe that last caller was referring to was Rob Manfred's comments when he was on the Pat McAfee show during All-Star Weekend last year. We can get more into it later. Well, the Penguins are in action on Thursday after a couple days off against the dead-in-the-water and very terrible New Jersey Devils. Puck drop is scheduled for 7 o'clock in Newark, New Jersey. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Now, for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
The Parkway West inbound continues to be a problem area with bumper-to-bumper traffic backing you up there. And same story with the Parkway West on the outbound side. That backs you up all the way from the county jail. On the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Renzel.
This report brought to you by Window Nation. Right now, get 50% off windows. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now.
During Window Nation's The More You Buy, The More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off on new windows for your home. Plus, you could get them with 0% interest financing for 5 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Refresh your ride this spring at Joe Ball GMC. Get a new GMC Sierra 1500 or Sierra 2500 for just $99 over invoice on all in-stock models. Don't wait. Your new truck is ready today. Joe Ball GMC, Route 8 Glenshaw, JoeBallGM.com.
I suffered with plantar fasciitis for almost 20 years. I would try drugstore insoles and supports.
If you suffer with plantar fasciitis, we know the search for pain relief can feel like a hopeless ordeal.
I thought foot pain was going to be with me for the rest of my life. I've been through surgeries, foot injections.
At the Good Feet store, we hear stories every day of all kinds of cheap inserts, expensive shoes, and other failed remedies people have tried that just didn't work.
I was trying all different things. Not a single one worked. And then I was driving past the Good Feet store, and I thought, why not? Give it a try. They wanted to make sure that they gave me the right arch support for my feet. Then it was like, okay, this is different. These make a difference.
Don't lose hope. Give the Good Feet store a try.
I'm so glad I met Good Feet. It changed my life.
Now open in the waterfront across from Yankee Candle next to Panera, or visit us in Robinson Town Center in Cranberry Township or in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Your reputation matters. That's why so many landscape professionals choose Gravely. You can save up to 20% on Gravely commercial mowers during the Gravely Mow the Distance sales event starting April 9th. Visit your local Gravely dealer today.
Pittsburgh is Edgar Snyder and Associates' home. Their offices have been right here in our region for more than 40 years. They know the streets, the people, the stories. Now random law firms are showing up, billboards up and down our streets, names you've never heard of, but they can't compete, not with Edgar Snyder and Associates, their roots, their people, or their legacy. If you need help after you've been injured in an accident, call the law firm that calls Pittsburgh home, 1-800-94-EDGAR, or visit edgarsnyder.com. Remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you.
Hey guys, it's Amanda from the Wide Awake Morning Show, and when plumbing problems strike, I know exactly who to call. Mr. Rooter Plumbing. They're a family-owned business that truly cares about the community, and it shows in everything they do. They aim to be the American standard of plumbing, delivering reliable service, honest work, and solutions you can count on. Whether it's leaky pipes, clogged drains, sewer repairs, or more, their experienced team is always ready to get things back to normal quickly and professionally. What really stands out to me is their white glove service. You get 100% of their attention every time. Call Mr. Rooter Plumbing at 877-ROOTER-2.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Some days, self-care starts with Nature Made gummy vitamins, a deep breath, and a little encouragement.
Mom, I'm really nervous.
Me too, honey, but we've got this. Repeat after me. I'm gonna have a good day.
I'm going to have a good day.
I choose joy no matter what comes my way.
I bring joy wherever I go.
Quality gummy vitamins from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich and Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
I was just saying on my show last night, I felt like we needed a really good old-fashioned brawl in baseball. I thought it might be coming with Wilson Contreras in the Sox-Brewers series. Instead, it was Jorge Soler charging the mound and Reynaldo Lopez and Halos Braves. And how about Lopez using the baseball in his hand as a stone to punch Soler with? My goodness, talk about a new weapon unlocked. Fireworks popping off in the second week of the season. I'm here for it. I'm Pat Boyle.
Furnished by IntelliBrands.
Have you ever felt leg pain, restlessness, cramps, tingling, swelling, numbness, itchiness, or coldness? Then you need the new patented Legsercise Pro, the natural circulation booster that uses continuous automatic leg movement to soothe pain and promote healthy circulation the natural, drug-free way.
Using Legsercise made walking painless again.
Legsercise Pro's patented walking simulator propulsion technology moves your feet back and forth along its concave track, creating constant movement and flex at both the knee and ankle joints. It's like having a physical therapist right in your own home.
I have much less swelling and no more tingling.
Call right now and order your very own Legsercise Pro, the new proven automatic leg mover that soothes pain and naturally promotes healthy circulation. Call 800-555-1212. That's 800-555-1212. 800-555-1212 now.
These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
It's tax time, y'all. If you want to file free, this next one's for you.
Now taxes is so free. Tax, free edition only, roughly 37%
that jam. Up next, commercials.
Intuit TurboTax Free Edition. See if you qualify at TurboTax.com/free. Don't miss the deadline. File by 4/15. No schedules except for earned income tax credit, child tax credit, student loan interest, and Schedule 1A.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Spring is here. How about a fresh start? Baseball is back, the excitement of the draft, and sunlight finally filling your home again. Pella Windows and Doors welcomes the season with energy-efficient windows that brighten your space, elevate curb appeal, and keep your home comfortable all year long. And right now, get 55% off installation or 0% APR for 48 months. Call 855-77-PELLA or visit PellaPittsburgh.com. Pella, Pittsburgh's trusted window company.
Springfest is happening now at Lowe's. Keep the spotlight on your yard with Stay Green Premium 2 cubic foot mulch, 5 bags for $10. Plus, when you want more help indoors, get up to 40% off select major appliances that help you supercharge your chores. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 4/22 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for details. Mulch offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Shop every team in town. College and pro. Come on, it's time to go.
The season starts at Rally House. From jerseys and hats to tumblers for game day, it's where outrageous selection meets every fan's style.
Steelers, Penguins, Pittsburgh Panthers, Pirates, Penn State, Nittany Lions. Rally House. Rally House. It's your city, it's your house. It's a Rally House.
Level up your fandom in-store or online at rallyhouse.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Live from the Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Let's do this. Talking all things Pittsburgh sports all evening long with the Fan Evening Show. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Donnie Football with you tonight until 10:35. Going to jump around like we normally do. A lot going on in Pittsburgh sports. The Penguins are on the precipice of a playoff appearance for the first time in a couple of seasons. The Pirates are off to a winning start, and they just signed their top prospect to a near decade-long deal. And the NFL draft is in Pittsburgh in 15 days. 2 weeks from tomorrow at 8 p.m., the draft will be open. There will be a ridiculous amount of people on the North Shore outside of Acrisure Stadium. We will be set up a little bit away from that. I don't think I'm allowed yet to give our exact location, but we will be down around the stadiums. And I will be one of the leaders in our draft coverage, so I can't wait for that weekend. It will be a long one, no doubt, when the NFL draft comes to Pittsburgh. We will get into all of that tonight, but 412-928-9370 to connect on the Buccos. Your reaction to a Connor Griffin signing? Are you hoping that maybe, just maybe, this means something even in the short term for Paul Skeens? What's your reaction to how this team has played so far this season? Tomorrow is 2 weeks since opening day when they lost to the Mets, a debacle for Paul Skeens in New York. Speaking of the Pirates, they and us at 93.7 The Fan. Want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball and softball showcase? Parents and coaches, send an email to us at youthsports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team, and 93.7 The Fan may make a stop to your field. Brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. More details at 937thefan.com. 412-928-9370. Rob is in North for sales. Now he's on The Fan. What's up, Rob?
Hey, Donnie, great seeing you and meeting the missus on opening day, and a lot has happened in Pirates baseball since. We saw Connor Griffin debut. It's kind of like with some of his skill sets, it's kind of like watching AI play baseball. He's that good that you can't believe it's real. And that's the same kind of thing when I saw Skeens for the first time. Then I got home that night, I'm watching interviews with Nutting, and I'm sitting here getting goosebumps, almost getting emotional, watching that man talk. That has never happened because they're finally doing the right things. They're putting the right pieces together. Today is historical. It's kind of like if they would have signed Bonds to a long-term contract back in like 87. That's what were happening. So I've seen the most significant contract in my lifetime, and that's just the first of many. I think Skeens is next. So they're going to keep raising the bar, and it's beautiful to finally be able to see that in Pittsburgh. Today was a little bit sour on the field, having Mitch shove for 6 innings and then the bullpen blow up, but they've been putting in a lot of work, so hopefully that's just a one-off.
So, Rob, and I appreciate the call there, he feels optimistic that Paul Skeens is next in terms of a contract extension. And I wanted to sound off on the game a little bit because there was on-the-field action that took place earlier this afternoon at PNC Park, and he brought up something that I wanted to get into because it has to do with Mitch Keller, who started the game. Back-to-back-to-back quality starts for this guy. He has been outstanding so far in a Pirates uniform in 2026, and we know that he normally falls to pieces a bit in the second half of seasons. If he can just put one full season together, and if this one can be it, the Pirates really will have one of the best rotations in baseball, because right now their top three looks very, very good. Some work to be done on the back end. Bubba Chandler has had some control issues so far in his 2 starts. But when they go from Skeens to Keller, and then Ashcraft has been a really solid starter for them, it's been hard to complain about what they have gotten from their starting pitching. And then eventually we will see a return of Jared Jones. And I would imagine that it's going to come down to him with 2 guys already in the rotation, Carmen Majinski, who goes on Friday, and as mentioned, Bubba Chandler, who will get to start on Sunday at Wrigley Field, opposing former Pirate Jameson Taillon. I wanted to hear some of the comments made by Don Kelly and Mitch Keller post-game, a little read and react to those that we heard on Sportsnet Pittsburgh following the Pirates' 8-2 loss this afternoon to the San Diego Padres.
And it's sort of how you guys did to them yesterday. What did you see in this one?
Yeah, I thought Mitch threw the ball extremely well, was really efficient early on and kept them off balance with a bunch of pitches, was in the zone with his fastball and mixed in the changeup as well. It was pretty effective.
Was pulling him not wanting to get him 7-ups this early in the season, or what went into the decision?
Yeah, he was nearing his pitch limit, and coming off a first time going on regular rest, and really felt really good about the pocket that Lawrence was going into. Obviously, didn't work out great, but Lawrence has been so good for us. I mean, dominant for us a lot of times out of the back end of that pen that at the end of last year and even this year so far, felt really good about putting him in that spot.
I know that he wants to justify there his reasoning, and listen, hopefully it doesn't become a regular thing, but we did get on Derek Shelton in his time as Pirates manager for sometimes really not being able to read what his pitchers were doing and kind of miscalculating and then misusing the bullpen. I think we got a little bit of that today. I know that you want to have faith in those guys you put into the ball game, and Lawrence is somebody who, in small spurts as a Pirate, has pitched relatively well. But Mitch was on a roll on a roll. You had a great pitcher's duel going. Michael King opposing him from San Diego, and you had Mitch Keller going out there blow for blow. Pitch count was still relatively low. He could have gone one more. It's easy to say in hindsight because things blew up. But even at the time, if you send Keller out there for the 7th and he gives up a couple of runs, I'm not getting on Don Kelly the way that we want to after seeing how the game went, after seeing the bullpen be the reason why things blew up. It was a scoreless game after 6. And then the bullpen with Justin Lawrence and Jose Urquidy allowed 8 runs in the final few frames.
What was his pitch limit for this one after going 88 last start?
He's going to be 85.
That was Lawrence just leaving it up. What did you see? What did you notice from Lawrence?
Yeah, it just seemed like it was over the heart a little bit. I haven't gotten back to look at what it was going to be, as far as the replay of it. I haven't seen every pitch, but like I said, Justin's been so good for us in a lot of those situations that felt really good about him coming in there fresh.
Is this something where a little later in the season maybe you give Keller the next 10 pitches to get to that pitch count? Or?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, with Mitch, as we go through the season, as with all of these guys, it's when you sit there and we say even 85, it's max 85. We're not looking to start anything after, 78. So if we're at 75, because if you get into a foul ball thing there, like we talked about even with Paul early on, and you get into a foul ball war, next thing you know, it's a quick trigger. And I think that with Lawrence being in that spot, we felt really good about it.
Well, stress there goes into also making sure that you guys are playing fundamentally sound on 2 errors to start both of those things.
We didn't play clean baseball again today. It's something that we have to do going forward. I mean, making the outs that we need to make, and honestly, they made some really good plays. Laureano had 3 of them going back on Mangum's ball, making 2 diving plays on Griffin and then on Ryan O'Hearn, and to me, that was a big difference in the game. They made some really good plays, and we didn't make some plays that we will make as we go through the season.
Johnny, you guys didn't get a punch going against King. What was he doing?
Yeah, he kept us off balance. I mean, the change-up slider, it's a unique slot crossfire, and, really pitched well, through strikes, stayed in the zone, and kept us off balance. He's got really good stuff.
Johnny, what's the view of Mason Miller from the other dugout?
Oh, that's tough. I mean, trying to run it up to 103 and then dropping in 2 strikes like that on Joey Bart to start off with off-speed pitches. Really, he's elite, as we all know.
Was Connor pre-scheduled to be off? What was the?
Yeah, pre-scheduled today to be off.
After these 2 sloppy game Monday, sloppy game today, what's needed to make sure that doesn't become a trend?
You know what? We played really good yesterday, and I think it's easy to lose sight of the fact we went 4-2 on the homestand with a really, really good weekend. Got some really good pitching, some timely hitting. We put up a really good inning last night against Morejon. Again, when we have games like this, it's easy to lose sight of the fact of how good we've been playing baseball and how clean we've been playing. And I think that, having the off day tomorrow, we've got a big series coming up against Chicago. And going into that, that's what I want us to remember, the times that we played really good. We need to clean up some things from, those 2 games, but we've been playing really good baseball overall.
I don't like being the old man that yells at cloud too often. I don't think I'm quite old enough for that just yet. I am 30, but I don't think I'm old enough for it yet. I really do not like the planned days off thing in baseball. I don't like the idea of load management. I've never been a fan of it in basketball, and I know they play half the games, roughly, that they play in Major League Baseball. It's baseball, guys. Like, if there is a guy that you truly think needs a day, maybe he is going through a long drought. Maybe he did get dinged up the night before. Pitchers and catchers, this doesn't really apply to, because those are 2 positions for obvious reasons that I think guys need a blow every now and then. But the sport of baseball does not require the same physical nature, let's say, that you get from the other 3 major sports. I really just don't like the planned days off. Connor Griffin coming off probably his best overall game last night. Infield hit. He had another hit later in the game that knocked in 2 big insurance runs. After his first hit, the infield single, he scored from first on a weak double down the left field line that a normal person should not score from first on. And maybe that's a case where if he goes in after that or after that game and, silently, secretly tells Don Kelly he's a little bit dinged up, that would be one thing. I don't think that was the case. This sounds like no matter what, they weren't going to have Connor Griffin play on this getaway day. That kind of stuff has just bugged me for quite some time. I feel like it might be old man of me, but I also just come back to, why can't he be out there? He's 19 years old. I'm over a decade older than this guy. He can't handle playing like 4 baseball games in a row. Come on now. 412-928-9370. Get you involved. You can also hit us up on X at 93.7 The Fan. You can watch the shows there live as well. Also on our YouTube page where the chat is always popping off pretty good. Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Coming up, a little more Bucco breakdown following an 8-2 loss to the San Diego Padres. The big news of the day, however, coming off the field, the Connor Griffin extension signed earlier this morning. He spoke to the media. We will hear that in about 30 minutes. But coming up next, Colin Beasley covers the Buccos from the Post-Gazette. Fan weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. There is no weather written on here, but I know it's going to warm up later in the week.
I'm just having a bad day.
You're all right, Charlie. I know it's going to warm up. No worries. Colin Beasley joins next on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates 8-2 losers today against the San Diego Padres. The Pirates commit 3 errors. Justin Lawrence is tagged with the loss, allowing 3 earned runs and 4 runs total. Jose Urquidy allowed 4 runs. One of them was earned. From Oregon 93.7thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya, guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
It's tax time, y'all. If you want to file free, this next one's for you.
Now taxes is so free.
Love that jam. Up next, commercials.
Intuit TurboTax Free Edition. See if you qualify at TurboTax.com/free. Don't miss the deadline. File by 4/15. No schedules except for earned income tax credit, child tax credit, student loan interest, and Schedule 1A.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Penguins in action on Thursday against the dead-in-the-water, eliminated out of the playoff contention, pathetic New Jersey Devils. I'm a Devils fan, that's why I can say those things. Puck drop is scheduled for 7 o'clock. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Keeping you up to date all evening long. It's the Fan Evening Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Donnie Football with you until 10:35 tonight before we give way to the nightly sports call. Gorgeous Charlie Borges is with me behind the glass. You can get involved at 412-928-9370. 1 hour away from Nick Farabaugh, PennLive.com. You know him. The big guy with the man bun. He covers the Pittsburgh Steelers. Jesse Marshall from The Athletic. The hockey scribe. He joins us just after 9 o'clock. But right now, if you are watching on X or on our YouTube page at 93.7 The Fan, you see another face on the screen. That is Colin Beasley. He covers the Pittsburgh Pirates for the Post-Gazette. And Colin, you are somebody not a native of Pittsburgh. You are a youngster, relatively new on the beat. This is will be your second full season. And you have seen a night and day difference with the vibes around the Pittsburgh Pirates, given how things were in 2025 and now early here in 2026. The Pirates call up and extend Connor Griffin. As somebody coming from the outside, it had to be kind of neat for you to take this in with several people on the beat and several people around you over the last 12 hours that have covered and or watched the Pirates their entire lives.
Yeah, it's almost a little bit whiplashy comparing 2025 and 2026. 2025, by the time that the first Pirates game I covered was the home opener, and there were the sell the team chants and the just a lot of bad vibes, a lot of negativity, a team that wasn't all that promising. And then this year, vibes are good, fans are excited, cones are being hoisted, and it's a completely different team. It's honestly almost hard to believe it's the same franchise with some of the same players, just because the vibes are that much different. It's certainly night and day with 2025 and 2026.
What has your experience been with Connor Griffin, talking to him, getting to know him a little bit?
Yeah, it's the same as what other people say. I can't believe he's 19. I say that I'm 23. And so I'm not that much older than he is, yet it's even yes sir with me and that sort of thing. He's an unbelievable kid. The head on his shoulders is unbelievable. And yeah, I'm sure we'll talk about the extension, but as I went around the clubhouse and asked these different guys how they feel about Connor getting this extension and a teenager signing a $140 million deal, they all just cannot believe that he is 19, but also think that he's the type of person that can handle that sort of expectation, that sort of money, that sort of life-changing deal. They are blown away by his maturity, as I am.
Yeah, I mean, he's somebody that is 19. I mean, I'm more than a decade older than this kid, but he has the maturity level of like a 45-year-old. It's pretty staggering. Like in every single facet of his life. We've had him on the show a couple of times. Myself, Pony, and Chris took a field trip to Indianapolis to see his first game there. And good thing we did it when we did, because he was only there for 5 days. It's wild, the maturity level that this kid carries. But I do want to quickly pivot to the contract itself. 9 years, $140 million. What were some of the holdups? Because Buster Olney did have those figures 5 days ago. Nobody joined him on that story. There was some thought that this won't be the contract, that the numbers were off, some of the things they needed to finalize. So what were some of the finer details that needed to get done before they ultimately got to that length and term?
Yeah, my understanding from everything I've heard like recently and over that time is that a deal wasn't done then. So I don't know whether that means that all the people I'm talking to are wrong, or whether I'm being lied to, or whether that means that Buster only got the right numbers or something like that. I don't really know exactly what the change was, because everything I've heard is that this is something that came together relatively recently, and I've seen that from Ken Rosenthal's reporting. I've seen that from my colleague Alex Stumpf's reporting. That's what Noah Hiles has reported as well. That's something that pretty much everyone is hearing, and that's a reason why no one jumped on and confirmed Buster Olney's report when it originally happened. So I don't know exactly what happened there. That doesn't mean that he was wrong then or he was right then or anything like that. I don't want to say that about someone else's reporting, especially someone as talented and well-connected as Buster is. But yeah, it's certainly interesting what the timeline was with all this, because all I've heard is that a deal hadn't been done when he was saying it on Friday.
And some of the
Thursday, excuse me.
And some of the details with this, and your partner at the PG, Noah Hiles, put this out there right around the time that it did happen. So 9 for 140, $10 million in escalators, $12 million signing bonus. He will get $5 million this year, $3.5 million the next 2 years. So do you have a pretty descriptive breakdown of how this deal could look for Griffin all the way through, past 2030 into 2034 when this deal
I
is
don't have the individual years, no. That's
but it
all
sounds like it'll be pretty backloaded.
I honestly don't know whether it's front loaded, back loaded, or exactly how it adds up. I've heard the same thing with signing bonus, that the 5, 3.5, 3.5, that it's split up that way, but don't know if it's all the money early, all the money late. I'm sure that the Pirates could go a number of different ways with it, but it's not like a football contract. It's all guaranteed. So that $140 million, that's a real number. That's something that very much matters and is is the sum total.
Just making a prediction here on your end between player and team, 9 for 140. Which side gets the better end of this deal?
It's a win-win. Like there's not really any way to say it otherwise. Like I am impressed the Pirates were able to get 9 years out of this, and they were able to get those 3 extra years and keep Connor Griffin until he's 28, 29. That's something that I wasn't necessarily expecting. I'm also impressed that Griffin and Griffin's camp were able to get up to that 140 million, potentially 150 with the escalators, that total sum. I don't think it's possible to say that Griffin loses considering how much money he's getting, considering he has 5, now 6 major league games. And I also don't think the Pirates are losing because they were able to get this done and able to get their face of the franchise. I honestly see this as a great day for Griffin's camp, as a great day for the Pirates, and also a great day for Pirates fans because Pirates fans can go out and buy a Griffin jersey. They don't have to worry about this guy getting traded anytime soon or something negative happening there. They know and we know and everyone knows that Connor Griffin will be the Pirates shortstop into the 2030s.
Like I stated when I introduced you in, you haven't been around forever. You're not a native Pittsburgher. You've covered the Pirates now in 2025 and the early stages here of 2026. I got to say, it feels like Bob Nutting's approval rating is higher than ever. This is a team back when you were, I guess, middle school age, made the playoffs 3 years in a row. His approval rating feels higher right now than it did then.
Yeah, it's unbelievable seeing the tone online and in the ballpark and in conversations I have. It really does feel different. And honestly, I think Bob Nutting enjoys it a little bit. Like he's walking around with a little bit of swagger. He's got another button unbuttoned. Like things are going well. I think he's enjoying this little bit of popularity. Isn't to say that this will change or this will continue or anything like that, but it's certainly been unbelievable to see the difference in conversations about Bob Nutting at this time last year to what it is right now.
It has also been a clear difference how they treated last offseason, their first one with Paul Skeens, and this offseason, knowing how good Paul Skeens really is, unanimous Cy Young winner, knowing that they had the top prospect in baseball. They were more aggressive. They traded for Brandon Lau. They signed Ryan O'Hearn. They signed Marcell Ozuna, even though he has been their worst player so far. But that being said, there have been multiple theories going around as to why now? Why is Bob Nutting? Why is Ben Cherington all of a sudden taking this aggressive approach? What's your best guess on how that has all transpired?
I mean, it's hard not to have the theories about 2027 and the CBA playing into this and whether that has a factor. But honestly, I think they just realized that they have an opportunity here with a couple of generational players in Skeens and Griffin. They have a real opportunity for winning baseball. But I also think that they realized they messed up last offseason. They've messed up over these last couple of years. Last year was a disaster for them on the field, off the field, from the Bucco bricks to the Surfside ads to all the other unforced errors they made. And the baseball wasn't particularly good either. I think they realized that something absolutely had to change, that they had to not only play better baseball, but get some of the little things right. And to their credit, they've done all the little things right over the offseason. Signing Griffin to this extension is a move that gets them some goodwill. I'm not saying that this means that everything is right in Bucco land and that this absolves them of the sins of the last 30 years, but they've been making the right decision lately. And I think that comes from realizing that they'd made a lot of mistakes over recent years.
Talking to Colin Beasley, covers the Pirates for the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. Mitch Keller again today with a quality start, back-to-back-to-back quality starts to begin his 2026. His ERA sitting at an even 1 on the season. He went 6, 3 hits, no runs, 1 walk, and 4 strikeouts. Not overpowering strikeout numbers for Mitch, I think he has 11 Ks so far in the 18 innings he's pitched, but he's only allowed 2 runs. He has been outstanding. Did he change something coming into the season, or do we think this is just another hot start and hopefully not a bad fade for Mitch Keller in 2026?
I mean, the biggest difference that we've reported at various times, this was a story by Jason Mackey when he was still working for us, is he reported that Mitch Keller was doing Pilates. I'm not necessarily saying that Pilates are the reason why Mitch Keller's gotten off to a strong start, but he does think it's helped him there. Honestly, I think that this just kind of is continued evolution in the progression of Mitch Keller. He's a veteran at this point. He knows what it takes to get major league hitters out. He knows what his role is and what he does well and what he doesn't do as well. And he's really pitched to his strengths over the last few games. I think that this is something that, yes, he's started seasons well before, and there's definitely some skepticism that will continue just because he's had those late season fades in previous years. But I also do think it has been impressive what he's been able to do. I'm certainly interested to see whether this is able to continue and, of course, how Mitch Keller is throwing later in the year.
The guy right after him has been very solid as well. Braxton Ashcraft, who will open the series for Pittsburgh on Friday afternoon at Wrigley Field. He was a question mark for me coming into the season in terms of, could he turn a corner? Could he be as good as what he showed in a hybrid role last season? Really good stuff from Ashcraft. He's turned into a really solid number 3 in pretty quick order.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Carmen Friday and then Braxton on Saturday. But yes.
Oh, sorry,
Braxton
you are right. Yeah.
Ashcraft has been really, really good. He's someone that I think because he started as a reliever last year and then was a starter when people weren't watching the Pirates, I think he's really flown under the radar. But this is a guy who is a really, really talented pitcher. He's someone who has been extremely good over his brief major league career so far. And I think I was seeing somewhere that he's made, I remember from the stat I saw after his last start that Ashcraft has the 4th lowest career ERA by a Pirate pitcher throughout 10 starts. Throughout 10 starts, he has a 2.18 ERA. On the guys right above him, Paul Skeens, 2.12. I'm not saying Ashcraft is Paul Skeens and that the two are necessarily comparable, but that shows that Ashcraft is in some really good company and is certainly a guy that doesn't necessarily get the respect he deserves, but if he continues pitching like this, he won't be under the radar much longer.
Yeah, it will be Majinski on Friday, so thank you for the correction there, Colin. Ashcraft on Saturday, and then Bubba Chandler on Sunday. All 3 games at Wrigley Field beginning at 2:20. Speaking of Bubba Chandler, we'll just go down the line with him. His stuff can be electric, but 10 walks in 8 2/3 for him out of the gate.
Yeah, that's certainly something that's worrying. But what I was impressed by with Bubba Chandler is how much accountability he took after his last start. And it's something where you can say, yeah, I've got to be better. I've got to improve. I've got to throw more strikes. But Bubba Chandler basically laid into himself for about 5 minutes in front of the media after his last start. He called it pathetic. He said that he needs to throw more strikes. I think the words he used were piss poor. And that's something that not many guys are willing to show that fire and be publicly accountable the way he is. Now, I think that Bubba Chandler's stuff is good enough. I think he knows that. He knows that when he's in the strike zone, that opponents can't touch him. But obviously what matters most is getting back into the strike zone. I have full confidence he will get there, but yeah, it certainly has been something that's been noticeable over the first couple starts is that lack of command.
When Don Kelly decided to take Mitch Keller out today at 75 pitches in the midst of a pitcher's duel, it was 0-0 at the time it happened. What was your initial thought from the press box?
I was surprised. Obviously, it's early in the season, and all these decisions are made trying to keep guys healthy long term. And to the Pirates' credit, they've had success doing that. They've had, by keeping guys on a pitch count, especially over the last couple of years, they've been able to stay largely healthy as a staff, and that's something that's noticeable. That's important. But 75 pitches in a game like this isn't that much, especially for a guy like Mitch Keller. It's not someone that has the same injury concerns as an Ashcraft or as Mike Burrows did in previous years or as like a Johan Oviedo did. This is a guy who has made 30 or so starts in each of the last 4 years. I personally think that it was an incorrect decision. I think that he should have been at least allowed to start the 7th. Obviously, we wouldn't be having quite the same conversation if Justin Lawrence had gotten the outs that he was expected to, but I do think that Mitch Keller should have started the 7th. I get they're trying to be careful, but I think 75 was cutting it a little bit shorter than it needed to be.
I know we are still some time away from Jared Jones getting back into things. Is he going to pop right back into the rotation, or might they experiment with him out of the bullpen?
That's something I actually asked Ben Cherington about yesterday, and he said that that Jared Jones they're going to have to be creative with his innings in some ways. They're going to have to make sure that they're being careful with him. They're minimizing his innings and making sure that he's healthy as long as possible. He stopped short of saying that would be in the bullpen or that would be as a starter, and he did clarify that they see Jared Jones as a starter long term, but I wouldn't be that shocked if they try him out of the bullpen a little bit. I also think what I think might even be more likely is just using him as an opener where he can have that sort of built-in structure and take the time to get ready for a game. And maybe he's just starting at 3 innings or 4 innings or even shorter than that. I think it's possible that he's used in relief a little bit, but I also think the Pirates will want to be careful with how they manage him and making sure that he's warming up in a way he's used to.
Have you been able to snag a cone and get one for your apartment, Colin?
I have not snagged a cone, though I have. Every time I pass one, whether I'm walking to the ballpark or whatever, I do think, maybe this should come home with me. My apartment's a little more bare than it should be. I think that a traffic cone would fit well.
I mean, they do construction on like every other street in the, greater Pittsburgh area. So you have your options there. There are an abundance of cones around
a lot
that
of
you
choices
can
for
make
thievery.
A selection of.
A lot of choices for thievery there. Yeah. I wonder what'll happen if the Pirates keep winning. Will Pittsburgh have a shortage of traffic cones? Will they have to import some? Like, there's a draft coming up. You need some traffic cones in the streets for the draft to make sure people know where to go. But what happens if they're all at PNC Park? What happens?
Colin, thanks for taking the time, man. Enjoy Wrigley Field this weekend.
Thank you. I will. Thanks for having me, Donnie.
There we go. Colin Beasley covers the Pittsburgh Pirates for the Post-Gazette. You can join in at 412-928-9370. Give us a call. Shoot us a text. The fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Coming up, the contract has been signed, 9 years for Connor Griffin. Keeps him in a Pirates uniform through 2034. He spoke earlier today following the contract signing. We will hear some of that press conference coming up next. Your calls mixed in as well. 412-928-9370. Nick Farabaugh joins the show just after 8 o'clock right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates fell today against the San Diego Padres, dropping 2 out of 3 games in that series at PNC Park. Final score was 8-2. Justin Lawrence was tagged with the loss. Michael King picked up his first victory of the season for the Padres. For more, go to 93.7thefan.com. Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Hey, want to do dinner with us tonight?
I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just going to stay in tonight.
Oh, come on. Don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
Catching up with friends. The sounds of winning. Celebrations. Endless laughs. And memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your sports IQ to work on the games you know best. It's not you against the house. It's you participating in a live market. Buy or sell your predictions all game long. Trade every play with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Hey, Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When your drain is clogged, you need help. Sullivan Super Service has the training and equipment to solve your problems fast. Over bridges and through tunnels, Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 60 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, they're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let their family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County. Sullivan Super Service.
At Spitzer Toyota Monroeville, we know your vehicle's more than engine and wheels. This is where road trips create memories and playlists become anthems. It's also your ticket to rewards when you download the Spitzer VIP app. Every purchase and visit earns you points that you can redeem for discounts on service, parts, or a new Toyota. Plus, you'll drive worry-free thanks to our lifetime warranty. Get the perks your adventures deserve only at Spitzer. Wag more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you. SchleidDeckCompany.com. It is officially deck building season.
Nobody builds decks better than us. It's time to get on our schedule. We're doing a guaranteed spring install.
And I'm getting a brand new fence for my dogs.
You better, man. Protect those loved ones.
And if you got rusty old railings, Schlei does railings.
You know that. Get rid of those rusty old railings and visit our website, shly.company.com. That's Schlei.company.com. Don't forget the Bubba Bucks. $500 off if you mention Bubba Bucks.
412-515-6575.
Not sure how to tackle your taxes? Are you sweating the small print? You may be experiencing FOMO, the fear of messing up. The answer? Using TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it, with a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. It's time to take your taxes to the max. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Hi, I'm Julie Bologna, and I used to bring you the weather forecast to help your family navigate your day. Now I want to help you with the forecast to navigate your life as we age. At Julie and Gray Associates, they have helped thousands of families prepare for the future. Their certified elder law attorneys can help you with important life decisions involving long-term care, asset protection, tax planning, and avoiding probate. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Shopping for replacement windows? Metropolitan Window Company elevates your shopping experience.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you'll experience personalized knowledge, expertise, and professionalism from our first visit to your home until our craftsmen complete your installation.
We're the window company that people want in their homes, and our exclusive Infinity by Marvin 100% fiberglass windows are the windows people love.
They're built for life. They are the strongest, longest lasting windows you can buy.
And we have a great selection of colors and finishes. Experience Metropolitan Window Company. Stop by our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Saturday Night Soccer returns April 18th at 7 p.m. The Pittsburgh Riverhounds take on Detroit City FC at Highmark Stadium. It's college night featuring $1 Icy Light specials. Bring your friends and experience the energy along the Mons. Secure your seats at riverhounds.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
The NFL draft is 15 days away, and we have a massive event happening on the Wednesday before. It is called the night before, with Jason Aldean, John Morgan, Shane Profit, Rivers Casino on April 22, and you can't buy tickets to this event. you have to go to one of our ticket drops, or maybe you were somebody lucky enough to win them on one of the shows last week. Anyway, I do have a list for you of the upcoming ticket drops for the night before. Tomorrow, 3 to 4 p.m., Pella Windows and Doors in Warrendale. April 10, from 5 to 6, Cohen Markets on Library Road in Bethel Park. On Saturday, from 11 to noon, the Pine Township Giant Eagle Market District. And then on Sunday, from noon until 1, the Rally House on the North Shore, the one on West General Robinson Street. Not the one on Federal, the one on West General Robinson Street. I will actually be at the Rally House on Sunday from 10 until noon. So you can get in line, get ready for the ticket drop after that. I believe we get 5 winners from each of those, 5 pairs of tickets from each of those events. Maybe that will change as we get closer and closer to the NFL draft, but I know that's a very big event that people are trying to acquire.
You're correct, Donnie.
Tickets to. Thank you, Charlie.
You'll also be with Ryan at the Rally House. He'll be there.
Oh, good. Is Ryan solo? Do we have somebody with him? Is it?
I think we have somebody with us, but I don't remember for sure.
So we might have a 3-person crew at the Rally House. Come see us on Sunday. I will be there from 10 until noon. The ticket drop for the night before from noon until 1. Connor Griffin has signed his extension. That's been the big news of the day, even more so than the actual play on the field from the Pirates this afternoon. 9 for 140, 10 in incentives, 12 in a signing bonus, $5 million this year, $3.5 million the next 2 years. And this year does count on the deal because it was signed before April 14. So he is here under contract until 2034. My future kids will have a chance to see Connor Griffin play. That is something that crossed my mind this morning. Hopefully. But there is possibility that kids that are born in the next year or two will be able to see Connor Griffin in a Pirates uniform, and maybe even longer than what the contract is, but let's just be excited about right now. He talked on Friday before making his debut. He talked again today after signing his deal with the Buccos for what will last nearly a decade. Maybe the Steelers will win a playoff game by then. The media was down there. We have it for you now on 93.7 The Fan. If you did not get a chance to hear it earlier, this is Connor Griffin with reporters today after signing his record-breaking deal with the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Yeah, thank you for all being here today. To the Pittsburgh Pirates organization, Bob, and thank y'all for believing in me. Y'all took a chance on me 2 years ago, and I felt nothing but support and love through this whole process. So I'm super excited to be here for 9 years. This is where we're going to call home. Me and my beautiful wife, and just thank y'all for being here for me, and Mom, Dad, Caden, Mr. Reed, thank y'all for just always being my biggest supporter. So this is an unbelievable day for me. I'm pumped to be a Pirate and be a part of this wonderful clubhouse. A lot of great talent back there, and coaches and staff. Thank y'all for being here to support me. Y'all made this transition to the big league super easy, and I'm pumped to go compete. The goal is to win. The goal is to win a World Series, and I think we got a great clubhouse to go do that, and I'm pumped to be a part of it. Can't wait to continue to get better as a player, and just continue to grow as a person as well in this clubhouse. And they're not here today, but just give a big shout out to Joey Devine and Casey Close from my agency for working super hard on this. So yeah, I'm super excited. Thank you again for this opportunity, and couldn't be more proud to be a Pittsburgh Pirate.
All right, before we go any further, I have to clarify something. Thank you, Charlie. I haven't noticed on the YouTube chat, but on the text line we have noticed. I made mention that my future kids could watch Connor Griffin play. Unless there is something that I don't know, no, I am not having a kid. That was not an announcement that Sarah and I are expecting. What I'm saying is if that happens in the next year or two, our future children will have an opportunity to see Connor Griffin play in a Pirates uniform. But I do apologize. I can see how that could be confusing. I just checked off one box a couple of weeks ago. We're not checking that one off just yet, people. But thank you.
We'll open the floor for questions. Just raise your hand. I'll call on. Yeah.
KG, when you had told Ben one of your big concerns coming in was what is my team going to think? When you look around this room today and see the amount of support that poured in for you, how much of a relief is it to know that these guys have your back on and off the field right now?
Yeah, it's amazing seeing the guys back there. Like they've made me so comfortable in this clubhouse, and it's been nothing but great. And I'm thankful for the relationships I've been able to build with them. And now that I think back on it, like it might have been a silly comment, but I really do care about being a better teammate more than anything, and I'm going to continue to do that.
Connor, obviously, there's been a lot of reporting on the whole extension process. I'm sure that's a lot for you to kind of compartmentalize as it's going on. How difficult was that to kind of play through, and how happy are you now to just be able to focus on baseball?
Yeah, it was a fun process. Definitely a lot going on, and you know, I'm so glad that I can just go be the baseball player now. I can kind of put this behind me. I'm super excited about everything. Glad it's finalized, and now I get to go play ball.
This has been speculated for a while about if this could happen. In your eyes, when did this start to seem like a realistic possibility?
Yeah, I mean, there were talks through spring. I mean, my agency, they did a great job behind the scenes, kind of letting me, prepare in spring training, be able to go do my thing on the field and just take care of the business behind closed doors. And, I saw a real chance in spring that this could be a big opportunity for me. And this is a place that I want to be for a long time. And it finally got done here in the past few days, and just super glad to be a part of this organization for a long time now.
Jeff in the front.
Connor, to that point, after a few years, you would have had options. Why 9 years? What really stuck out to you about this commitment?
Yeah, like I said, this is where I see a winning organization. Like we're gonna do a lot of great things with the players that we have, and I want to be a part of it for 9 years. I want to continue to be a part of the build of winning playoff baseball. And this is a great place for me, a great place for my family, and couldn't be more proud.
Some of the realities of small market baseball is, fans have to say goodbye to players they get close to. What does it mean to you that you're the guy that fans can now buy your jersey, and they know they're going to be able to wear it for 9 years, and they're going to be able to show up every day and see Connor Griffin play?
Yeah, I saw it on opening day. The fans are amazing. I can't wait to see the stadium packed like that for a long time, for 9 years, and that's why I want to. That's why I want to be here. I want to win for the city. I want to do it for them, and because they deserve it. They deserve a winning team.
What does it mean to you that an organization sees so much talent and potential in you that they're willing to commit to you for that amount of time?
Yeah, they've believed in me for a long time. For 2 years, they've allowed me to progress through the minor leagues and just let me become the player that I am. And just to be a part of this organization has been a blessing to me, and thankful to be able to be here for another 9 years. Stability is really important to me and my family, and this is a great opportunity for that.
What's going to be your first big purchase?
I'm not real sure. Probably just taking care of my family.
Connor, I remember covering you at the Futures game last summer. Have you, this entire year plus, have you taken just a second to kind of just take it all in, just this entire world with everything? I know you have baseball to take care of, but you've just taken a second to just soak it all in for you?
Yeah, I mean, past year and a half playing baseball it's been unbelievable. I mean, there's been ups and downs, and last year was great, and I had a all season to kind of enjoy that, but kind of close the book and move on to what was to come. And this year's off to a great start. This week has been amazing, debut week, and then sitting here signing a contract. It's been amazing, but I just try to give all the glory to God and trust His plan, and it'll all work out.
Bob, was there a moment where you started talking to Ben, you're like, we have to keep Connor long term? Was there a certain moment that came to your mind was like, yes, this is the player we want as the face of our franchise for the foreseeable future?
Yeah, I don't think there was a specific moment, but I think it was really clear to the organization, to our baseball ops team, to the development team, to the scouting team. I mean, it's an army of people who took time to understand not only the player but the person, to try to look behind. And my job is to make sure we've asked the questions, looked under the rocks, made sure that we've looked through, and I have a tremendous amount of faith in that process, in those people, in that leadership. And so it seems to me that at this scale, it is going to come together as a process. And as I said, I just couldn't be more pleased that we got to where we did.
Connor, normally when somebody signs a contract like that, the responsible to your teammates will be drinks around me. You're not old enough to buy drinks. What is it like to, as a teenager, to sign a long-term commitment like this and to have that type of security in your life?
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. I'm sure I'll get a little crap from the guys about it, but I'm just, like I said, super excited to be able to get this done today. Being 19, it's pretty cool that all this is happening so quick. And but I've always kind of told my family and the organization, like, I'm prepared for this. I'm ready for it, and I'm ready to get on that field and go win some games too.
Connor, what have these last couple of weeks been like for you? You answered it a little bit already, but with spring training, with your major league debut, with that week in Indianapolis, with all these talks going on, like what has it been like for you over these last 2 weeks?
Yeah, there's been a lot of moving parts, a lot of things going on kind of behind the scenes, and it's been good for me to kind of learn how to keep the business side on one side, and then just be able to go play, kind of find a balance where I can flip a switch and just go be the player. It's kind of prepare me for the pressure of being a guy that signs a contract. Like I've already kind of had the talks going on behind closed doors. Like I know I still got to go perform, and that's the most important thing. So it's been good for me to kind of work on balancing that.
I got two more. No.
Connor, you have a ton of pride in where you come from. There's a lot of little kids in Mississippi right now who are going to read about this extension. They're watching you play every day. What would you like to say to them? Yeah, the extension is amazing. I'm super thankful for that, but there's nothing more important than how you're performing on the field. And, that goes into your preparation, how you're preparing for the day, preparing for that game. And, the hard work is the most important thing. And I'm proud to be from Mississippi and can't wait to, impact the community back home this offseason.
Last one, Dan. Connor, with everything that's happened this understand and everyone you've had here to support you, if you have scripted things any better?
It's one of the best weeks of my life, getting to debut, and then having my family here this whole week, just experiencing my first week in the big leagues. I'm super thankful that they're here for me, and I have a great support staff, and couldn't be a better week, and this is a great way to finish it off, but it'll be even better if we can get a win today.
There you go. Connor Griffin meeting with the media earlier today after signing his record-breaking extension with the Pirates that will have him here under contract through 2034. I mean, in Pittsburgh, we haven't heard somebody that young, that well-spoken since number 87, since Sidney Crosby, who is still in the city doing it. Now, we get 2 decades out of this guy, I would be stunned, because that's just kind of how the cookie crumbles in baseball. Hockey, capped sports, you get a little bit luckier with that, but I really am going to enjoy the next near decade that we get to see this dude play in a Pirates uniform. And we haven't had many. We have had very few that have played here that you have been able to staple the idea of, hey, you can go out there and get that guy's jersey. People still buy jerseys, I get that, but there are plenty of players, Paul Skeens likely being one of them, that are great. They are outstanding. They are maybe the best pitcher to ever wear a Pirates uniform, but you just know he's likely not here for the long haul. We got this guy for almost a decade, people. We get to enjoy it. 412-928-9370 is the number. You can also follow the show on X at 93.7 The Fan. That's brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You can watch these shows live as well. You can watch them on YouTube at 93.7 The Fan. Coming up, before we get to Nick Farabaugh at 8:05, a Masters Minute is next. The tournament at Augusta begins tomorrow morning. Let's dive into that for a few coming up on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Padres 8-2 winners today over the Pittsburgh Pirates. Justin Lawrence was tagged with the Law 0-1 on the year so far. 3 earned runs allowed in 1 inning of work, 2 strikeouts for him. Michael King picked up the victory. The Pirates also committed 3 errors on the day. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Doran Dickerson here. No use denying it. Old man winters have been hard on our homes. If it's drafty windows, overflowing gutters, rotted trim, or that dready leaking roof, PJ Fitzpatrick can take care of your home repair project before it turns into a costly structural damage. Don't keep putting it off. This is the best time to call the repair experts at PJ Fitzpatrick. No job too big or too small. They'll fix it right the first time. Visit trustpj.com.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Warmer days are right around the corner. Is your AC system ready? It's time to schedule your AC maintenance with McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. And if you need a new system, get 0% financing for 60 months on Bryant Equipment. Call McVeigh or go to callmcveigh.com. 2 Men and a Junk Truck is Pittsburgh's top choice for haul-away services. From single, bulky items to whole house cleanouts. Let their trained men do the heavy lifting and give you the space you deserve. Book same day or next day at 2menandajuncktruck.com. Draft weekend is coming to Pittsburgh. Kick it off at Nova Place. Join them Thursday, April 23rd from noon to 6 for a free family-friendly afternoon with live music, DJs, games, food trucks, and local vendors. Park at the Nova Place Garage, just steps from the draft footprint. Test your skills in the mini combine, grab a drink at Federal Galley, and get ready for an unforgettable football weekend. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Hey guys, Donnie Football here. Here's what I'm hearing from people on GLP-1s. Yeah, I'm eating less, but I don't always feel great. And honestly, that makes sense. Because if your appetite is down and nobody is helping you make sure you are still getting the right foods in, you can wind up losing weight, losing muscle without feeling healthy or without feeling like yourself. That's why adding Awaken 180 makes a ton of sense. They help you make the food you are eating count. They help you figure out what your body needs, how to keep the weight moving, and how to set this up so when the weight comes off, you are not stuck wondering what happens next. I'm not anti-GLP-1. I'm just saying if you're doing that part already, add the part that helps you feel better, stay on track, and keep it off once it is gone. Free support for life with Awaken 180. You're not doing all of this just to wind up starting over. Awaken180weightloss.com.
It's the great taste of Germany right here in the Berg. Hofbrauhaus, Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant. Our house features live music all weekend long, Friday, Saturday, and Sundays. Check out the website for details. And the menu at Hofbrauhaus Pittsburgh features traditional, freshly brewed beers and a fantastic menu with something for everyone, from the best burger in town to our braised pork shank, and also plenty of options for those observing Lent. Check out their menus now, HofbrauhausPittsburgh.com.
It's tax time again, so if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half of your salary, or only 25%, of course you choose 25%. It's a no-brainer. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. Don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich & Fishman. Their fee is only 25%, and the attorneys whose names are on the door will be involved in your case. If you've been injured, call 1-888-98-TWINS or visit 98twins.com. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Golf season is back, and it's time to claim your spot at Conley Resort and Golf Club. Conley is forming new weekly golf leagues for players that want great competition, a beautifully maintained 18-hole course, and the perfect place to unwind after the round. Grab your buddies, form a team, and make Conley's your weekly golf night. Great golf, cold drinks, and bragging rights on the line. Want to make a weekend of it? Come stay and add Suncrest Golf and Grill to the fun to play 36. Visit ConleyResort.com. Conley Resort and Golf Club, where the round doesn't end on the 18th.
I suffered with plantar fasciitis for almost 20 years. I would try drugstore insoles and supports.
If you suffer with plantar fasciitis, we know the search for pain relief can feel like a hopeless ordeal.
I thought foot pain was going to be with me for the rest of my life. I've been through surgeries, foot injections.
At the Good Feet store, we hear stories every day of all kinds of cheap inserts, expensive shoes, and other failed remedies people have tried that just didn't work.
I was trying all different things. Not a single one worked. And then I was driving past the Good Feet store, and I thought, why not? Give it a try. They wanted to make sure that they gave me the right arch support for my feet. Then it was like, okay, this is different. These make a difference.
Don't lose hope. Give the Good Feet store a try.
I'm so glad I met Good Feet. It changed my life.
Now open in the waterfront across from Yankee Candle next to Panera, or visit us in Robinson Town Center in Cranberry Township, or in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two get two free offer. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Just listen.
Talking all things sports all evening long. It's the Fan Evening Show. All right. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We can't play the fitting music anymore. We're all about monetizing our video stream. So we can't play the iconic tones of the Masters, which begins tomorrow. John Kiefer, Haotong Li, they will tee off at 7:40 tomorrow morning to get things going. Max Homa in the second group at 7:50 as the voyage for the green jacket begins. How into it are we? I'm not exactly a Mulsey type, the going low type, which can be heard every Saturday morning at 7 right here on 93.7 The Fan. I'll get up a little bit for the Masters, for the big majors in golf. You want to throw some money around. You want to bet on a winner or maybe a couple of guys to finish in the top 10. You get some skin in the game. Of course, do all of that responsibly, but it piques your viewing interest. You take in what I consider, many consider, the Super Bowl of golf. And that begins tomorrow morning. Last year, we got an all-time moment. Rory McIlroy finally winning the Masters, the tournament that evaded him for so long. He will be somebody that I'm sure a lot of money is on tomorrow. He tees off at 10:31 a.m., not 10:30, not 10:32, at 10:31 a.m. Rory McIlroy, Cameron Young, Mason Howell. That is the trio that tees off then. Right after, Hideki Matsuyama, Colin Morikawa. Not long after, Bryson DeChambeau and Xander Schauffele. Victor Hovland, Patrick Cantlay in the group that tees off just after Rory and Young and Howell. So that's what some of the pairings look like tomorrow. John Rahm, Ludwig Oberg, they tee off after 1 p.m. Here's a group to keep your eye on at 1:20. Jordan Spieth, Justin Rose, Brooks Koepka. Scotty Scheffler, the top player in the world, he tees off at 1:44. And then just one more group after that teeing off prior to 2 p.m. Charlie Borges is with me behind the glass. Charlie, you get into the Masters at all? I know you're not much of a betting man. You are more responsible with your money than I.
No, not really. I don't really pay attention to golf. I think last year when I produced for Bob Pompiani on a Saturday morning, he said, who do I think is going to win the U.S. Open? Because obviously the U.S. Open was here last year. I'm pretty sure I told him I think Vijay Singh is going to win, and Bob was like, I can't really take you seriously.
I love that you went down the Vijay Singh well, because I always put like $1 on him.
He was my favorite golfer growing up. I will say that.
Vijay Singh, what is he here, 100 to 1? 1,000 to 1. You put $1 on Vijay Singh, you're taking him $1,000. Like, it's worth doing.
He is 63 years old.
What's $1? You toss $1 on Vijay Singh, who knows what could happen? You toss $1 on Fred Couples. You knew there were going to be people that if Tiger Woods hadn't gotten in his recent accident and DUI, that he would have been in this thing. It felt like that's how things were going.
Can you tell me where Vijay Singh is from?
I don't know.
Fiji.
I did know that. Because I feel like this is the time every year I look up Vijay Singh.
One-time Masters winner, two-time PGA championship winner, one-time U.S. No, he didn't win the U.S. Open.
Pretty good player in his day. Our childhood.
Yeah, I think the big ones in our childhood were obviously Tiger.
Tiger was
Vijay,
massive. Phil Mickelson.
Yep.
Yeah, see,
that's really all that I can come up with off the top of my head.
The talent pool is a lot more loaded now than it was then. A lot more loaded now than it was then. Maybe they don't have like the rock star level that Tiger Woods had. I mean, we all know for a fact they don't have the rock star level that Tiger Woods had. None of these guys. Scotty Scheffler is like an incredibly boring dude. He is just insanely good at golf. But I would say the amount of names that they have, it trumps what we saw in like the mid-2000s. Scheffler, DeChambeau, Rahm, Rory, Schauffele, Oberg, Young, Fleetwood, Rose, Morikawa, Spieth, Koepka. I feel like we just didn't have that array of names.
Well, back then it was either Tiger or Phil.
Yeah, and it was usually Tiger. It was Tiger or the field. Phil would get his wins. VJ every now and then would snag a win. But now a lot of these, I know it.
A lot more big fish in the pond instead of just one really, really, really big fish.
Yeah, which is why I think when Scotty Scheffler gets rolling, it's even more impressive because of the amount of talent that's around him. Fan weather. Well, do you have a winner? You want to pick a winner? Charlie, do you want to go with Vijay Singh? Because I'm going with Cameron Young.
I will put my $1 down and hopefully win 1,000 that VJ Singh will win.
VJ pulls off a miracle.
You never know.
Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. It is going to warm up for the weekend. I know that. That's always a good feeling. Coming up a few minutes away, Nick Farabaugh from PennLive.com. We jump to Steelers Talk next on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Small business means juggling a lot. Your network has to handle it all. That's where a fiber-only provider falls short. You need a partner who gives you a greater advantage. Introducing the Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A first-ever combination of the largest, fastest fiber-powered network, the most reliable Wi-Fi, gig speeds with equipment and security included, and a 5-year price lock. Plus, it's all backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. The Total Solutions Advantage only from Comcast Business. A new standard for small business with reliability, security, and savings in one. Switch today. Get started with a great offer as low as $60 a month. When you add it all up, no one does business like Comcast Business.
Offer ends 6/1/26. New customers only. Requires 300 megabits per second internet and security edge. 1-year agreement, eco-bill, and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Got some news for you. Let's count the ways that #1 Cochran Kia delivers a clearly better car buying experience. You know, first they have a huge selection of new Kia models with hundreds of models in stock. From the K4 and the Sportage to the Telluride and Carnival, there is a vehicle for every lifestyle. Second, #1 Cochran's clear-cut pricing. It's a structure that gives you their absolute best price up front. This simplifies the buying process and makes for an enjoyable, stress-free experience. Third, their exceptional lease and APR financing rates are designed for maximum allowable savings so you can drive home your dream car. Clearly, better car buying. It's transparent, it's hassle-free, and it's a #1 Cochran Kia exclusive. Test drive today at their location on Campbell's Run Road in Robinson, or you can shop online now at CochranKia.com.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Want to make the most of your tax refund? File with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it with a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Padres 8-2 winners today over the Pittsburgh Pirates. Justin Lawrence with the loss. 3 earned runs in 1 inning of work. From Oregon 93.7thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Back to more of the Fan Evening Show.
Make some noise for that.
Yeah, on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Donnie Football with you on 93.7 The Fan until 10:35 tonight. Charlie Borges is with me behind the glass. We have a prospect back there with him. Our guy Ryan is shadowing. Works in promotions, may be working the board here at 93.7 The Fan in some time. And if you are watching on Twitter or on YouTube, you see our guy, our Steelers reporter with the man bun that has become a fan favorite here on 93.7 The Fan. It is Nick Farabaugh joining us in his usual 8:07 spot on this Wednesday night, just 15 days away from the 2026 NFL Draft. Nick, that being said, 2 weeks and 1 day from right now, the NFL Draft will be underway in Pittsburgh. In a couple of hours after it is open, the Steelers will be making a selection at pick 21. You can change your pick, of course, but who right now do you think that name will be that gets called 21st overall?
It's the murkiest it's been since I can remember. And so I'm throwing out a name that I think makes a lot of sense for them, but I'm still not even totally sure of this. So a lot of this is conjecture because I've heard a lot of different things. I've analyzed a lot of different things. My pick right now is Omar Cooper Jr. That's kind of where I'm at wide receiver. I think there's a few reasons I go with Omar Cooper Jr. One, there's a lot of built-in connections on the staff, right? Adam Henry recruited him to Indiana. Frank Cignetti Jr. is Kurt Cignetti's brother, so obviously you have a lot of ins there. You just have a lot of ways to kind of vet the player. I think that's an easy one to look at. He also just fits what Mike McCarthy likes. He fits what they need. He's a yak producer, separator, can play inside or outside. He fits a lot of what they do. Two, it really comes down to I just don't think Venga Ioane makes it to 21. I just think he's too good of a prospect. If he's there at 21, different story. I just don't see it happening. And three, I also think that there's going to be maybe more wide receivers off the board than people think. And I think there might be 4 wide receivers off the board by the time the Steelers come on the board at 21. I don't think that's crazy. And I just don't necessarily buy the offensive tackle talk yet. I don't. I think that there could be an off-the-wall secondary pick here that maybe pops in. But to me, I think wide receiver makes a lot of sense. And Omar Cooper Jr. checks a lot of the boxes for the Steelers.
It does feel like he's gaining momentum there, that he could be that guy. And maybe he's not the most explosive wide receiver. You know, maybe he's not a Mekhi Lemon who could be an explosive slot guy, or Jordan Tyson, who I think is one of my favorites, like behind Carnell Tate. We know Tate's going to be gone early. Tyson is a dude that could either go in the top 10 or he could slide because of injury concerns. Cooper feels like the safe bet out of that crew. So I certainly wouldn't be upset because I also think he's a hell of a player.
Solid, does everything well, blocks his tail off, played outside in 2024. I think there's some deep threat ability there to be unlocked that isn't there. I mean, the comp that's been thrown around a lot for Omar Cooper is Deebo Samuel. And the reason is because he's so good after the catch. He's got that running back-like build. He's so physical. That's why that mold has kind of been thrown out. I don't love that comp. I think that there's probably a better one out there. I don't really have one off the top of my head, but I think that there's a better one. He's very much a player that, the modern OC would like. Someone like a Shanahan, a McVay, an O'Connell, a Cohen. They would like this guy. And I think he's an old school player too because of how tough he is. He catches everything thrown his way. Tyson's the one, Donnie. I don't know where he's going to go. I mean, he could be on the board of 21 and the Steelers could pass on him and I wouldn't be stunned. You know what I mean? Like, the injury history is just daunting. It's not a question of, is this guy going to necessarily be, here having the long-term ramifications. There's not an injury that has long-term ramifications for him. It's just he's been hurt every single year of his collegiate career. A serious knee injury his freshman year, rehabbed his entire sophomore year, played 3 games that year, had a broken collarbone his junior year, hurt his ankle in spring ball of last year, and then had the hamstring stuff that has kept him out throughout this entire draft process in the last few games of Arizona State season. Like, it's just a litany. It's a rap sheet. And so it's how much do you question the durability? I don't think the talent's a question at all. I don't think the character's a question. He's tough. He's a competitor. He grew up around brothers that were really, really good athletes. So, the competitive toughness is through the roof. The pedigree is unbelievable. It's just like, how do you value the durability part? And I think that's going to be the really fascinating spot, because I will say this. I think it's far likelier now he drops to 21 than we ever thought it would be. Back when we were talking about Jordan Tyson in January, everyone was like, this isn't even a possibility. And as time has gone on, I think it has become more of a likelihood that maybe he is there at 21. And if he is there at 21, the Steelers have a decision to make. We'll see.
Let's say it's Omar Cooper Jr. or Jordan Tyson, both on the board at 21. Which way do you think they would go?
Well, here's the thing. I know for a fact they'll take the cleaner prospect. But the question is, do they view them on the same talent plane? And I just have a hard time seeing that. So my guess would be Jordan Tyson. And it's kind of the way it was with Troy Fautanu, too. Fautanu had, a knee issue that got flagged. Harmon had a shoulder issue that got flagged during his process. The Steelers have been very willing to do this, where they go and get guys with medical questions and take them. They are willing to clear these guys. And so to me, obviously, if they have them on the same letter grade and they have them on the same plane, I think they'll take Omar Cooper. I kind of have a hard time believing that. I know that there are some teams out there that like Omar Cooper more. Like, I think that there's a shot Omar Cooper's not on the board at 21. I think the Panthers are a sneaky spot for him. I think the Jets at 16 are probably his ceiling. But you kind of look at just how clean he is, and teams will like that. But Tyson, to me, the talent, the Steelers have been that team in the past 3 years that have gone, you know what, you guys won't take a chance on the supreme talent, but we will. And it's worked out for them in a large part. You think about picks like Darnell Washington and picks like Troy Fautanu and tricks like even Zach Frazier that had injuries that maybe fell because of those injuries. The Steelers have snapped them up, and they have been the benefactor of a lot of those picks. And to me, I think Tyson would be the type of guy that they would take. So my guess is they would take Jordan Tyson. He is like Mike McCarthy's dream receiver from everything he told us at the owners' meetings about what he likes, from position flex to toughness to, the ball, the kind of catch raise he has, to making contested grabs through contact. He does it all, man. Like, all of that is checked off on the box there for Jordan Tyson. So I have a hard time thinking they wouldn't have him very highly rated.
He came in at number 3 on Dane Brugler's list, who is from The Athletic. He creates The Beast, which he released earlier today, and I was just looking at some of the rankings that he had because I wanted to note what he said about Ty Simpson. I'm not sure if you saw this, Nick, but his notes on Ty Simpson, he has him as the second quarterback behind Fernando Mendoza, who's going to go number 1 overall. And we already kind of knew that's how 1 and 2 would go, but it feels like, at least to Brugler, that there is a massive, massive gulf between Mendoza and Simpson at number 2. And 2 of his bullet points on Simpson. The first one, Daniel Jones with fewer physical traits. The second one, which I find even more alarming, mid-level starter at best, backup at worst. Nick, I didn't want Simpson already. I didn't care for that idea as is. That just put an exclamation point on it for me.
He is a prospect that is so flawed, but his flaws are bared because of what he was asked to do. There's a lot of questions about quarterbacks, right? The projection's really hard. Like with Mendoza, it's a little harder because he kind of played in somewhat of a fake offense to a degree, like so RPO heavy. And so it was a lot of one-read stuff. There's still stuff on his tape where you have to go through multiple progressions, but a lot of it was easy pitch and catch. With Simpson, it was all NFL pure progression. Like, he had to go through it all, man. He was asked to run an NFL offense. And so what's happening there. Like, his strengths, his weaknesses, I'll give him this. He's fearless. He rips the ball over the middle of the field with absolute reckless abandonment. Whether it is he has arm arrogance he should not have for the arm talent he has. I like that, Dane specifically talks about his tools. Because if this guy had a big arm, I'd be willing to really take a shot on him. I will say, I think at his ceiling, he can be like a Brock Purdy-ish guy. Like, I think that's his ceiling, a Brock Purdy type. Is he going to be Brock Purdy? I don't know. He's going to have to go to the right situation. The Steelers are not that situation, though. A West Coast offense is not really where you just asked to do so much from the pre-snap side of things is not where he's going to best develop. He needs to go to a system that is kind of like a Shanahan system. He needs to go to like Arizona, with Mike LaFleur. Like, that's a good landing spot for him. Ironically, honestly, the Raiders would have been a great landing spot for him with that Clint Kubiak offense. Like, that's the type of offense he needs to go to. He needs to go, he needs to go to be Matthew Stafford's heir. Like, that is the type of player where he needs to land in those spots. The Pittsburgh is not a good marriage for him. His development is not going to be worked here as like it would be elsewhere. He doesn't have elite tools. He's a smaller quarterback, and the durability concerns. I mean, this guy cracked a rib, had had a gastritis, I think he had. He lost like 20 pounds throughout the process. He had a back injury that hurt his ability to push the ball. He's a strained thrower. Like, you can see it when he tries to push the ball on the field. He is straining. The mechanics go all the way out, and then you see the accuracy wane. Like, he's a very, very inconsistent player. If I'm a team like the Cardinals, I could talk myself into it. He fits the system. There's a lot of what you like there. If I'm the Steelers, this is not the guy that I'm looking for, in the first round. He is not the type of quarterback to me that feels like a likelihood to work out for the Steelers. It's not Kenny Pickett 2.0 because he's a very different player than Kenny Pickett is, but a lot of the same principles apply to the kind of fit, the talent level, and really just the idea of taking him. It doesn't make a lot of sense for the Steelers. You're not putting that guy in a good spot to succeed.
Is Simpson a better or worse prospect than Shedeur Sanders?
Sanders was interesting because there's a lot of similarities, honestly, because you think about Shedeur, and his thing was all about accuracy. He never really had great tools, right? The kind of arm was never elite. The processing part of it was hit and go. Certainly the pocket management part of it, I think, is really the overlap between those two, is they both really crumble under pressure at times. Shedeur runs into sacks and is super volatile in that area. I like Shedeur a lot, kind of as a second, third round prospect. I thought he should have gone earlier than he did. And I kind of view Ty Simpson in a very similar way. They're a very similar level prospect. I'd probably, take Simpson a little more just because I think the high level glimpses on tape show you a guy that can be a higher level starter. But to me, we're talking about two guys that have very similar shortcomings, and it's probably why they're going to be undone, as true high-level franchise quarterbacks in the league.
Around this time a year ago, there was a lot of smoke around Shedeur Sanders to the Steelers. He said he had that 10 out of 10 meeting with Pittsburgh and Mike Tomlin. You were among the many, Nick. I mean, and you certainly weren't alone, so it's not me just cherry-picking here, that thought there was a real chance that on the first night of the draft, it wasn't going to be Derek Harmon. It was going to be Shedeur Sanders. Are you going to get that same feeling if we get closer and closer in round one and Ty Simpson is still available?
My guess is no, because the lesson I took from last year is I got smoke screened. Like, I straight up got smoke screened. I'm going to admit that. I mean, the other guy I would always say is it would be Shedeur or Derek Harmon. And those are the two names that popped up. But the Shedeur stuff was total fluff. Like, I mean, I think from what I heard, they had like a 4th round grade on him. Like, it was never happening. And so that's something to think about. I just don't think I think they think Ty Simpson's good, but they're not going to buy him in the first round. If he falls to day 2 and he's like falling through the second round and he's falling down boards, maybe we have a different scenario. But this isn't a guy that fits anything of what Mike McCarthy likes. I mean, Mike McCarthy is like a Parcells guy. He wants an experienced quarterback that has started multiple years at high levels. He wants a guy that is big, has big hands, has a big arm, has all these prototypical things. I am not describing Ty Simpson at all. He's a 1-year starter at an SEC school. He's a guy that is smaller, on the smaller side frame-wise and height-wise. He doesn't have an elite arm. The arm's fine, but he has to put strain behind it. And so I'm not falling for that again. I think there's a scenario where the bottom falls out on Ty Simpson and maybe the Steelers are just the team to stop him. Maybe there's a Shedeur-like fall for Ty Simpson where no one saw coming, and that could be the difference. But I just do not see them taking him in 21. I can't buy that.
Do you think there's any interest in these other QBs? Nussmeier, who has a connection to McCarthy, Aller, who has all those physical tools. He just never showed up once in a big game.
Yeah, I do. I do think that there's interest in those guys. And I think it's a mid-round quarterback they want. Listen, it's not my choice, but it's very clear they have interest in Carson Beck. I mean, they've met with him twice, a combine formal and a pre-draft visit. Taylon Green's coming in for a pre-draft visit. Cole Payton, they went to his pro day and he came in for a pre-draft visit. They've met with Aller twice in this process. Nussmeier, has been on their radar. They're interested in those guys for sure. Would not surprise me at all if they take one in the 4th round or something like that, 4th, 5th round, somewhere around there. I think they will draft a quarterback at some point. I just don't think it's going to be a very early quarterback. And I think they're right to do that. I think unless you're taking a guy that's a dart throw and upside play, I don't really see the point of it. That's why the Carson Beck stuff makes no sense. What is the upside with Carson Beck? I don't see it in his game. But I see it, a guy like Aller, a guy like Nussmeier, a guy like Green, a guy like Payton. They have physical tools. So you can, work that out and see if they can turn into anything. You have 12 picks, so you may as well use one of them on a quarterback. But I can't talk myself into using one of those top 3-round picks on a quarterback. I think they have too many needs for the future, too many needs now that could help the team that I would not spend that on a quarterback.
Do you think Taylon Green is going to play QB in the NFL?
Frankly, no. Is he going to get a shot to do it? Yes. That's where he's going to fail first. One, he's been adamant about it. He's been telling teams that. Two, he's just, I think, got physical profile where you look at the 40 and the vert and all the athletic numbers and the 6'6", and you're like, wow, let's see if we can make this work. But then you kind of watch the film and the arm is not as live. This is not Joe Milton, right, who just had an absolute launcher on his arm. You look at some of the throws Taylon Green makes outside the numbers, and some of them don't get there very fast. Some of them don't get there at all. He doesn't have an elite arm. So there's also that. To me, eventually he becomes either a tight end or a wide receiver. I just don't see how raw he is from a processing perspective, from a pocket management perspective, from just the arm talent overall, him staying there. But he is a fascinating prospect. And I think you take him with the idea of, hey, if he doesn't work out at quarterback, we got a project here that you could turn into something. I mean, 6'6", running a 4.36 40 with a 43.5-inch vertical. That's freak athlete stuff. So, that could be turned into something for sure.
Nick Farabaugh joining us here on 93.7 The Fan, the man with the man bun that covers the Pittsburgh Steelers for PennLive.com. Nick, we know they have 12 picks. Will they actually make 12 picks? That's a ton of draft capital to have. I feel like we have to anticipate them moving up either in the second round or one of the middle rounds.
Yeah, I mean, I think they could. I think they would love to trade some of those picks for 2027 picks if they could. But here's the thing. How active is the trade market going to be in this draft? I think in the first 2 days it'll be active. I think day 3, you're not going to see much of it happening. It's just not a super deep draft from what most people think in the league. I think they're going to have a tough time moving picks. But I also think the second round, that's where I would trade up. In the first round, I know we all talk about some scenario where they could do it. I don't really see it happening in round 1 unless it's a minuscule trade up. In fact, they could trade back in round 1 to acquire 2027 picks if they really wanted to. I mean, that's one on the docket if they wanted to. But to me, the second round makes a lot of sense. You take a wide receiver in round 1. Well, this guard class is shallow. It's not deep. It's not a deep guard class. If you're looking for starters, if you're looking for developmental guys, you can find those well into the 4th and 5th rounds. But that's not the type of guy I think the Steelers want to guard. They want a guy that can come in and compete and maybe start this year. If you're looking for one of those top 4 or 5 guards, you might have to move up from 53. It's kind of a similar discussion to when we were talking about 2024 with the center class. Now, the Steelers got lucky. Zach Frazier fell to them. But there was a lot of talk. The Steelers, could they move up in that class to maybe get a Frazier or Powers Johnson, someone like that? In this class, could you move up to go get Emmanuel Pregnon? Could you move up to go get Keelan Rutledge? Because there's been a lot of buzz over the last week or so in the league that the second guard might go round 1. If Chase Besantis goes in round 1, well, that pushes Rutledge up, that pushes Dunker up, that pushes Pregnon up. And none of them could be there at 53, which I think is just a horrible outcome for the Steelers, because then not only does it push those guys up, it then pushes the next tier up that maybe you thought were going to be there at 75. Maybe they aren't there anymore. The Jalen Farmers, the Bo Stevenses, those types of guys. And so to me, the Steelers kind of have to be cognizant of that. I can also see them moving up for another position they were inside linebacker. What if Jacob Rodriguez starts to fall and they view him as the heir to Patrick Queen as their green dot linebacker? That could be something, look at. So there's a lot of scenarios to me where the Steelers, it makes a lot of sense to trade up in the second round. So that's the spot I would look at, is move up in the second round for a player at a real position of need, whether it's for immediate need or a future need, and snag someone that you would get at high value that maybe wouldn't be there at 53.
Let's say the board is realistic at each spot that applies. You're the man in charge. You get to put the final stamp of approval or change the name if you want on that Steelers draft card, Nick. Your ideal first 2 nights of the selection process look like what?
That's a very interesting question. So, I mean, listen, if we're keeping it realistic, and I'm going to remove Tyson and Ioane because I'm leaning that towards the unrealistic side. I'm a Casey Concepcion guy. So I would take Casey Concepcion. I think he's the best pure route runner in this class. I think he's dynamic after the catch. He's a return man, can play inside or outside. I get a lot of heat for that because people point to the drop rate. I'm really not that concerned about the drop rate. It's not an overwhelming thing when I watch his tape. And the drops are more focus rather than technique. And this kid works tirelessly. I've just heard so much good things about what he does on the field as a leader, what he does in the film room. He's a studious, very detailed person. I love Casey Concepcion, and I think he has the chance to really be a lot better than people think. Like if the gap between Casey Concepcion and Mekhi Lemon is much smaller than people think. That's what I will say about that. So that's the type of guy I would take. I'd probably trade up in the second round. I'd probably try to go up and get a guy like Emmanuel Pregnon. That's the type of guy I really like. Nasty, immediate plug-and-play guy. Not a lot of questions to Pregnon's game. Him or Rutledge, Keelan Rutledge, I would take a guard there in that second round at that point. That's the type of player I'd look at. And then you get to the third round, and I think you kind of have to fill out the future needs, right? You need like, to me, a safety, a corner, you could go receiver again. And when I go into safety in that bucket, I look at a guy like AJ Halsey that could be there. That's really fun. Genesis Smith, those types. Corner, I think if you can get a slot type corner, if a Traden Stukes can fall down to 75, that'd be really good. I'd honestly double up at receiver, probably one of those picks. Dejon Stribling is my guy. I love his game. If you watch the Ole Miss run, he was unbelievable. He's tough as nails. I think he's a starting level receiver. I'd probably pop him in there. And then you're playing with house money from there. So one of those picks would be a secondary focus pick. Another of them would probably be a wide receiver I would take. And then after that, take an inside linebacker. A guy like Keyshawn Elliott, I think makes a lot of sense. A guy like Kyle Lewis could be the pick there. If you want to go defensive tackle, you could go with a guy like Dom Orange. I think, a big nose tackle. Or you can go, offensive tackle at that point. Get a developmental offensive tackle to go with your pair and Broderick Jones and Dylan Cook. So there's a lot of different ways you could do that, but that's kind of how I would do it. So my breakdown would probably be, wide receiver twice, because I just think they need that help at wide receiver, a guard, a secondary player, whether it's a slot, safety, or corner. I preferably like a slot corner because I think that's a pretty big need for them, but a safety slot type that I think could fit in there. And then the fifth pick there, you can kind of fill in BPA at another future position of need.
You mentioned the name Kyle Lewis there, Nick, the Pitt linebacker, and that sparked a discussion that we had on the show yesterday afternoon. Are you aware of who Louis Riddick compared Kyle Lewis to? Did you hear about this?
Derek Brooks?
Derek Brooks.
Yeah, it's
Derek Brooks. Probably a top 5 player at that position ever. Nick?
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Man, I love Kyle Lewis.
He should have just said Servassier Dennis, a guy who was just at the same school.
Yeah, wow. Derek Brooks is one of the best coverage linebackers to ever play the game. So I understand the spirit of it, right? Kyle Lewis is just an unbelievable coverage linebacker. But Derek Brooks is literally one of the greatest linebackers to ever play the game of football. Ask Mike Tomlin about Derek Brooks. If you ever get a chance, he will tell you every story about how great he was. And Kyle Lewis, to me, is a good player, but I view him more as like, I don't know, Deion Buchanan, someone like that, who's like a safety slot linebacker hybrid. There's a bunch of guys that could fill into there. Like early career Jabril Peppers is a good comp, honestly, when Peppers did a little bit of everything. You can just throw him kind of wherever you want him. There's a lot of different things he can do. He's a really fun player in a lot of ways. He's a good player, but I'm not sure I'd be throwing around the Derek Brooks comp for anyone. And I think Arvell Reese and Sonny Styles are going to be incredible inside linebackers. I wouldn't even compare them to Derek Brooks. That's just a really hard comparison to live up to, man.
You mentioned Emmanuel Pregnon earlier as somebody you would maybe even move up for in the second round, the guard from Oregon. And I always like pulling up the little comparisons that Lance Zierlein does on NFL.com with, some of the more notable prospects. His comp, Kevin Dotson, kind of a funny
It's
one.
not a bad one.
Considering
It's not a bad one.
It looks like they have a pretty similar similar build, that's for sure, and similar athleticism.
They do. It's not a bad comp. And I mean, if you know anything about how Dotson's performed since going to the Rams, he has been just an unbelievably consistent high-level performer. And I think Pregnon is kind of a similar player to that. I mean, the issue with Dotson with Pittsburgh was the inconsistency, right? It was the up and down play where you would have great flashes and then the next second he would just – it would be like, what happened, man? Like, you totally blew that stunt. Pregnon doesn't have the same level of lapses or the same inconsistency early career Kevin Dotson did. And so to me, like, he's going to be a starter for a decade plus in the NFL. And he's just a smart, cerebral player, but he's nasty too. I mean, we probably don't talk enough about the Steelers flubbing the Kevin Dotson stuff. Like, they keep him.
Yeah.
Probably half their left guard right now. He was certainly worthy of it. They probably moved off him. But I think Pregnon, is such a similar player in spirit to him. He makes a lot of sense. So, I can get down with that comp, and he's the type of player they need. They need nasty in that left guard spot. I want a similar player to Mason McCormick, a guy that is just nasty. You don't want to mess with, a guy that can really get vertical movement in the run game. Pregnon checks that box with flying colors. All of Basantis, Pregnon, and Rutledge, those kind of three guys after you want it, all check that box. I'd be okay with any of those three, but Pregnon is probably my favorite out of those three, honestly.
When does the Aaron Rodgers saga come to an end? Do we finally get some sort of clarification on that 2 weeks from now?
I wish I had the answer, man. I wish. I think the Steelers are certainly hopeful, but I don't think that they have laid down the law. I don't think like Omar has called Aaron and has been like, listen, you don't give us an answer by the 23rd, we're moving on. We're signing Jimmy Garoppolo or something like that. I don't think that's happened. So I think there's certain hope. And Aaron Rodgers certainly did tell them this offseason that it wouldn't take as long. But also, OTAs are in the middle of ongoing, right? They just reported yesterday. There's going to be a voluntary minicamp 3 days before the draft. Does Aaron Rodgers show up maybe a little bit into OTAs? Sure. I don't know if you know this, but, mandatory minicamp now is not the last 3 days before they break. It's in the middle of OTAs. They have a 3-day mandatory minicamp, and then they have, I believe, 6 or 7 more after that are voluntary OTAs. I wonder if that is almost a set-off. Maybe that's when Aaron Rodgers comes by. I think that is very early June. That's what happened last year, where he signed right before mandatory minicamp. So we truly don't know when this is going to happen. I think it does happen. Every indication is that Aaron Rodgers is going to sign with the Pittsburgh Steelers. I just don't know if it's going to be by the draft, and I don't think there's been any true deadline where they're like, hey, if this happens, we're not signing. I don't think that's been said at all. So it's a soft deadline, I guess, or a hopeful deadline that they're hoping for, but I certainly don't think it has to be honored by any means.
There you go. Nick Farabaugh. Great stuff. Check him out, PennLive.com. He covers the Steelers. Nick, as always, thanks for taking the time, man. This was awesome.
Thanks for having me on, Joe. I appreciate it as always, man.
There we go. Nick Farabaugh, who will be fading away from the screen momentarily. There he goes on our video chat, which you could be watching on our X page or on our YouTube page at 93.7 The Fan. You can shoot us a message on the Fan text line at 412-928-9370. That is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. A lot of draft talk there with Nick. Got the question in about Aaron Rodgers at the end because we are just 15 days away from the NFL draft in Pittsburgh. That is going to be a hell of a weekend in town. Let's get into that a little bit coming up next. Jesse Marshall, who covers the Penguins and the NHL at large for The Athletic, joins us just after 9 o'clock right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Earlier today, it was reported that Pitt sophomore guard Noyes Idrisitis is going to be entering the transfer portal. A bunch of other transfers were announced earlier in the week. Only 2 players are left on the Pitt basketball roster as of right now, Makari Moore and Henry Lau. From Oregon 93.7thefan.com, Fan Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Carpal tunnel syndrome. heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Co-founder of Mr. Big and Pennsylvania native Paul Gilbert returns to rock the stage at Jurgles this month. Don't miss Paul Gilbert on April 28th. Pushing the limit of the guitar in genre-bending ways, this is a show you won't want to miss. Paul Gilbert on April 28th at Jurgles. Get advance tickets now at jurgles.com. Another Drusky Entertainment event.
I'm Walter Naylor, owner of a quick drain service. Since 1969, we've been going down the drain so you don't have to. We specialize in older home plumbing repairs and service. Trust us to get the job done right. Call 724-222-1095. Ask us about senior military and first responder discounts. License number PA074216. We serve the tri-state area with DOT-certified gas, water, and sewer line installations while offering a lifetime guarantee. AQuickDrain.com.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm of LGKG. When our fellow Western Pennsylvanians suffer terrible injuries, tragic losses, and immense financial hardships through no fault of their own, who fights for them, Joe?
We do, Larry. That's where LGKG comes in, holding the negligent accountable for the pain and suffering they cause.
History, trust, and results.
And success. More than 200 million recovered and over 10,000 clients served. That's the LGKG story.
At LGKG, we stop at nothing for justice. At LGKG, we try cases, and insurance companies know it.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30-plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
When you see a Gravely mowing the grass, you're looking at over 100 years of ingenuity and action. You're seeing a rugged, durable machine professional lawn service companies have relied on for generations. Or maybe you see a homeowner who demands the best, cutting their own lawn like the pros, whether mowing or on a trailer between jobs. When you see a Gravely, you're seeing greatness at work. Take your lawn mowing up a notch with a Gravely. See the full line at your local dealer.
Best club fitters are at Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek.
You will see ball flight not just 5 feet and drop like other golf stores. Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek is the only place to get your new golf club. Plus, April is demo month. Set up your time today.
Our veterans and their families make great sacrifices to protect our nation. Now it's time for them to receive assistance in their time of need as they age. If you are a veteran or the spouse of a veteran, contact Julian Gray Associates to speak with one of their VA-accredited attorneys to find out how you can receive compensation for the costs of care you are receiving in your home or a long-term care facility. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Hear that? That's the sound of a car rolling into Valvoline Instant Oil Change. The sound of another savvy driver getting an oil change from trained pros. The sound of not having to leave your car while we quickly change your oil. At Valvoline Instant Oil Change, there's no hassle with appointments or dealer wait times. That's one smart bell.
Hey, it's your pal Adam Crowley. Pittsburgh summers can be hot. Is your AC ready? Right now, my friends at Sullivan Super Service are offering $59 AC checkups to keep your system running fast, cool, and efficient. Their team is experienced, friendly, and professional. They've been serving Pittsburgh homes for over 60 years. Don't wait for your system to break. Stay cool and stay ahead this summer. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit sullivanservice.com. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-948-7878. That's 800-948-7878.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two get two free offer. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Live from the Shorkey-Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Here we go. Hold on to your microphones.
Back to the Fan Evening Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Great stuff there from Nick Farabaugh. Those conversations always go about 30 minutes. But the info really, really good. So go back and check that out on the Odyssey app when you get a chance. We are only 15 days away from the NFL draft. 2 weeks from tomorrow night, the NFL world will have its eyes on Pittsburgh as the draft gets underway. We will be down there all day Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, bringing you full coverage on 93.7 The Fan. I can't say, I'm not allowed to say yet where we will be located. I don't think I am. So with that being a question mark, I just won't say it. But I do know that I will be the man quarterbacking our coverage on The Fan. So I'm looking forward to that very much. Because, let's be honest, this could be the one and only chance that I get to experience a draft in Pittsburgh. It was here about 80 years ago, so you do the math. We may not see this again. So I am super excited to have the headset on, have the microphone in front of me Thursday night, Friday night, and then Saturday afternoon down on the North Shore as we get you set for the NFL's annual selection meeting. Every year, it's one of my favorite traditions that comes from Dane Brugler of The Athletic. He is the creator of what he calls the Beast, which is a 600-plus page document that the NFL draft analyst himself puts out there. I'm sure he gets help on this. Stephen King levels of insight on all of the major prospects in the NFL draft. And we get it about 2 weeks prior to the event, and we got it today. It was published this morning, and I got to dive into a little bit of it. Again, 600 pages. I certainly didn't have enough time to go through the entire thing. I don't have Andrew Filippone's level of reading comprehension, clearly. But I did go through some key points that I wanted to check out. The top 10 prospects are always fun to look at. And no, the answer is not Fernando Mendoza. He is the top QB, but he is not the top prospect. That goes to Arvell Reese, the edge rusher / linebacker from Ohio State. He will be one of 4 Buckeyes that fall in the top 10. Yeah, 4 Ohio State players are in Brugler's top 10 prospects. Jeremiah Love, the Notre Dame running back, comes in at number 2. Then Fernando Mendoza, the Heisman winner, national championship quarterback from Indiana, at number 3. The man that will go number 1 overall to the Las Vegas Raiders. Back-to-back Buckeyes at 4 and 5 on the defensive side of the ball. Sonny Styles, another linebacker who converted from safety, is number 4. And then Caleb Downs, who is a safety that can kind of play anywhere, is number 5. I think they got a chance to be better or more impactful than Arvell Reese, who is number 1. Mansour Delane, the corner from LSU, has turned into the top corner prospect in the draft. He is number 6 overall. David Bailey, who you see on a lot of mock drafts kind of going back and forth with Arvell Reese, checks in at number 7, the edge rusher from Texas Tech. Spencer Fanu, the offensive lineman from Utah, he was great at Utah. He was fantastic in his combine workout. In an interview, he was one of those guys that said, I will play anywhere on the offensive line, wherever a team needs me. Ruben Bain, the edge rusher from Miami, his big negative is the short arms, the T-Rex arms that people push back about. Can he be somebody that makes a difference against the lengthy offensive tackles at the NFL level? He comes in at number 9. And then another Buckeye at number 10, the top wide receiver in the class, Carnell Tate. So that's the 1 through 10 for Dane Brugler. And then I wanted to look at the QBs because I thought the Steelers may pick one. I don't know. I don't think it'll be on the first night. I surely hope that it doesn't come down to them selecting Ty Simpson at 21. But it's worth looking into some of the bios on these guys, some of the notes on these guys. And Brugler doesn't write a book about every player, but he does have notes about every single player. Fernando Mendoza, we knew, was going to be the number 1 overall QB. 3rd overall player, top quarterback. And then there is a big, big gap before we reach number 2, and that is Ty Simpson, the Alabama QB who has been connected to the Steelers. We have seen people like Dan Orlovsky on ESPN really go to bat for this guy, and then we found out quickly that they both have the same agent. And that may, in fact, be why there was such a push for Ty Simpson to be a first-round pick. Orlovsky was talking about him like he was the better prospect out of Simpson and Mendoza. Nobody else sees that. Mendoza will be the number 1 overall pick. Simpson might get drafted in the first round, and if he does, it'll be in the back half. But his notes about Ty Simpson stood out to me, and I mentioned these to Nick Farabaugh, but if you weren't in tune to that chat a little bit ago, his bullet points on Ty Simpson, a player I already wasn't in love with, a prospect that I didn't really, or I didn't want to see get drafted by the Steelers. His first note on Ty Simpson is Daniel Jones with fewer physical traits. Okay. Jones was a first-round QB. He has won a playoff game. He was having a very good season with the Colts before injury. That all being said, hasn't been a first-round level player. The second one was worrisome, and I guess that's why it drew comparisons to Daniel Jones, but a worse player. Ty Simpson, a mid-level starter at best and a backup at worst. You want to take a lottery ticket on somebody that has that in their notes? I would do it in the middle rounds. I don't want to do it in the first. That would feel like we felt 4 years ago around this time. Not that they're the same player, but it could end up the same way. Number 3 was Garrett Nussmeier, who has connections to Mike McCarthy. I think this could be one of the QBs that they call that weekend. Aggressive competitor whose throws can win games, but can lose them too. Nussmeier doesn't have the gigantic arm. The hands did grow over the offseason. Doesn't have the staggering size either. But he's number 3. Number 4 is Drew Aller, who I think could get a call from Pittsburgh. Impressive size. He has the arm strength, but his passing instincts certainly need improvement. That comes from Brugler. And anybody who watched Drew Aller play in big games knows that this guy has some trouble in the big moments, to say the least. Cole Payton, after that, the dual threat guy from North Dakota State, he comes in at number 5. He is ahead of Carson Beck, the experienced pocket passer that tends to struggle out of structure. And then Taylon Green, the definition of a lottery ticket at number 7. Malsey loves this guy. He brings up Taylon Green like every other day. I think he is going to be a classic example of guy that you put in at QB in like trick play scenarios, gadget play scenarios, but his NFL career will be made more as a tight end or wide receiver, like a Taysom Hill. Has an amazing highlight reel, had a great combine workout. He also had 37 turnovers in his last 2 seasons. So those are the QBs 1 through 7. I wanted to look at wide receiver because that's still what I think. That's still what Nick Farabaugh thinks. That's still what Mark Gabali, some other Steelers reporters think will be the first-round target. Carnell Tate, number 1. Day 1 starter, future All-Pro, Ohio State wide receiver. You can never go wrong. Mekhi Lemon, number 2. He gets the comps to Amon-Ra St. Brown. He'll be a starter, likely day 1 in the slot, maybe as the Z. Jordan Tyson, number 3. I would love this one. You have the health concerns, the injury concerns. He gets the comp to Stephon Diggs, elite catcher of the football, and likely a day 1 starter. Nick Farabaugh's guy, KC Concepcion, has the versatility and the talent to be a starting slot receiver. He can also be your punt and kick return guy. Might have a drop issue. Might. And then Omar Cooper, who Nick thinks 2 weeks out, 15 days out, will be their pick at 21 overall. He's an inside weapon. He's an outside weapon. Has great run after catch ability. A great yak guy. That could be the type of dude that they're looking at 21 overall. Any of these guys, depending on what the availability is. Charlie, I lied to you, and I apologize. I told you coming back here that I was going to try and make this a 3-segment hour. We're going to just do 2. So now you have to go back and redo all of that work I made you do.
Joke's on you. I didn't do any work.
Good, Charlie. Because I would have felt bad if I made you move things around only to tell you to keep it right here. You can follow the show on Twitter, by the way, on X at 93.7 The Fan. You can watch the show on there. That's brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You can also watch the show on YouTube at 93.7 The Fan, where the chat has been pretty active tonight, almost 3 hours in to the show. Charlie, something I wanted to ask you before we get to Jesse Marshall, who covers the Penguins and the NHL for The Athletic in under 10 minutes. How did things fall on Monday night with the national championship game? You just missed out on winning the PM team poll. I hope that you entered that same bracket in some others where the second or third place guy got payment.
I did not. I did 2 brackets. I did 3 brackets this year. I did 2 men and 1 woman. I always do my 1 women's bracket. And I do not have bracket integrity. I did 2 different ones. I had 2 different champions. I go with like my fun one, and then I go with like one that I actually think is going to happen. And yeah, I had UConn over Michigan, and that was clearly the wrong choice. And I was in here. I was very sad that it was happening the way that it was. But then I was very distracted because the New Jersey Devils fired their general manager, and that's something that I wanted to happen. So
yeah, I was going to say that probably brightened your mood.
It wasn't like it was a rough night because I thought I was going to get free money, but then I didn't get free money, and then I did get free money because the Devils are GM-less right now. That's something that I wanted to happen.
Did you ever hedge that bet?
No, I couldn't figure out how to work the FanDuel app because that was the one that I was going to use.
Could have called Pony. He's the expert there.
Oh, he was on the nightly sports call.
I could tell you how to do the. Well, I mean, if you were doing it at that point, it was too late.
Oh, yeah, it was very late. Yeah. Also, apparently, I think I've used it while I was in New Jersey, but I think I need to. There's a whole thing about the location settings, and I moved states, so there's something there that I have to look into.
Well, those betting apps work in PA.
Yeah, but I think I have to like update something in my bio or something.
Oh.
Because it says, like, what is your state of residence? It was New Jersey, and I don't think I've used that app since I've been in PA, and it's been 4 years.
You could have won some money.
I could have. I should have, but alas, I did not.
Because I did the same thing last year. I had the national championship game correct. So I was going to win either way with Florida winning. And then what, they beat Houston last year?
I believe so.
So I just bet on Houston that night to ensure that I would have something to wake up to in the account. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Going to warm up. Going to be sunny tomorrow and back into the upper 60s, low 70s. Coming up, a little hockey talk. The Penguins are 2 points away from a playoff berth for the first time since 2022. Let's get into that with Jesse Marshall next on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Penguins do play the GM-less New Jersey Devils on Thursday night in Newark, New Jersey. Only 4 games remaining left for both teams. Puck drop scheduled for 7 o'clock. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Get the Jurgles April 21st for Legends on the Rocks, featuring Steelers legend and Hall of Famer Terry Bradshaw and best-selling author Fred Minnick. Your ticket includes an exclusive Bradshaw bourbon tasting and a behind-the-scenes conversation about Terry's life in the black and gold, his bourbon journey, Hollywood stories, and more. Fred will even teach you how to taste like a pro. VIP and general admission tickets are on sale now at Jurgles.com. Another Drusky Entertainment event.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Hey guys, Donnie Football here. Here's what I'm hearing from people on GLP-1s. Yeah, I'm eating less, but I don't always feel great. And honestly, that makes sense. Because if your appetite is down and nobody is helping you make sure you are still getting the right foods in, you can wind up losing weight, losing muscle without feeling healthy or without feeling like yourself. That's why adding Awaken 180 makes a ton of sense. They help you make the food you are eating count. They help you figure out what your body needs, how to keep the weight moving, and how to set this up so when the weight comes off, you are not stuck wondering what happens next. I'm not anti-GLP-1. I'm just saying if you're doing that part already, add the part that helps you feel better, stay on track, and keep it off once it is gone. Free support for life with Awaken 180. You're not doing all of this just to wind up starting over. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Trucking isn't just for drivers. PGT Trucking needs professional staff to help support their men and women out on the road. With positions in safety, recruiting, driver training, fleet management, maintenance, and more, you too can join the proud professionals of PGT and play a major role in the supply chain. Ditch the boring desk job and get in on the action with PGT. Call 1-800-TEAM-PGT or apply online at pgttrucking.com/work. That's pgttrucking.com/work.
Spring is here. How about a fresh start? Baseball is back, the excitement of the draft, and sunlight finally filling your home again. Pella Windows and Doors welcomes the season with energy-efficient windows that brighten your space, elevate curb appeal, and keep your home comfortable all year long. And right now, get 55% off installation or 0% APR for 48 months. Call 855-77-PELLA or visit PellaPittsburgh.com. Pella, Pittsburgh's trusted window company.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. Friday, April 10th and Saturday, April 11th. Come see the stunning Jesse Pony only at Cheerleaders Pittsburgh.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pittsburgh Penguins in action on Thursday night. Tomorrow night. Thursday's tomorrow. That's how my brain works. Thursday is tomorrow night. The Devils will host the Pittsburgh Penguins. The Penguins should win that game because the Devils are terrible. From Oregon 93.7thefan.com, fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
What's going on in here?
More of the Fan Evening Show.
Yeah!
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Two points away. That is how close the Penguins are to clinching a playoff berth. It's been a while. Well, it just feels like it. It's been a few years since we have seen playoff hockey in Pittsburgh, but we are very, very close to saying that officially. And we could be saying it as soon as tomorrow night because the Penguins have not yet locked up a spot in the Eastern Conference playoffs. So far, 4 teams are in for sure. Tampa Bay, Buffalo, Montreal, all three, by the way, 102 points in the Atlantic Division. The Hurricanes are the winners of the Metro, 106 points, 50 wins on the year. They won't be the President's Trophy winners. That will go to Colorado, who had 112 points, has 112 points right now, with still, I believe, 5 games left on their schedule. Jesse Marshall, he writes about the Penguins and the NHL for The Athletic, and he joins us right now on 93.7 The Fan. Jesse, these guys are in. I mean, like, there's no way they're not getting in because the teams behind them, they're not going to be able to catch them, right?
I mean, it certainly doesn't look like Columbus is going to be that team. They just broke a 6-game losing streak. The wheels have fallen off over there. The New York Islanders have fired their head coach and have called up, 19-year-old Victor Eklund as their solution. And I love Victor Eklund, Donnie. I think he's a great prospect, but it's a heck of a weight on him to try to get them into the postseason. So the rest of the Metro is, outside of Philadelphia, is not really playing great hockey right now, and the wheels have sort of fallen off there. Statistically speaking, Don, we're talking about 99.8%. So we've got a 0.2% chance of them not qualifying at this point. And the nice thing is for the Penguins, right, is that, some of these teams around them are playing so bad that, even if they delay in collecting those 2 points for a little bit, there's some other teams that might play their way out by their virtue of not collecting points. So the runway is now short. Most teams are looking at 4 games, and there's not a lot of room for mistakes here.
Yeah, the Penguins with 96. Teams outside looking in. Columbus has 90. The Red Wings and Islanders, as you mentioned, have 89. The Capitals still technically alive with 87. Charlie's Devils, the Maple Leafs, the Panthers, and the Rangers have been eliminated. Before we go any further, there is some potential big money on the line for me. I don't know how in tune you are with this, Jesse, but when the Penguins made the trade and Kyle Dubas made the trade to acquire Elmer Soderblom, Pony jokingly on the air said, Donnie, I'll give you $750 if this guy scores 5 goals in a Penguins uniform this year. And my payback to him is only 20. So I said, oh, what the heck? I mean,
yeah,
I can part with $20 if this guy does what he likely won't do. But here we are, Jesse. This guy has scored 3 goals in his last 5 games. He has 4 goals in the black and gold. I know that Blake Lizotte has a pending return. Is Elmer going to do this for me?
Does this extend into the postseason, Don?
No, it has to be done by the end of the regular season here.
Yeah, well, Blake Lizotte's not coming back in the regular season, I don't think so. I think your runway is secure. I'll tell you what, the Detroit fans are really mad about this, Donnie. They're really mad. And I get the sense in conversations that I have with them that they just did not deploy him like this in Detroit. And it was, I guess, shall we say, a little bit more of a restricted deployment. I mean, here you have a 6'8" monster with decent hands, can carry the puck like you would expect a good fourth liner to be able to carry the puck. And is just a monstrous human being to move around. And I don't get the sense that he had the opportunity to, take risk offensively and play in a system like this. I mean, this is the highest scoring team of the Crosby and Malkin era officially here. I mean, that's crazy to say. But they're popping off 8-9 goal performances here without thinking twice about it. And he's been a critical part of that. And I think in a system that prioritizes offensive zone time and puck support and trying to consistently create these meta advantages where you outnumber the opponent 2-3 or 3-1 or 1-on-2 or whatever it is, that's where he's going to thrive. And you put him in physical engagements and with his size, and again, he pops off every once in a while with this move, and you think, wow, where did that come from? I think he's kind of got this freedom he's been yearning for the last couple years. So I'll tell you what, down the stretch, I don't think he's going to be a guy that's going to get any time off, Donnie. I think if they lock a spot up, you might see Crosby or Malkin get a night off here or there, whatever. That's just going to move him up the lineup. So I feel good for you. I think might be I'm not gonna tell you it's a 50-50 shot here, but I think the circumstances are not working against you.
Let's go, Jesse. This makes me feel tremendously better because I thought I was worried. Does Lizotte come back before the regular season's over? Does this, does Elmer have to miss a game or two here, and then maybe when they have everything locked up, he will get back out there for the finale? If we have 3 true cracks at this thing, and maybe he even sees more ice time in the final 2 games, final few games, if they lock things up tomorrow night, I'm feeling pretty good.
We got to get somebody in Dan Muse's ear to get him out there for an empty net. That'll be what really does it for you.
The guys were hoping, well, Chris mostly, because Pony's the big loser out of all of this, but I believe Chris is hoping that Josh Getzoff has some sort of call related to Pony having to pay up if Elmer does get that 5th goal. And it is surprising the amount of people that pop off on social media anytime this dude scores a goal. I mean, I will get tweets from anywhere between a half dozen and 10 people that this guy has netted a goal. We have people rooting for this to happen. Absolutely rooting for this to happen. And now you have me feeling like it has real legs and a real chance, Jesse.
Well, I know he's putting a tattoo on the line for something else, right? So he's going to have to pay you that $750. He better start saving up.
I also did say I wouldn't get the tattoo on the same body part, but I said if the Pirates, now that's a Pirates bet, if they don't make the playoffs, I will get the old school logo tattooed on me. And I've never gotten a tattoo, so that would be something that I would have to endure. But we still have until late September to worry about that. Speaking of chances of things, it seems likely that the first round matchup will be against the Flyers. Should that be one that we welcome because, hey, it's Pittsburgh and it's Philly, or should we be worried about that matchup with the Flyers in round 1?
I don't think it should be a point of worry. This is the Flyers, not great at scoring goals. That's been a struggle for them this year. They've heated up a little bit. They put 6 in on New Jersey the other night. Sorry, Charlie, but they're not. New Jersey's not playing for a lot right now. So the goal scoring has come around a little bit, but it's still not a team that scores a lot. They're sound defensively. Top 10 metrics defensively, Donnie, in terms of how they mitigate shots and scoring chances in the defensive zone. They've been solid there. Top 10, like I say, I think in terms of mitigating quality chances, they're ace. But their goaltending's 21st in the league. So you kind of wipe a little bit of your defensive success out when you don't have the goaltending that you can lean on top of it. They cancel each other out a little bit. So I just don't know they're a team that scares me in any one way. Their power play has been awful all year long. I think it's primarily somewhere between 32 and 30, and maybe busted into the 20s at one point or another. It's in the early part of the year, but for the most part, pretty ineffective power play. I think the penalty kill, the Penguins have righted the ship there a little bit, Donnie, in the last little bit, but that was a sore spot for them after that West Coast trip, and the wheels fell off there for a little bit. So I don't think that scares you, right? If the penalty kill is your kryptonite, you're going up against a team that's, at the bottom of the barrel on the power play. So I think it would be great for the rivalry. This thing has been dead for a while, since the Jake Gensel series where he was running around chirping them the last time they met in the postseason. But I look forward to it because Trevor Zegras is the penultimate Flyer, right? Kind of a jerk, chirps a lot, a little bit of a turtle, kind of fits in, I think, with the culture. And there's been a lot of heat between him and the Penguins over the course of the last several meetings that they've had. And I think there's been some juice back in the series a little bit, primarily because of him. So I think that would be fun. That would be a lot of fun to see him against the Penguins. There's no love lost there. And I think that rivalry just desperately needs a little bit of a jolt, and it's kind of been dead here for a while. So I think a good old playoff series would get the blood flowing again.
That would be a lot of fun, man. That it would be a ton of fun. That's just a great way to get the Penguins back to the playoffs, which would be the first time, assuming that they finish the job here. And let's face it, folks, it is a near certainty that Pittsburgh will get in. It will be the first playoff appearance since the 21-22 season when they lost in the first round. They haven't won a playoff series since the 17-18 season. So even though they had the back-to-back Stanley Cup runs, they are going on a streak that is pretty similar to the football team in town. I will just be honest and throw that out there. I would love a Pens-Flyers first-round matchup. And you know what? Because we had this discussion today, and the guys even got Tyler Kennedy involved, and he was a little bit worried about a Pens-Flyers matchup. Even if they lost that first-round series, Jesse, given that this has been a season all along when we thought they would, when a lot of people, I thought they would be a bad hockey team. Plenty of people agreed with that. I would be happy with how the season went. I couldn't complain about a team that got back to the playoffs in Dan Muse' first season.
It'd be a hard press to find someone who'd be upset about it. I think this is, you have to remember, Donnie, the expectation. You and I spoke on this very show last offseason, and we talked about Gavin McKenna for about 10 or 15 minutes.
Yep.
And that was the direction that this team was pointing, right? Is that the McKenna sweepstakes, they're going to be a primary player, they're going to be a lottery team, and that could not be further from the truth, obviously. So credit to Dan Muse, right? I mean, I think this is a breath of fresh air. And Donnie, he's not done anything that's reinventing the wheel. He's not rolled out a new fandangled system that no one has ever seen before. I would argue, Donnie, he's gone the opposite direction of a lot of NHL coaches recently, where you see these up-tempo power forechecks, right? Like Florida, they just send everybody, right? The full-on two-man, three-man forecheck, they're trying to press you all the time. It's constant pressure. You know, Penguins don't play like that, right? They're really protective of the red line, and they're not trapping, right? They're just giving you space to run into them a little bit. And I think on their breakout, they're not full bore press, go ahead, everybody get north as quickly as possible. There's nuance. You know, I mentioned earlier that they create these puck advantage situations organically in the way they play, where everyone who's in possession has someone on their hip. You're never alone, right? And you create these little meta advantages. And it's sort of like a breath of fresh air in this league that's gone like hyper aggressive. You know, like look at what's happened with Ben Kindle. You look at what's happened with Igor Chinakhov. We knew he was a guy whose resume was built around developing youth, right? That's what it was all about. And not only has he been able to manage the veteran presences on this team who've been around for ages, but he's curated this new generation of talent. And look what he's brought out of Chinakhov, and you know, he's been, awry in Columbus for years now. Comes here and just starts scoring like crazy. So I think they're a well-coached hockey team that maybe doesn't have any more like the 35, 40 goal scorer they can throw in your face. You know, Anthony Mantha is obviously a great story, but they have depth scoring, right? They can hit you from everywhere. And outside of that penalty kill I mentioned earlier, Donnie, they're a team you look at and you think, hey, their goaltending's not great, right? But it's good enough to win you around. It's good enough to get you there. And it's just it's remarkable to see that not only the change that the coaching's had, but even just the accrual of prospects is continuing. They're going into the draft in a great spot. And Kyle Dubas has somehow managed to do what everyone said couldn't be done, which is stay competitive and rebuild at the same time. Somehow he has found a way to do it.
Jesse Marshall with us. He writes about hockey for The Athletic. Jesse, I think the obvious big question mark that this team has as they go into the postseason, who is going to be between the pipes?
I think it's going to be Stuart Skinner. Artur Silovs has not played his best hockey over the course of the last couple weeks. I think there's been some really, really rough outings for him. Whereas for most of the year, he played to about what the expectation was. I think you can't ask for anything else, especially from a full-time rookie, right? I mean, really, honestly, this is, he's not new to pro hockey, but this is his first time, getting this taste of this workload at the NHL level. Stuart Skinner, has been better recently. And I know the statistics look ugly, but you go back to some of the games that they've either been in and collected a point or won, there's always some moment or sequence where Stuart Skinner makes a save that changes the course of the game. And I'm sure there's a few in there that maybe he'd like to have back, but I mean, he's giving them a fighting chance. Just compound that with the experience, right? Like, back-to-back Cup finals. He's been there. He knows what it's about. I think just you lean on that experience here. And I think ultimately, even play aside, Donnie, I think that's probably the direction they were trending when they brought him in anyway, was, really locking that down with somebody who's been there and done that.
How are they going to handle things with Sergei Murashov?
Well, he's hanging around. He's still here. He hasn't gone anywhere yet. I think that's probably because they're waiting for Skinner's eye to return to a normal size and function. But it's going to be interesting. I'll tell you this: I don't think there's anything left for him down there. I just don't. Months December, January were very pedestrian for him, to the point that you watch him and you think, he's taken this game by the scruff of the neck. He knows when to take important whistles now and stop things, calm them down. He's more aggressive. Rebound control's gotten better. I don't know that you gain anything from him not playing NHL games next season. And I think he's made leaps and bounds of improvement. Again, the rebound control was the kryptonite, Donnie, and it never killed him because he's athletic enough to work his way out of the problems it creates, right? His athleticism, his instincts, his IQ, they enable him to make these acrobatic saves where he bailed himself out of a lot of self-inflicted wounds. But those self-inflicted wounds are almost non-existent today. I think he's gotten even better in control of how he plays the puck and a little less adventurous now. So, I think, whether or not he can play 62 games, Donnie, remains to be seen at the NHL level, right? And success at the AHL is great. We're moving to a different level now. Shooters are more intentional. They're more skilled. But I think that you have to at least give him games as a backup next season. I think it'd be ridiculous at this point to let him sit down there, and I think he's proved himself. So, that's my expectation that, potentially is here next season, either splitting a starting role, 75-25 or something like that, or, maybe even just playing a primary backup. But I don't think you keep him down there anymore.
Do you think there's any chance they carry 3 into the playoffs?
I don't know. And the reason I say that, Donnie, is that what he lacks, right, and the one thing Murashov doesn't have to his name is, whether it be in Wheeling or in Wilkes-Barre, a really long and boisterous playoff run, right? Wilkes-Barre always runs into the Lehigh Valley problem, where they don't get the best seating, they don't get the right seating for them, and things always fall apart really early. I think you keep him down there because you need – this is a good team. They just added Mikhail Ilyin today from over in Russia, who's had a phenomenal season and is a 4-year KHL player, only 21 years old, just joining your team now. They're a legitimate contender for a Calder Cup. I think there's 4 teams you put in that bucket. Grand Rapids is up there, but Wilkes-Barre's in the mix. Give him the reins. Let him go down there. That experience is invaluable, and it would go a long way in his development. So I would let him take the reins and try to bring a Calder Cup back up there to Eastern Pennsylvania.
How would you rank the 3 best moves made by Kyle Dubas this season?
Well, you got to start with Igor Chinakhov. I think that's an obvious decision, but that the payment, Donnie, even back when the trade was made, I looked at it and I even had some hesitation because you get that division tax, right? That heavy division tax that you're including some picks, and I know you have a surplus, and it's not it's not a disaster to have to give one up, but the tape on Chinakhov wasn't phenomenal, right? And I get it, he was unhappy. It was an oil and water mixture, for a lot of the parts between the coach and the player. But I just, it was one of those things that you felt like there was more there, but you just weren't sure, right? You just weren't sure. So it was a gamble, but one that they obviously had good tape and analytics on, because I think at the end of the day, things have worked out. Now, Tristan Jarry, I struggle with not putting this one first because, if you would have thought back, right, years ago, we never would have said at any point, Donnie, that was a tradable contract, right? That was a contract that would be easily moved in any form or fashion. The fact that he was able to do it the way that he did it, Stuart Skinner aside, that just getting out from underneath of that, right, was the important thing. And I think that was the part that needed to happen. And you know, it wasn't a great situation. You know, I think that signing, you look back on it, the market wasn't great, you know, things of that nature. Sure, but that term is the thing that just sticks with you. And I think you got to go to Anthony Mantha. And I'm going to tell you why specifically, Donnie. It's the way he did that contract, right? Is Anthony Mantha hasn't been able to stay healthy. Again, a player that you know that talent is there, but just like Chinakhov, there hasn't been a long enough run to make you feel great about it. You give him this 1-year deal that is like completely incentive laden, right? Like, play this number of games, score this number of goals, rebuild your career here. And like, that's to me, the allure of that deal is what brought Anthony Mantha to Pittsburgh in the first place. And then, you know, Dan Muse, the system, all that stuff comes together. He gets to play with top 6 talent like he hasn't played with in a really long time. But it was the structure of the contract that was so impressive to me, and the way that he said, like, I'm going to give you a lot of money if you earn it. And I think that's such a – it's maybe a little bit of a brutal approach, Donnie, right? But I think for a player that's coming back from injury, that's a huge motivating tool, right? And I think structuring it is so low risk to the team. So, you know, yeah, he picked him out of the lineup as a guy that could potentially score 30, and you don't want to look past that. But the way he brought him here and the way he structured the deal and the environment he put him in, like, that's all a part of this, right? So I got to give Mantha the nod at third, Masterson candidate for Pittsburgh. But, you know, it's just that whole thing was done so well. And you know, I think that puts that in an easy 3 for me.
Hi, Jesse. It's Charlie. This is not a Devils-related question, but people can be misconstrued as that. There have been a couple GM openings happening in the last couple of days and weeks, and Ron Francis just stepped down as president in Seattle. Could a guy like Jason Spezza be involved in and for people those who don't know, he is the Penguins' assistant general manager. Could his name be out in this current cycle, or was this a next year kind of a thing for somebody like Spezza?
No, I don't think it's too soon. I mean, he's been around for a little bit now, you know, in a couple different roles. I think players always get a little bit of a fast track in some case in today's NHL. And he's a well-plugged-in guy, honestly. Seems to be analytically savvy, Charlie. I mean, you hear, you know, it's hard to parse what's true from reality or what's fake from reality out of those stories. But, you know, you hear a lot of things about him, you know, being sort of at the forefront of some of the conferences and some of the new information that's coming out. So I think he's well-versed, you know, kind of like a 5-tool guy. He's done some scouting. You know, I think he's gained more management experience in the last couple of years. But I certainly think – I don't think I would say it's too soon for him. I don't think there's anything that happens between this year and next year that, like, suddenly makes him a better candidate.
Jesse, do the Penguins lock this thing up tomorrow night?
I think so. The only thing that really frightens you about the Devils, and Charlie knows this better than anybody, is Jack Hughes has just been a nightmare since the Olympics and hasn't really slowed down at all. So I don't know. I think they'll do it. I need to get it over with. I watched a portion of that game last night between the Flyers and the Devils, and it wasn't the most awe-inspiring performance from New Jersey outside of some of their star players. But you know, they're pretty beat up. You know, they had that one stretch, Charlie, this year that went badly around the holidays that kind of knocked them out of it. But you know, I think the Devils are kind of doing an anti-Rangers right now, where they've sort of embraced it, whereas New York has decided to start winning and play their way right out of a bottom 5 pick at the worst possible time of the season. So I think they lock it up, Donnie, and they get it done at least tomorrow night and get it wrapped.
So to piggyback off of that real quick, if Jacob Markstrom starts tonight for the Devils, or tomorrow night for the Devils, bet your life savings on the Penguins winning the game tomorrow night. And then a follow-up question for you, Jesse. Would the Pittsburgh Penguins be interested in a slightly used Jacob Markstrom?
No, you wouldn't believe what we had to go through to get rid of this slightly used Tristan Jarry. By the way, here's just a fun story for everyone. The Alberta Police Department last night put out a notice to not call 911 about the Oilers goaltending situation. So if you were wondering how things are going in Edmonton, they put out a PSA for people to stop calling the police about Tristan Jarry. But no, thank you on the Markstrom, and I wish you the best of luck in
not
trying
even
to
with
jettison that asset.
his 2-year extension kicking in after this season for $6 million per.
Not even with you eating 50% of the salary.
And that's why Tom Fitzgerald doesn't have a job, folks.
There you go.
Man, what a move by Kyle Dubas. So the Edmonton police were getting calls about Tristan Jarry.
Yeah, last night the police department tweeted that Edmonton goaltending is not a valid reason to call into 911.
Oh, my God. Jesse, great stuff, man, and you topped it off with a fine story as well. I hope you can root for Elmer Soderblom to get the job done for me, and let's hope the Penguins can get the job done tomorrow night to lock up their first playoff berth since the 21-22 season. Thanks, man.
Appreciate you, Don. Thank you.
There we go. Jesse Marshall, he writes about hockey for The Athletic. I'm feeling good about it, Charlie, the Elmer thing. I really am. Knowing that he's probably going to play these final 4 games. You got
I would if I were you.
You have tomorrow night, you have the 2 against the Capitals, then you have that game against the Blues. And imagine if it comes down to that game against the Blues. I don't want it to, but imagine it comes down to that and he finds himself in front of an empty net.
That game is what, on Tuesday?
Yes, that's that random Tuesday night where they play at 9:30.
All right, so
to finish the season.
So here's what I'm proposing. If you're game for it. I bartend on Tuesday nights. I will stay open later and have a watch party. Have an Elder Soderblom watch party.
If it comes down to that?
If it comes down to the last game, I will stay open later to have an Elmer Soderblom Donnie football watch party on Tuesday night.
See, I don't want to make you stay open later though, Charlie. I mean, you're a hard-working guy around here.
For that, I don't care. A couple of listeners actually stopped by yesterday and said hello.
Because isn't that like it's like a 9:30 start time, I think.
Normally we close around 10:30. So I don't mind staying open an extra half hour till 11. Because by that point,
it's a 9:30 puck drop.
That's fine. I'll do it.
That's a midnight finish.
I'll do it. I will do it.
All right. Well, we'll see if it comes down to that. We can revisit this over the weekend because they have tomorrow night in New Jersey, 7 p.m. puck drop, home against the Capitals to finish out the home schedule on Saturday at 3 p.m. That's actually a national TV game. National TV again on Sunday, also at 3 o'clock. That time, the game is in D.C., and then they close it out against the St. Louis Blues next Tuesday at 9:30. Hopefully Elmer has the goal by then. Imagine I have to stay up into the midnight hour to see if Elmer can actually get the job done. I think they're going to lock it up tomorrow night. The team that is a playoff berth against the Devils. We will get more into that coming up next. It is a Borges Hockey Roundup, and perfectly we have the guy who loves but also loathes his New Jersey Devils, Charlie Borges. We get into that coming up next. You can join in at 412-928-9370. You can shoot us a text on the Edgar Snyder and Associates fan text line, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. A Borges Hockey Roundup next on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Pirates fell today 8-2 to the San Diego Padres at PNC Park. They're off tomorrow. They're back at it on Friday when they face the Chicago Cubs at Wrigley Field. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
This is a Westwood One Sports Minute.
Trouble in the Windy City. On top of the Bulls looking for new leadership and the Bears being indecisive about a new stadium, well, Chicago fans have been hit with yet another blow as Cubs pitcher Cade Horton prepares for a season-ending surgery on his elbow. The 24-year-old has already been plagued with injuries, including a rib injury that sidelined him during last year's postseason. This is bad news for the Cubs. I'm Addie Bates.
America, look around. Everywhere you go, prices are still high. Rates have been whipsawing markets, and the debt and spending don't exactly scream stability. If your retirement is mostly stocks and bonds, you may be taking a risk, more risk than you think. And when you're near retirement, a sharp drawdown at the wrong time can do real damage. Experts say diversifying with intention is the #1 secret account that all Americans' smart money uses to hedge against instability. Its precious metals, silver, and gold is having a spectacular bull run. Would it not make sense to get in before the rocket takes off? Monetary Gold have been around since 2000, witnessing multiple economic setbacks. They have the experience to help tailor your portfolio to your needs. If you call now, they will cover up to a lifetime of your IRA fees on qualified accounts. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional. That's 877-NOW-GOLD.
I suffered with plantar fasciitis for almost 20 years. I would try drugstore insoles and supports.
If you suffer with plantar fasciitis, we know the search for pain relief can feel like a hopeless ordeal.
I thought foot pain was going to be with me for the rest of my life. I've been through surgeries, foot injections.
At the Good Feet store, we hear stories every day of all kinds of cheap inserts, expensive shoes, and other failed remedies people have tried that just didn't work.
I was trying all different things. Not a single one worked. And then I was driving past the Good Feet store, and I thought, why not? Give it a try. They wanted to make sure that they gave me the right arch support for my feet. Then it was like, okay, this is different. These make a difference.
Don't lose hope. Give the Good Feet store a try.
I'm so glad I met Good Feet. It changed my life.
Now open in the waterfront across from Yankee Candle next to Panera, or visit us in Robinson Town Center in Cranberry Township or in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Save $10 on a pair of Bosch Focus wiper blades. Our professional parts people will even install them for free at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. How do airplanes fly? What's in this box? What does this thing do?
Kids are curious about everything, including guns. Learn how to store your gun securely and make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by End Family Fire, Brady, and the Ad Council.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Are you stuck staring at your W-2? Are tax refund worries holding you back? You probably have FOMO, the fear of messing up. The fix? Using TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. It's time to overcome your fear of messing up and get your taxes done right. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
SpringFest means more sun, more fun, and more free at Lowe's. Keep your yard in line with an additional free Ego 56-volt battery when you buy a select Ego mower, trimmer, or blower. Plus, keep landscaping fresh with Stay Green 1 cubic foot garden soil, 5 bags for $10. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 4/8 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Soil offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
Just 20 minutes from downtown Pittsburgh and 10 minutes from the airport, Moon Golf Course offers a beautiful 18-hole course that's perfect for players of all skill levels. Whether you're squeezing in a quick round, planning a weekend outing with friends, or hosting a golf event, Moon Golf Course delivers scenic fairways, great conditions, and a relaxing day on the links. Book your tee time today and experience one of the area's hidden gems. Visit moongolfclub.com.
Need a garage door fixed right now? Need someone to fix the opener or repair broken door springs? Maybe you need new rollers or cables. Door panels may be damaged. Maybe you think you need a new garage door. You need someone, and now. Call 1-844-345-4737 for Precision Garage Door Service. One of America's largest certified professional garage door experts has trucks fully stocked and ready to roll. Call 1-844-345-4737 for 24-hour same-day service in Pittsburgh and surrounding areas to fix any garage door problem. Precision will dispatch certified professional garage door technicians. They'll repair or replace anything on your garage door economically. No waiting. And if you do need a new garage door, Precision will provide a free estimate. Online, it's PittsburghGarageDoors.com or call 1-844-345-4737. Phone answers 24/7. Credit cards are accepted. Precision Garage Door Service.
Precision Door Service, a name you can trust.
PA 060566.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Penalties and interest are piling up every single day. Wage garnishments and bank levies could hit any moment. If you've been avoiding it out of fear, you're not alone. But waiting only shrinks your options and ramps up the stress. The truth is, the IRS settles with taxpayers every day through legitimate programs, and many qualify to reduce what they owe, in some cases by up to 99%. That's why thousands turn to helpwithirsdebt.com. They've guided over 120,000 Americans, resolved more than $2.3 billion in tax debt, and back every case with their ironclad resolution guarantee. If there's no real path forward, you get a full refund, no fine print. They even randomly select one qualifying client each year and pay off their entire IRS balance. Terms apply. Don't let another day pass. Go to helpwithirsdebt.com right now. It's fast, easy, and confidential. Find out what's possible today. Helpwithirsdebt.com. Once again, that's helpwithirsdebt.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. Let's do this. Talking all things Pittsburgh sports all evening long with the Fan Evening Show. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Listen to the Pomp and Joe Show every Wednesday. That's today to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at 12 noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. Today, the General, Jeff Patton from the Baseball Card Castle. His two cards, a 2025 Bowman Connor Griffin card and a 2019 Braxton Ashcraft autographed Bowman rookie card. So how about that from the General, his card or cards of the week. Donnie Football with you on 93.7 The Fan. Less than an hour left together until 10:35. Charlie Borges is with me behind the glass. Our guy Ryan is back there shadowing Charlie. Works here in promotions. Will be someone that is on the board very, very soon. Graduates from Point Park next month. We were just having an off-air discussion. The last time the Penguins were in the postseason, he was going to his high school prom. That was 2021-2022. That's something that we can take a victory lap on, Charlie. This man is much younger than we are. I know you're not a Penguins fan, but you at least were going to a Pennsylvania school when the Penguins were going through their Stanley Cup runs. That was awesome. Seeing the Penguins win back-to-back Stanley Cups while in college, pretty elite stuff.
Yeah, if you were a Penguins fan.
You got to be around those people, though. That had to be kind of fun.
Oh, it was fun. We, I believe we had multiple parties at the house for the games. And I do want to take credit for those 2 Stanley Cups for the Penguins because I transferred to Westminster the spring of 2016. What happens in the spring of 2016? Penguins win the Stanley Cup. I'm a student there in 2016-2017 academic year. What happens? Penguins win the Stanley Cup. I graduate May 8th, or May 13th, sorry, of 2018. What happens 2 days later?
The Penguins lose.
The Penguins are eliminated. So the entire duration of my time in college, the Penguins were the Stanley Cup champions. And then as soon as I graduate, goodbye. So I'm taking credit.
That was a lot of fun going through those seasons.
A lot of kegs. Kegs and eggs. That's what
it was. It was stuff that was hard to beat. They had the watch parties outside. I would assume that they're going to bring back the big screen of some sort. That was something that I remember going to in middle school and high school, and once or twice here and there in college. One of them I remember, they could have closed out the series against the Sharks in the 16-17 Cup run. Or no, that was the 15-16 Cup run. And it was Game 5 in Pittsburgh. That could have been that would have been, if they won the game in Game 5, the first time since the Bill Mazeroski walk-off in 1960 that a Pittsburgh team won a championship in Pittsburgh.
That's right.
But they lost
the game. They didn't do it in 2009. They did it in Detroit. 91, they did it in Minnesota? Or no, they did it in Chicago in 91.
Then 92 was Minnesota. Wow. Obviously, the Steelers' Super Bowls are always a neutral site. The Pirates in 71 and in 79 won those in Baltimore. They didn't win them in Pittsburgh.
Wow, I never noticed that.
So the scene, I probably still have a picture somewhere with a few of my college buddies from that. The scene outside the stadium, outside the arena, where they put the big screen up, like right outside one of the main gates. And it was just people as far as the eye could see. It was one of the cooler atmospheres that I've been a part of, and I wasn't even inside. Another one that's up there, back in the 09 Cup run, was being out at the big screen for those when they took on the Red Wings. Those were awesome. But we're saying all this because the Penguins are about to go back to the playoffs for the first time since the 21-22 season, when it was a first-round exit under Mike Sullivan. And now under Dan Muse in his first season, the Penguins have about a 99.9% chance of making the postseason. And it will very likely start in a matchup between the Penguins and the Flyers. That's going to be awesome. I know that not everybody gets caught up in hockey all season long. I think I myself am one of those people. But that being said, the vibes are awesome when you have a playoff hockey team. And you're going to have those people that get mad about bandwagon fans. The diehards always get upset about the bandwagon fans. Love it or hate it. Everybody is going to hop on when the games matter the most. But on top of that, you have the weather turning. We just talked about the big screen. Vibes are high. They are. And the Penguins are 2 points away from a postseason berth. And Charlie, the team in their way tomorrow night are your Devils. And you think they're just going to lay down and die. The Devils, that is.
If they start Jacob Markstrom, yeah. If basically Jacob Markstrom has been Tristan Jarry-esque, yet worse this season for the Devils. If he is a shred, if he is in the conversation of being average, they're in the playoffs and Tom Fitzgerald still has a job. But no, he was terrible. Tom Fitzgerald doesn't have a job anymore. And Markstrom has a 2-year extension that doesn't have that's not kicking in until next year. That's where we are as an organization. So do I think they're going to roll over and die? No. Do I think it's going to be a fun game to watch? Probably. Especially with Jack Hughes. He's been the best player in the NHL since he scored the golden goal at the Olympics. But they just have the random, not even random, they just have one of those games where they'll let in 5 because their goalie can't stop a beach ball, and then they'll go on a 5-game winning streak. And then the goalie can't stop a beach ball, and then it's another just rolling down the hill.
Hopefully one of those he lets in tomorrow is off the stick of one Elmer Soderblom.
That I am actually hoping for. I want that to happen tomorrow night. But I'm also hoping that it doesn't happen until the final game of the season because I've already gotten text messages on the text line asking where this watch party is going to be.
You're going to make the other employees at this place stay late.
See, the funny thing is about that, Donnie, I'm the only one that works on that one shift.
What?
I'm bartender, server, bus boy, bar back. I do it all.
How big is this place? Like the size of the studio? You don't have to tell me the name.
No, it's pretty big.
You're the only guy?
We have 15 tables, about 36 seats at the bar.
That's a pretty big place.
And it's just me. So when people come in and I say, I'll be right with you, and they are like, it took you a while. I'm like, I'm the only one here. I don't know what you want me to do. And I had to start cooking at the beginning of the shift because the cook got there late. Not his fault.
Okay, so there is at least a cook in the kitchen.
Yes, there is a cook in the kitchen.
Okay.
I'm not the one cooking the food.
I mean, that would be impossible stuff that they would be asking you to do. Bar rescue level stuff.
Yeah, but I thrive in that chaos.
I would be stressed out, man. I never like see, I don't really count this as the same thing because A, I enjoy the hell out of it. You know, talking sports with people every single day. And even when it's a long solo show, I have somebody behind the glass with me. If that wasn't the case, it would be made a little bit more difficult. But like the jobs, like the odd jobs that I didn't enjoy, like I worked at a beer store in college my senior year in Waynesburg. I worked at a CVS. We've talked about that before.
Yeah, the list of odd jobs that you've had and that we have both bonded over.
Yes.
I have also had the odd jobs as well.
You and I are some grinders that have had some odd jobs. When you get stuck alone at those places, it sucks.
Oh, yeah.
Now, it's also a little bit different. We've talked about like when I was an Amazon driver, that kind of sucks too because you're just out and doing your own thing.
Yep.
but you're also able to work at your own pace. It's not like you have to like wait on anybody or, you know, be customer service. You just kind of do your own thing. But when you have to do something customer service related and you're the only person, that's rough.
Yeah.
Like a beer store, you have to, you know, like you have to
run the register, restock everything when people buy stuff.
Restock all day long, and they would have you working solo on like a weekend in the summer.
And what if there's a delivery? You have to do the delivery stuff.
Oh, here comes somebody to pick up a keg. I have to go all the way to the back and
lift it, and then you have 5 people at the door waiting to check out.
Yes.
You're hoping that nobody slipped by as you were in the back trying to get the one thing.
Yes. CVS, you have to, you know, stock all those random shelves of all the random stuff that they have, and some idiot can't figure out how to work the self-checkout thing.
Yeah,
I don't really miss those days, but man, I would be stressed in that environment. I know that you're used to it and you're good at it, but
you and I talked about this before. I think you would be a great bartender at a beer and a shot place.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to make anything complicated.
Like a fancy cocktail, like, oh, you have to light wood on fire and smoke the brim of the glass and then put
Have you done that stuff before?
Yes, I have. It's intimidating, and I don't like it.
Yeah, I would probably burn myself. Be a disaster.
I feel like a mom and pop bottle shop behind the bar for a shift.
I can shoot the breeze with people just fine, yeah.
Pour a beer, pour a shot.
We talked about the idea that if Chris ever ran into a lot of money, he would save Fatheads because that's his favorite bar. A lot of big life moments took place at that bar, and their final day is less than 3 weeks from now. And Pony and I joked that could Chris just hire us to be dudes that hung out there? Not even work. I would just be like a vibes guy. Like Norm.
Yeah.
I'd be like Norm at Cheers.
Same spot.
Wouldn't even have to drink every day. I would just be like the vibes guy. We could shoot the breeze about whatever. Carry a conversation. It could be sports. It could be...
I'd bartend.
Movies. I know people like to get into politics. I'd rather not do that. But any other conversation...
Have I ever told you the 3 golden rules at the bar?
I know that politics is one of them.
No politics, no religion, and if you see a guy in on Friday with girl A and he's in on Saturday with girl B, don't ask him how Friday went with girl A.
Those are funny rules.
And no,
like that one.
I may or may not have been an inexperienced bartender at the time and asked a guy, hey.
You have told that story.
Long time no see. And he was like, what are you talking about? I'm like, nothing. Never mind. You look just like this other guy.
Man, that's an awkward spot for everybody involved. Did you see the guy again?
Yeah, he came in every now and again and he busted my chops about it. But I remember like saying, oh, I mistook you for somebody else, walked down to the other bar, and one of the senior guys went, you ever going to do that again? No, sir. No, I will not. I wonder how Blue is doing.
Oh, is that the guy's name?
Yeah, Blue. That was just a nickname. We all called him Blue.
Oh, okay.
No idea why.
I'm picturing the ancient guy from old school.
Oh, no.
Who is no longer with us.
Not You're My Boy, Blue.
Hasn't been with us in quite some time. So that could be at stake. A watch party, Charlie, if Soderblom doesn't get the job done in these next 3 games.
And I know a few listeners do know where I work because a couple of them stopped by yesterday and they introduced themselves. And I was very surprised.
How about that?
Yeah, they were like, hey, we listen to you all the time. I said, oh, thank you for coming out. I do. Eileen was one of them. Very nice woman.
Oh.
She stopped by.
Yes.
She said, are you Charlie? I said, yes. Are you gorgeous Charlie Borges? I'm like, ah.
Yeah, she's very nice. She comes out to
oh, she literally just texted it on the text line. Charlie, you were very awesome at your bar last night. Very attentive, friendly, and had the drinks poured for the regulars without them even asking.
You're going to have to make a bunch of rum and cokes for limits. That's all he drinks.
See, for
I
him,
found out last week he has never finished a full beer.
there's a word I want to use that I can't due to FCC regulations. For limits, what we used to do for this one regular at the old bar that I worked at, if he was making any of the bartenders angry, he would always get vodka cranberries. If he made us angry, we would just give him a glass of cranberry juice and charge him for a vodka cranberry.
He would never tell the difference.
He could never tell the difference. So for limits, I'd probably just give him...
you can't even taste the alcohol in here.
Exactly. I would probably just pour him Cokes all night and just see what would happen. I can't taste the alcohol. I'm like, hey, bud, trust me, it's in there.
Guy that begins acting drunk after like 3 of them.
100%. Just see what happens.
Man, that would be a pretty funny prank to see if he was that type of guy, because there was always that guy in every college group.
Yep.
I love how off the rails this segment has gone, but that's just fine. We're after 10 p.m.
Yeah, who cares?
But there's always that guy in a college friend group that is dude that acts drunker or acts
Than
drunk
he actually
when
is.
Isn't at all.
Even if he hasn't even touched any of it.
And he's the same guy that'll be like, I had like 8 or 9 drinks, and he's had like 2 or 3.
And they're like...
The exaggerator.
And they're like 2.5 Bud Lights.
Yes.
Something incredibly light, like a Cosmo.
He's like, man, I had like 8 or 9. Like every time you talk to him, he adds like a drink or 2. I've had 9 or 10 drinks. I've had 11 or 12 drinks. There's always that guy.
I think that guy has limits. Only one way to find out. just pour him captainless Cokes all night.
That would be pretty funny. And then just one that's insanely strong out of nowhere.
Well, that's what happened on my 21st birthday.
Toes.
They on my 21st birthday, it was tradition to, when you turn 21 at the bar that I used to work at in Jersey, you would celebrate your 21st there. And I remember going in, being a fresh 21-year-old and sitting at the bar, and I wanted a orange vodka and Sprite with a splash of orange juice. It was affectionately known as a 007. Orange vodka. Orange juice, 7-Up, so 007. And I asked for a 007, and the bartender looked at me, picked up the bottle, turned it over, and filled it to the brim of the glass with just straight vodka, and did a literal splash of Sprite, put it in front of me, and said, "Happy 21st birthday." And I went, I don't know what you want. What are you expecting here? I finished it.
Have you ever had people complain about drinks being too strong?
No. I've had people complain that there's too much mix in there. And that's something that you learn as a bartender as you go along, that how much mix to put into certain things, certain citrus drinks. There was one woman, I'll never forget her. She made an enemy for life out of me because she kept saying that her White Russians had too much milk in it, or they tasted too milky. And I said, that's because there's milk in a White Russian.
Tastes like.
And she's like, but it's too milky. And I showed her how I made it. And she goes, yeah, that's perfect. And I gave it to her, and she goes, it's still too milky. I'm like, I don't know what you want from me. I genuinely don't know. Yeah, so I just gave her Kahlua and vodka and just gave it to her. Enjoy.
Yeah, because my philosophy on that is I'm not going to complain to the staff or the bartender that my drink is too strong. Like I'm going to think that, like, oh, man, this is a strong one. But it's almost like if you complain about getting too much food at a restaurant. Like, oh, man, they gave me a huge portion. I'm really upset about this. No, I'm getting the best bang for your buck.
Correct.
I'm not complaining about that.
Like, if you get a rum and Coke and it's too strong, what you can do is just ask for another side of whatever it is. Like, hey,
that's a good idea.
Can I have an extra glass of Pepsi? And if they ask, was the drink too strong? You could say, no, I just want to drink a regular Pepsi on top of my Captain and Coke. You don't have to insult them. There's different ways you can go around if your drink is too strong.
What a conversation, Charlie. 412-928-9370 if you have any thoughts on that. You can also follow along on X. You can watch the show on X at 93.7 The Fan. That's brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. We finish things up. Coming up next, a little primetime potpourri. Somebody will not be attending the 2026 NFL Draft. Is that a big deal? We'll get into that next on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army, our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Spring is in the air, and Alev's long-lasting pain relief is here to keep you moving. The days are longer and the flowers are blooming. Whether it's gardening, yard work, or just spending more time outdoors, spring has a way of getting us moving despite any body pain. That's where Aleve can keep you going. With just one dose, Aleve gives you long-lasting body pain relief for up to 12 hours. From sunup to sundown, Aleve's got your back. Try Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
Kohl's Epic Deals prove one thing. A good deal is the best feeling. Better than remembering your password on the first try. Or that first sip of coffee in the morning. Well, okay, the coffee is pretty close. But still, Kohl's Epic Deals are hard to beat. Save big on comfy tees, sandals, cozy bedding, and more at Kohl's and Kohls.com. Select styles. Offers end April 12th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Aetna has been my lifesaver. Easy to understand, and if not, customer service is always there to help.
Those words from a real Aetna Medicare Advantage member speak to why U.S. News & World Report named us a best Medicare Advantage company. Because we show up with care management that ensures doctors work together on complicated conditions. We show up with the latest in online tools to make healthcare easier to use anytime. We show up for you, because that's how healthier happens together. Member feedback has been edited for length and clarity.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
When you see a Gravely mowing the grass, you're looking at over 100 years of ingenuity in action. You're seeing a rugged, durable machine professional lawn service companies have relied on for generations. Or maybe you see a homeowner who demands the best, cutting their own lawn like the pros, whether mowing or on a trailer between jobs. When you see a Gravely, you're seeing greatness at work. Take your lawn mowing up a notch with a Gravely. See the full line at your local dealer.
Thor Dickerson here. Looking for an easy way to raise money for your youth sports team or organization this season? Keystone Custom Apparel has a brand new fan club fundraiser designed specifically for sports teams. Each player receives a custom shirt featuring the names of their supporters on the back. Supporters simply donate $20 per name, enter their name online, select their favorite player, and check out. No collecting money from parents, no complicated order forms, no headaches. Most teams raise $2,000 to $5,000 with this program. Visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com or give them a call, 724-206-0285 to get started today.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. Friday, April 10th and Saturday, April 11th. Come see the stunning Jessica Rossi Pony, only at Cheerleaders Pittsburgh.
It's Dora Dickerson. Did you feel that drafty breeze from your windows this winter? Oh, it was scary cold, but just as scary is that now you know that your windows will let in that hot, humid air all summer long. Let PJ Fitzpatrick reduce your utility bills with custom-made, double-insulated replacement windows. PJ provides peace of mind with a lifetime guarantee of materials and labor. Plus, PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. You can have it all. Visit TrustPJ.com today for your new windows. That's TrustPJ.com.
Malsey here, and I keep coming back to a conversation I had with Paige over at Awaken 180. And I had asked her if the new weight loss meds were affecting business, and I figured she'd say it slowed down. Nope. She tells me they've got people coming in while they're on the meds, and I'm like, wait, what? She goes, yeah, either they don't feel good, they want to speed their weight loss up, or their results stalled. And honestly, that tracks. I've got a buddy who was on one, and it took 6 months to lose 25 pounds, which is okay, but when you're doing everything right, weight loss is slow, and you don't feel healthy, it gets frustrating. Here's the point. Even if appetite goes down, you still need a plan. You need the right what to do when the scale hits pause. That's what Awaken 180 brings, whether you're on meds or not. I lost my 35 pounds in just 6 weeks with Awaken 180, but more importantly, I felt great in the process. I still feel great today, thanks to free support for life. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Some days, self-care starts with Nature Made gummy vitamins, a deep breath, and a little encouragement.
Mom, I'm really nervous.
Me too, honey, but we've got this. Repeat after me. I'm gonna have a good day.
I'm going to have a good day.
I choose joy no matter what comes my way.
I bring joy wherever I go.
Quality gummy vitamins from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
The smartest way to spend your money is not to. Straight Talk offers free 5G phones for new and existing customers on Verizon's 5G network. So the refund money I don't spend on that free phone is the refund money I get to keep for my family. Smart.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
The best club fitters are at Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek. You will see ball flight not just 5 feet and drop like other golf stores. Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek is the only place to get your new golf club. Plus, April is demo month. Set up your time today.
Independence Health System has joined the Center for Organ Recovery, CORE, in celebrating National Donate Life Month and is encouraging people to register to become organ and tissue donors. A single donor could save 8 lives and positively impact hundreds more. Nationally, more than 100,000 people are waiting for an organ transplant, including 7,000 in Pennsylvania and over 500 in West Virginia. This April, help Independence Health System and CORE save lives. Sign up to become an organ, tissue, and cornea donor at core.org/register.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates are off tomorrow after dropping their series against the Padres at PNC Park. The last few days, they lost today 8-2. They're back at it on Friday against the Chicago Cubs at Wrigley Field. For Morgan 93.7thefan.com. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
93drain.com. Live from the Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Keeping you up to date all evening long. It's the Fan Evening Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. It's going to warm up heading into the weekend. Should be nice tomorrow. Clear, sunny, high in the upper 60s to low 70s. Donnie Football with you for about 10 to 15 more minutes on 93.7 The Fan as we lead you into the nightly sports call tonight. Charlie Borges is with me behind the glass. Charlie, who is the usual Wednesday crew on the sports call?
Definitely Mulsey and probably Bob, but it could be Richie.
No, Richie. Dude, you're not going to believe this.
So Mulsey and Richie.
I am trying to find Charlie because somebody sent me a tweet, but now I have been unable to find it because maybe this guy is in the minor leagues. But I think our guy Jack Sawinski is just having an awful season so far. If you recall, he got picked up by the Dodgers. And of course he'd be in the minors. What the heck am I talking about? The guy was terrible for the Pirates. You think he was going to be on the Dodgers Major League roster? Yes. 7 games for Jack Sawinski at AAA Oklahoma City.
Wow.
31 plate appearances, 27 at-bats. He is 3 of 27. He is hitting 111. The on-base percentage is 194. The slugging is 148. And the OPS is 342.
Donnie, we have updated numbers because he played today.
Please tell me they're even worse.
He went 0 for 3 tonight. So he is 3 for 30 to start the year for a whopping batting average of 100. His on-base percentage is 200. And his slugging percentage is 133. So it is worse.
I love it.
Yeah. 2 RBIs, though. So that's fun, I guess.
Thought there was a tiny chance that a team like the Dodgers would figure out what's wrong with that guy. And yet again, the Pirates would be made to look like idiots. But I don't think we have to worry about that. Fortunately.
In his defense, he's having a better year than Marcell Ozuna is right now. Which is kind of sad to say.
He's facing AAA pitching down there.
Ozuna's 2 for 31. My God.
And one guy at least has a body of work.
I mean, that's fair.
And is on the downswing of the mid-30s.
Well, didn't Switzky have a 30 home run year? Or am I making that up?
He had that season.
26, sorry.
26 home runs, yeah. He had 19 home runs, then he had 26 home runs. It kind of felt like, hey, maybe this is like another Garrett Jones type where he's not really good at anything else. The guy can just hit home runs. Like Garrett Jones wasn't a good base runner, wasn't really a good fielder. Like the guy could just hit home runs, and that was that.
Maybe the Pirates version of Kyle Schwarber. Batting average will be around 200.
Let's not get carried away here.
No, but his batting average is going to hover around 200. But if the dude can hit 30-plus home runs, you make that trade every day of the week.
Absolutely.
Especially in this lineup.
Yeah, I absolutely would. But that is not the case here. Sawinski struggling. And even with Charlie's updated numbers, he is now hitting, 100 even? He's 3 for 30?
100 even.
What a season for this guy. One of the top prospects in the NFL draft and the man expected to be and will be the first overall pick, that is Fernando Mendoza. He is not attending the draft in Pittsburgh. I saw some people when this news came out yesterday, just the classic overreaction and acting as if it was a slight on the city of Pittsburgh. Like, man, he's taking a shot at our city. Nobody talks about our city that way. He's not coming to Pittsburgh. He's too good to attend the draft. Sure, the NFL always wants the prospects there for the spectacle of the event. But I don't think it was into any consideration of where the actual event was taking place for him. I mean, if it was in Florida somewhere where he's from, then maybe he attends because most of his family can do so. I don't think this is a big deal at all. I have never been in person for the draft. If I was them, I would do what Fernando Mendoza is doing. I would rather be at home or somewhere with family and friends for what, for these guys, will be the biggest moment of their life to this point. So I don't see it as a shot taken at Pittsburgh. I don't think we have to really be upset about that. I never really thought of it that way for any city that is hosting the draft. I just think it's personal preference what he does. Charlie, do you know what the all-time coolest move was on draft day? I'm saying this about somebody that played for a rival team, so that might give you a little bit of a clue.
I got nothing. Ryan, got anything?
You said the all-time coolest move?
Now, it's just my opinion on this, so it's not like there is a ranking out there that definitively says this was the coolest move that a guy ever made instead of attending the NFL draft. 2007 NFL draft. Our guy in there was barely born. And
Ryan was 3 at the time.
Yes. 2007 NFL draft, where we saw one of the biggest NFL draft busts of all time get taken first overall, Jamarcus Russell, followed by back-to-back Hall of Famers, Calvin Johnson getting selected number 2 by Detroit. Number 3 was Joe Thomas, one of the best offensive linemen to ever live, a 6-time first-team All-Pro, a 10-time Pro Bowler in every season that he played. He had a consecutive snap streak that ended with an injury back in 2017. Do you know what he was doing on draft day? Do you know this story?
I do not know this story.
He was fishing with his dad in Wisconsin.
That's pretty cool.
And ESPN had to have just some dude out there like on a dock in Wisconsin with the camera zoomed in. Mind you, this is 2007. We don't have the technology or the camera
There was no
quality.
high definition.
Yeah, like high def was
in its infancy.
Coming in, but yes, it was in the infancy stage. So there's some ESPN camera guy on a dock in Wisconsin somewhere, probably freezing his ass off because it's late April, and there's Joe Thomas out on a boat with his dad, and their only concern was, would we have cell phone reception for him to get the actual phone call? Because they knew his name was going to get called very early.
Okay, that is one of the cooler things. Not to throw this off, but 2007, didn't the Buccaneers have a top 10 pick in that draft?
They did. It's actually kind of a sad story.
That was the Gaines Adams year, wasn't it? R.I.P. From Clemson.
Yeah, the D-end passed away in 2010. There were 2 other Hall of Famers selected in that first round. If you want to guess who those guys are, I will scroll through to make sure there's not another Hall of Famer in here, and I do not see.
Can you give me the teams?
Another one. Those might give it away. I'll start with divisions first.
Okay.
Or do you want me to go division or give you a position?
I'll do position.
One was a linebacker.
In 2007?
And one was a corner.
Darrelle Revis?
Darrelle Revis was one of them. 14th to the New York Jets. 1 pick before the Steelers drafted Lawrence Timmons. That was Mike Tomlin's first draft pick.
Patrick Willis?
It was Patrick Willis.
Thank you very much. I'll be here all week.
Actually, it was Patrick Willis. Right after Patrick Willis, Marshawn Lynch, drafted by the Buffalo Bills. Some notables from this first round, but only the 4 Hall of Famers. Greg Olson, drafted 31st by the Bears. This was also the draft, if you are a draft nerd like me, even from a young age, when Brady Quinn slid all the way to number 22, and the Browns, regretfully, as they do with a lot of quarterbacks, drafted him 22nd overall. It was a big, big deal when the Dolphins drafted Ted Ginn Jr. 9th instead of drafting Brady Quinn. So that was one of the bigger stories coming out of that draft. So how about that? A little draft history and trivia there to finish things up tonight. Want to thank Charlie for his fine work behind the glass. Ryan as an assistant all night. One of these nights, Charlie's just going to make you run the entire thing. You're probably ready for that. He was back there answering some phones, screening some calls. So Ryan gets a thank you as well. A thanks to Jesse Marshall, Nick Farabaugh, Colin Beasley for their contributions, and the folks who joined the conversation via phone call, text, YouTube chat, or Twitter post. Thank you to everyone out there. The nightly sports call is next on 93.7 The Fan. Donnie Football signing off.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by